Check, check, check. Bonjour tout le monde. Bienvenue. We are going to start in 1 minute. We will be starting in 1 minute. Thank you. Merci. Good morning once again, everyone. Bonjour tout le monde. I'm going to call this meeting to order now. As we begin our meeting today, and on behalf of Ottawa City Council, I wish to acknowledge that Ottawa is built on the unceded Anishinaabe-Algonquin territory. The peoples of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation have lived on this territory for millennia. Their culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. The City of Ottawa honors the peoples and land of the Anishinaabe-Algonquin Nation and honors all First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples and their past and present contributions to this land. So as we get started, I would ask the committee coordinator to do a roll call of all members, please.
Councillor Lulaf.
Present.
Councillor Dudas.
Present.
Councillor Curry.
Here.
Councillor Kelly.
Present.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Present.
Councillor Johnson. I heard her. Councillor Tierney. Councillor King.
Here.
Councillor Troster.
Here.
Councillor Brockington.
Here.
Councillor Menard.
Here.
Councillor Giroux.
Here.
Councillor Lowe.
Here.
Vice Chair Gower.
Here.
Vice Chair Kitts.
Here.
Chair Leeper.
Present.
Mayor Sutcliffe.
Here.
You have quorum, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. All right, before we get started, I wanted to ask Chair Leeper to read a statement under the Planning Act, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as item 3.1 on today's agenda. For the item just mentioned, only those who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on November 10th, 2023, please email or call the committee or council coordinator.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. I want to start by welcoming all of you. Bienvenue à tous, ainsi qu'à ceux d'entre vous
Thank you very much for being here I would like also to welcome everyone that is online.
For joining us online, and I want to say thank you to all of the people who have signed up as delegations to share your thoughts with us. We are looking forward to hearing from you today. Like a lot of people in Ottawa, I've been going to Lansdowne Park for many years. When I was born, my family lived in Ottawa, in Old Ottawa South, about 500 meters from Lansdowne Park. Over the course of my life, I've been to Lansdowne to watch football, soccer, hockey, volleyball, football, rugby rather, and basketball games, to attend exhibitions and concerts, to visit the farmers market, to go to the movies, to eat in restaurants, and much more. My first memory of Lansdowne Park was attending the Central Canada exhibition as a child. That was probably 50 years ago. And today we will begin talking about the plan for the next 50 years at Lansdowne. The plan being presented today already incorporates considerable feedback from the community since the previous concept was introduced 18 months ago. And we will continue to hear input from the community today and likely tomorrow. It's great to see that so many people care about the future of Lansdowne Park. En ce moment, nous avons à la fois une responsabilité.
Today, we are accountable and we also have an opportunity in front of us. We have to invest in an asset that belongs to the city of Ottawa, to the residents of Ottawa.
Opportunity. We have a responsibility to invest in an asset that we own, that belongs to the people of Ottawa. And we have an opportunity to do so in a way that will be cost effective for the city, when much of the cost will be offset by new revenues. Doing nothing or delaying a decision is expensive and risky. Given the number of delegates who have registered for this meeting, we will not hear from everyone today. So I'm going to walk through what our plan is for today. We will receive a presentation from the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, and then another from City of Ottawa staff. After that, I will ask committee members to introduce any motions that may be of interest to the delegates. And then we will open the floor to delegations. Sometime before mid-afternoon today, based on how many delegations we have heard so far and how quickly things are moving, we will make an assessment about how many delegations are likely to be heard today. This will depend on how much time we're spending on questions in the early part of the day. I will then advise where the cutoff will be today so that delegates don't have to wait around for the entire day only to find out that they will not be presenting until tomorrow. We will end today with a short question and answer period during which committee members can ask preliminary questions of staff, and councillors can ask preliminary questions of staff based specifically on the delegation so far. And then we're expecting that we will reconvene tomorrow with the remaining delegations, and we will ensure everyone has time to voice their thoughts and ask any questions to staff. Any of the committee members and councillors can ask questions to staff based on the delegations tomorrow. If necessary, we will convene again for a third day. When we complete the delegations, there will be an opportunity for councillors to ask their questions of city staff and OSEG on the presentations. Si nécessaire, nous nous rassemblerons à nouveau.
If needed, we will have a third day of meeting after we went through all the delegations. Councillors will be able to ask questions to staff, city staff, as well as OSEG.
Report is also listed on today's agenda to be received for information. There is not a separate staff presentation on that item, but we will consider it concurrently with the main item on the agenda, and members may refer to that information when and ask questions of staff on the report when we get to that point in the meeting. I want to say a big thank you to city staff and our partners for the many, many hours of work that have gone into this report, and that includes an extraordinary number of public consultations, independent verification, diligent reporting, and assembling informative presentations to the public and to council. Alors, je tiens à remercier le personnel de la ville.
I would like to thank city staff as well as our partners for all the hours behind these reports.
All right, let's get started then, and we will begin today
Mayor,
with
just a point of order on the timing. So is there a break in between the day and at the end of the day, might we stop at like 7, or is there a time that you've got identified?
So that's the decision that we'll make based on how things are going sort of midway through the day. So we'll look at establishing a cutoff in terms of the, at some point mid-afternoon, we'll say, okay, at delegate number X, we're going to wrap up today. And then we'll have, after that delegate presents, we'll have a time for people to ask questions of the related to the delegations today. Ask questions of staff and OSEG based on what we heard from the delegations today.
Okay, so we will have a cutoff time later on that we'll establish to say we're going to stop at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. type of thing.
Well, I wasn't thinking of it as a time. I was thinking of it more as we're going to stop at delegate number X, and then there'll be a question and answer period after that, but that would give us a rough idea of what the time would be. Okay, let's get started with the presentation from the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, please. Just turn on your microphone, please. Thank you. Welcome.
How am I now?
Good.
Awesome. Good morning. Thank you for having us today and allowing us to present. On my far right, I have Roger Greenberg, OSEG Executive Chair and Managing Partner. And on my immediate right, I have Janice Baresi, OSEG Vice President of Brand and Social Impact, who will have a couple of things to say a little farther down the road. The first thing we'll do, if we go to slide 2, please, is go through our year in review. So this is the year that we reported to the City of Ottawa, which started April the 1st, 2023 or 22, and goes to March 31st, 23. So back in the spring of last year. With the exception of a not wonderful Red Blacks football season, we had a really good year at OSEG. So our first year, full year, bouncing back from COVID. We hosted a total of 130 events, including 17 concerts. For some reason, lots of comedy events. So that's kind of our niche been lately. Next page, please. Our tenants, the Red Blacks, 67s, Atletico, and the Blackjacks played 76 games at TD Place. For the 67s, we set a franchise record with 107 points, first in the OHL, and we were first in the OHL for the third time in 4 years, which is pretty awesome. But unfortunately, we lost in the second round of the OHL playoffs. Red Blacks, we had a tough last year, and by last year, I'm talking about 2022. So this time next year, you'll see me back telling you that we also had a tough year this year. Next page, please. Whole bunch of other events that we did at TD Place, at Lansdowne, including the Ottawa Christmas Market, which is becoming a tradition for Ottawans. Continue to be the hub of youth sports, which has been really important to us. University of Ottawa rivalry games in basketball, hockey, and a sold-out, well-behaved Panda game. And that's the biggest sporting event that happens in youth sports nationally during the course of the year. And it's unfortunate. I think it deserves a national TV audience. So I know they're working on that, but it's a pretty spectacular event and always a really good game. We are now a regular stop on the Volleyball League Nations schedule. And we hosted a men's rugby game versus Spain. Next page, please. And it seems like last year, but we also did a bunch of other things that I'll bring you up to date on, including announcement of a new professional women's hockey league franchise for Ottawa, which starts in January, which we're pretty excited about. Pretty big coup for us and for Ottawa, playing against Toronto, Montreal, Boston, New York, and Minnesota. We hosted a very successful men's World Curling Championships with 70,000 people. broadcasting Canada and internationally. Was fantastic. The only problem we had with that event is my mom, who finds Brad Gushu quite attractive, asked that I could bring him by the retirement home, which wasn't possible and very disappointing. For the first time ever in Canada, we hosted the World Rugby 4 Pacific Series, where the Canadian women played against US, New Zealand, and Australia. And TD Place was full of school kids last month for Truth and Reconciliation, an event that was broadcast to schools across Canada. Next page, please. And announced in the spring of this year was that Ottawa and TD Place would play host to the World Junior Hockey Championships next Christmas. That event attracts 70 million worldwide TV viewership and contributes about $50 to $60 million in economic benefit to our region. Next page. We also make a big impact in our community. I want to take a moment to let Janice share some of the less visible but very impactful community building things that we do.
Thanks, Mark. At the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group and the OSEG Foundation, investing in the community is a key pillar of what we do. This past year was no exception. We believe that by focusing the Red Blacks and 67's charitable efforts on our youngest and most vulnerable population, we are helping to build a better Ottawa for generations to come. For us, it's about changing the odds for kids who, due to their postal code, sexual orientation, color of their skin, or gender, do not have the same access to opportunity as others. Through a social justice lens, we run and fund programs that level the playing field and invest in solutions driven by the community. The OSEG Foundation's sport-based youth development programs provide young people with the tools they need to be better equipped to succeed in the classroom, on the field, at work, and at home. To ensure we're reaching the kids who need it the most, we leverage the Neighborhood Equity Index to focus our efforts on specific areas within our community with the greatest inequity. Our social impact extends far beyond how our athletes perform on our field or ice. And this year alone, we impacted 3,000, next slide, please, 3,866 children and youth through our programs and investments. We engaged over 1,500 girls in female-focused programming to address gender inequity. We delivered 15,000 hours of community-based programming. We expanded the Girls on the Run program to over 15 new schools and community-based locations. We have a waiting list for the Red Blacks mentorship program and are exploring ways in which to expand this program to reach even more young people across Ottawa. The 67s and Red Blacks players participated in over 200 community events and appearances. We partnered with 23 other charitable organizations to reach even more youth and generate an even greater impact. We launched a new equity, diversity, and inclusion grant program to provide funding to other charitable organizations and to enable them to diversify their reach. And we successfully executed our 2-year all-in equity, diversity, and inclusion action plan. This level of impact is undoubtedly a team effort and only made possible through the leadership of our OSEG ownership group, our community-minded athletes and coaches, and of course, our generous fans and donors. Since the inception of the OSEG Foundation in 2017, we have invested millions of dollars in our community and look forward to continuing to do so for many years to come.
There we go. Okay, now fun with numbers. Let me give you the decoder kind of ring here. The red numbers, the right is revenues, the left is revenues, the right is operating income that I'll walk through. The gray bars are COVID years, so you can see them, and the black bar is our budget for next year. So for 2023, our last fiscal year, we had the highest 12-month period in our history in terms of revenue. So we're on the left-hand side. The only period that was larger than that was 2015, but that was a 15-month period as we changed our year end. All of our businesses returned to or exceeded pro-COVID revenue levels, with the exception of the Red Blacks, whose attendance suffered as a result of our third losing season. On the right-hand side, operating income. So that's our profit from operations. So what we make from operations before in our P&L, we take off interest and depreciation of asset charges. Also bounced back after COVID and was our second best 12-month period in our history. For the budget, starting on the left-hand side with revenues, revenues are budgeted at over $60 million in this year. That will be based on 165 plus events, which again is the highest number of events that we've ever hosted at Lansdowne and TD Place, and an operating income on the right-hand side of $5 million. To give you some context of that and what that means to us, we need operating income to be about $12 million to break even from a cash flow perspective. So we're about $7 million away from where we need to get to. Next page, please. And I know the committee will be rolling into Lansdowne 2.0, so let me offer a couple of comments on that. That's then. This is what I grew up with regard to Lansdowne and kind of what Lansdowne had regressed in leading up to 2010. The facilities had one tenant, the Ottawa 67s, and the site probably brought in something like 300,000 people annually. Next slide, please. And here's where we find ourselves now. We're extremely proud of what we built together with the City of Ottawa. Lansdowne's once again Ottawa's gathering place and a place that attracts 4 million visitors, employs over 4,000 people, and contributes over $300 million in economic impact each year. It is a success, and it is providing our city with exactly what Council had hoped for back in 2010 and more. But as is understood by experts, OSEG, city staff, Ottawans, and was reviewed and accepted by Council a couple of years ago, the city-owned Civic Center is end of life. It's functionally obsolete, it's environmentally inefficient, and it's not accessible. I've heard arguments, including those from our ward councillor this morning on the radio, that the buildings are structurally sound and there's nothing needed. And I will remind you that the pyramids in Egypt are also structurally sound. Structurally sound doesn't mean they're useful. Structurally sound means they're not falling down. These city-owned facilities simply can't play the role that the city needs them to play for the next decades. The practical implication of this, we have already started to lose events, and that will continue and it will accelerate over time. We will lose fans and guests as we can't provide them with basic amenities that they could expect if they lived in Kingston or St. Catharines or Gatineau. These facilities are expensive to maintain, and as Council learned from engineers and industry professionals back in 2021, they are impractical to retrofit. All of this means to us that Ottawa will not be able to host its rightful share of events going forward, and our partnership is not financially sustainable long-term. Next page. Investing in these city-owned assets and Lansdowne 2.0 allows us both to finish what we started. It allows us to continue to evolve Lansdowne as Ottawa's gathering place and our region's #1 destination. It adds important density and daily foot traffic to our site in support of a 15-minute neighborhood. And it continue to support the economy of our region by adding to a more vibrant city where young professionals and skilled labor can be attracted and retained. It grows our 4 million visitors annually and our $300 million in economic impact and supports our 4,000 jobs. We are proud of the role that we have played in the psyche, pride, and overall health and well-being of our community and our region. Lansdowne is an important neighborhood, regional, and tourist destination. We are Ottawa's gathering place and Ottawa's sports and entertainment hub. We look forward to continuing to provide exceptional hospitality and continuing to make memories for our 4 million plus guests for generations to come. Thank you, and I'll turn it over to Roger Greenberg for some closing comments.
Thank you, Mark. Mr. Mayor, members of council, for those of you who may not know me, my name is Roger Greenberg, and I'm here today in my capacity as Executive Chairman and Managing Partner of the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group. I would like to begin by thanking all of you for your commitment to elected public service and to your individual communities. Most importantly, I would like to thank you for your commitment to the City of Ottawa itself. And that is precisely what we are here talking about today, the City of Ottawa. The decision before you is about the kind of Ottawa that we want to have and live in, the kind of Ottawa we want to continue to build together. For over 175 years, Lansdowne has been Ottawa's central gathering place. For most of that time, it has been a premier destination for local residents and visitors alike. But, as you may recall, and as you saw from the picture that Mark showed earlier, for much of the 1980s, the 1990s, and the early 2000s, Lansdowne was essentially a barren asphalt wasteland. Most buildings were shuttered or rendered inhabitable. The south side stands were condemned by the city, and there were few, if any, events held whatsoever at Lansdowne other than our beloved Ottawa 67s. The public could not enter the horticulture building because of asbestos. Lansdowne, excuse me, which didn't include a park and was in essence a massive and vacant parking lot, was costing the city millions of dollars just to maintain the infrastructure in the decrepit state that it was in at that time. And the city would still be doing so if it weren't for Lansdowne 1.0. In 2010, the City of Ottawa and OSEG formed a partnership. We, and when I say we, I'm referring to the City of Ottawa, that's you, and OSEG, were motivated by a simple goal: to restore Lansdowne as a jewel beside the World Heritage Rideau Canal and make it a safe, fun, exciting destination, accessible to everyone to visit, work, and play. For me and my OSEG partners, this project has been a labor of love for our hometown. We have spent countless hours working on this project. Ottawa has been our home. We were born here, and Ottawa is where our national businesses are headquartered. It's where we live and where we have raised our families. I can assure you that as business people, our time could probably be better used on other ventures. We did this project as a way to give back to our community. It's a complementary activity to my other major volunteer activity as chair of the highly successful $500 million fundraising campaign for the new civic campus. We embarked upon this journey with you, city councillors and city staff, because we wanted both present and future residents of Ottawa to experience the civic pride associated with hosting 4 million people annually for sports, festivals, music, arts, and cultural events. We wanted a people place, a gathering place, where all are welcome in a vibrant hub with restaurants, shops, and public spaces on the banks of the Rideau Canal. Now, I know there are doubters, cynics, who question and will question our involvement, impugn our motivation, and challenge our integrity and character. People who distort the facts, either knowingly or unknowingly. While we find these tactics disappointing, rest assured, these comments or actions will not deter us from finishing what we have started together. There are others who will want to relitigate past decisions. They will try and take us back. Take us back to what? We don't know. We started with a barren asphalt parking lot, and we built the #1 destination in our city. I'm not getting any younger. I'm only interested in moving forward. I'm interested in making progress. Your professional staff have provided you with a lot of detailed and independently verified information. You have everything you require to decide whether Lansdowne 2.0 should proceed. You have all you need to decide whether the decision before you is in Ottawa's interest, in the taxpayer's interest, and whether it is in the public interest. Quite candidly, we are strongly opposed to kicking any decision down the road. We have already seen what has happened to construction costs in the 18 months since we last appeared before City Council. We are confident that the escalation costs and contingencies built into the current project numbers are more than sufficient if we move forward expeditiously. But any further delay at this point only helps those who are opposed to this project going forward, no matter what. John Ruddy and I support city staff's recommendations. We agree with the majority of residents of Ottawa who believe that Lansdowne is an overwhelming success and that replacing the City of Ottawa's core assets at Lansdowne, not ours, the Northside stands and a multipurpose event center, at a fraction of their replacement cost, is prudent financial management. Lansdowne does not belong to me or my partners. It does not belong to you as city councillors. It belongs to the people of Ottawa. Every single resident of Ottawa has a stake in Lansdowne, whether they live in Carp, Metcalfe, Manotick, Navan, Orleans, Barhaven, Stittsville, Canada, Westboro, Vanier, or the Glebe. We, the OSEG partners, the City of Ottawa staff and council, along with OSEG as your managers, are nothing more than temporary trustees of one of this community's most precious assets. We are all stewards of Lansdowne, and we need to finish what we started. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's move now to the presentation from city staff.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of committee. My name is Don Herwire, General Manager of Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development. Before turning it over to the team for the formal presentation, I just thought it would take a couple minutes to walk us through some of the recent decisions and why we're here today, as well as introducing our team. So as everyone knows, the redevelopment of Lansdowne Park has been a sensitive and complex file since it was first introduced over a decade ago, which resulted in Lansdowne 1.0. Lansdowne Park is a city asset. As you'll hear, one of the city's most important meeting places with a very rich history. OSEG does not own the site, but they are a partner, a city partner that helps manage the site. Through our consultations, there was a lot of confusion around this point. So I thought it would be important to make it clear to members and those listening in. You will hear today that Lansdowne 1.0 was not a failure. In fact, it was a very good deal for the city. What we have heard since from the public, as well as members here, was that it didn't go far enough. We didn't redevelop all the site. And as we've heard, there's issues with the Civic Center and the North Side stands. Are they safe? Yes. Are they suitable facilities in the future to attract and host more of those events that are important from a business and economic development standpoint? No. OSEG first brought this message to council in 2018. The city said, show us the proof. What doesn't work? Explain why it doesn't work. What do we do as a partnership to fix it, to ensure that it lasts for the next 50 years and the next generation of visitors and residents? Shortly before COVID, staff brought a report, an annual report in 2019 that highlighted some of these challenges. The pandemic brought this issue even more to the forefront. With lockdowns in place and people rightfully staying at home, revenue issues were exacerbated. In December 2020, staff brought forward the Lansdowne annual report, the result of which was council directing staff and OSEG to explore the options to improve the sustainability and financial viability of the partnership. This wasn't a whim of staff. We were directed to bring this forward. In June 2021, council approved the Lansdowne Park Partnership Path to Sustainability and Next Steps report. It's a framework for improving the partnership's sustainability and develop a proposal to revitalize the rest of Lansdowne Park. In June 2022, council approved the Lansdowne Partnership Sustainability Plan and Implementation Report, basically giving the authority to renegotiate the Lansdowne Partnership Plan with OSEG and bring a concept plan forward to council and further refine that for council's approval. This also included the next steps for the project, public engagement process on the 2022 concept plan, the start of the development planning approval process for the site, and very rigorous financial due diligence, which brings us to today. The presentation today will go over the work staff have completed since June of 2022, along with a new revised concept plan and an associated funding strategy. Staff have completed the due diligence on those 4 streams of work: real estate, planning, public engagement, and finance. We are recommending that council proceed with the next steps of the project. We will provide information on the proposal, talk about the changes and improvements to the city's position within the partnership. Subject to council's approval, staff would continue to report back to council at key points moving forward on the recommended procurement process, the results of the air rights, site plan, public realm improvements, internal transportation changes, and the construction processes. Before turning it over to the team, I'd like to thank Mayor Sutcliffe and our city manager, Wendy Stephenson, for their leadership and vision throughout the project process. Thanks to our council members for their high degree of interest, insightful questions, and challenging all of us to make this a great project for the city. I'd also like to recognize some of the key city staff. Too numerous to mention everyone. It truly has been a cross-departmental, cross-organizational effort. Sean Moore, our project lead for Lansdowne 2.0, will kick off the presentation. Isabel Jasmine, our deputy city treasurer, who took the lead on the funding strategy and business case. And Charmaine Forgy, whose team led the extensive consultation and engagement process. So after you hear from those three, our city manager will wrap up the presentation before we proceed to public delegations. So at this point, I'll pass it over to Sean Moore, who will start the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor and committee members. I'm going to first start with a brief presentation summary. Go to the next slide. Staff have completed due diligence on 4 streams of work: real estate, planning, public engagement, and financial, and is recommending council proceed to the next steps. The project would replace the city's functional obsolete Civic Center and Northside stands with a new city-owned event center and new Northside stands. The city improves on the benefits of the Lansdowne partnership we already have, avoiding $12 million per year in operating costs. The city is gaining a value of $419 million asset for $5 million in an annual debt servicing cost investment from the city. Staff will come back to council for reporting on and seeking decisions for the next steps, which I'll outline towards the end of the presentation. Next slide. As has been mentioned, Lansdowne has been a gathering place for Ottawans for over 175 years. Located on unceded Anishinaabe territory, next to UNESCO World Heritage Rideau Canal, it is a landmark for Ottawa's historical and cultural past, present, and future. Lansdowne is a place that has evolved from agricultural fair and exhibition roots to hosting world and national dignitaries to entertaining residents and Canadians through music and sporting events. Next slide. This aerial is from approximately 1957 and illustrates the site during an event with the original grandstands and various central Canada exhibition buildings around the site prior to the new Civic Center and stadium construction in 1967. You can see that the Aberdeen Pavilion is obstructed from Bank Street by buildings, and there's a practice field located south of the stadium adjacent to the canal. In the next slide, you'll see an evolution where this image is approximately from the 1970s with the newly constructed Civic Center and stadium. The site is set up for the exhibition. Its various outbuildings are located around the site, and the Aberdeen Pavilion is now visible from Bank. The practice field is now removed and makes way for the south side stands and surface parking. Next slide, please. By the mid-2000s, much of Lansdowne was in a state of disrepair. There was no longer any CFL football team, and the South Stadium stands were condemned and subsequently demolished. The site consisted mainly of historic exhibition buildings requiring repair and an asphalt surface parking lot. Next slide. In 2012, the city and Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group partnered to renew and revitalize Lansdowne with a new South Stadium stands, new mixed-use retail, and reimagined public realm spaces and subterranean parking. Since then, Lansdowne has welcomed over 25 million visitors for major sporting, cultural, and community events. Lansdowne, along with its sports and entertainment events, restaurants, retailers, and public spaces, continue the evolution of this historic site for the enjoyment of residents of the National Capital Region and tourists alike. Next slide, please. As Dawn mentioned, a series of key council reports and approvals have brought us here today. In 2020, the Lansdowne Park Partnership Annual Report and COVID-19 Impact Report was brought forward to ensure Lansdowne was better positioned to thrive over the longer term in a changed post-COVID retail, sports, and entertainment environment. The report recommended and received approval of the establishment of a staff working group to work with OSEG representatives to undertake the technical work to explore options to enhance the sustainability and long-term financial viability of Lansdowne. This was supported by a council sponsorship group and key stakeholder sounding board. It included operating and capital requirements, identifying ways to increase foot traffic on site, to enhance animation, to increase density to the site, to improve public amenities, and assess the aging city assets. In 2021, the Lansdowne Park Partnership Path to Sustainability and Next Steps report provided evidence of the functional obsolescence of the north side stands and civic center and provided 3 options to council. Option 1 was status quo, continue to operate and maintain the existing stadium and arena to the end of the partnership in 2054. Option 2, renewal, make significant new investments to upgrade those existing city facilities. And option 3, replacement, a new arena and new north side stands. Council unanimously endorsed the recommendation to replace the municipal facilities with new facilities. Council also adopted a new Lansdowne guiding principle that enabled new mixed-use development using air rights to be considered in the footprint of the existing civic center and north side stands to help defray the cost of replacing the functionally obsolete sporting facilities and add foot traffic to the site. In 2022, Council approved in principle the concept plan for moving forward with this redevelopment and replacement of the city facilities. Council also approved the recommended business model and funding strategy for staff to explore further through due diligence and report back, as is our purpose here today. Next slide. The Ottawa Civic Centre is one of the oldest municipal arenas of its use in Canada, and interim measures are proving to be costly, inefficient, and not in the interest of Lansdowne's long-term sustainability. The arena and North Stadium stands are inconsistent with the rest of the Lansdowne site, making it difficult to attract major events and make it an inconsistent visitor experience. This complex is functionally obsolete, is not accessible, and is not energy efficient. Attracting world-class sports and entertainment events requires world-class venues. Next slide. The 2022 concept plan is shown on the screen and approved in principle by City Council. It included a new state-of-the-art 5,500-seat event center in the East End Zone area of TD Place Stadium, a new 11,200-seat north side stands, a new retail podium to replace the existing 41,000 square feet of retail with 108,000 square feet of retail. An estimated 1,200 housing units proposed above that retail podium within 3 residential towers of 40, 34, and 29 stories. Next slide. Over the past 12 months, the city launched a public engagement process. The city initiated and completed its request for expression of interest of the subterranean and property air rights, which are the development rights over top of the new retail podium and below within the subterranean parking levels. The city launched the planning process through the zoning bylaw and official plan amendment initiated by the city. And the city hired a third-party financial consultant for financial analysis on the 2022 funding strategy, as well as cash flow and financing projections that council approved and directed staff to investigate further. I'll now pass the presentation over to Charmaine Forgy to present the public engagement piece of this due diligence.
Thank you, Sean. My name is Charmaine Forgy. My role in the Lansdowne 2.0 project is leading the implementation of the council-approved 2021 citywide public engagement strategy on the 2022 concept plan. As the slide illustrates, the objectives were to listen, learn, and engage, to increase awareness and education, gather feedback, and close the feedback loop. And this is what we did. Next slide, please. The robust engagement included a variety of opportunities for residents to get involved. To name a few, the project team hosted public sessions, did coffee chats, 101 phone calls, small meetings with key stakeholders, numerous email exchanged with residents with the purpose of gathering feedback and clarifying information. Next slide, please. The communication material as listed on the slide was a variety. It was regularly updated as the progressed and on Engaged Ottawa. As we heard at reports, there was numerous of them, and they were created and put on the site, as were questions and responses. All of the studies were linked as well. It was a one-stop on Engage Ottawa to get all of the information and all the communication materials, and they were updated regularly. Next slide, please. All of the engagement activities and feedback generate key themes for the project team to take into account. The major themes from the citywide engagement are as follows. is the towers, the height and density. Again, this was citywide public feedback, green space, transportation and transit, active transportation, the public realm and urban park, financial model, retail and entertainment. There was concerns associated with these key themes. There was others as the roll-up of the As We Heard It report. We'll go more into detail, which was in the report. In closing, I would like to thank the Lansdowne 2.0 project team for all of their hard work and dedication to receiving and engaging the public, our OSEG partners for attending the sessions and assisting with the communication material as it affected their the partnership. Also, city councillors for including the activities in your newsletters and attending the sessions. I would like to thank most of all the residents of Ottawa for taking the time to be engaged in the city building project. Thank you. Sean.
Thank you, Charmaine. Continuing on staff due diligence, the city launched the request for expression of interest of the air rights in April of this year. Through a series of advertising methods, including the Merck's website, which is a national procurement platform, and various trade, building, and development publications. We can go. 2 property parcels were identified based on the 2022 OSEG concept and city council approved concept. A pink parcel. Oh, next slide, please. Thank you. A pink parcel represents the podium and the first 2 towers above it. The second parcel in green represented the 3rd tower closest to the Aberdeen Pavilion. The goal was to identify the real estate opportunity that the city could be moving forward on as a result of the demolition of the Civic Center and Northside stands. The request for expression of interest process culminated in commercially confidential meetings with interested developers overseen by a city fairness monitor. The confidential meetings yielded information for both developer parties and city staff, providing knowledge to staff on a number of matters, including market information, unit typology, constructability and staging, and parking arrangements. Next slide, please. Through the planning process, public consultation, the request for expression of interest, and financial input, the 3rd tower or green parcel illustrated previously was eliminated. The property components for the air and subterranean rights are illustrated on the diagram on the screen. In staff's proposal, the city would retain ownership of the stadium, the News Northside stands, including parking underneath it, for lease for residential, and the parking would be for lease for the residential tower developer. The future residential tower developer would retain the subterranean rights for their underground parking and their tower development within the air rights, while the city retains ownership of the new commercial podium. The city's internal real estate appraisers, with the aid of our consultant appraisers, estimated the air and subterranean property rights at $39 million. Staff will commence the issuance of a request for offer to dispose of subterranean air rights as per the city's disposal of real property policy. Next slide, please. On the planning and official plan amendment due diligence, staff initiated the zoning and official plan amendment to implement the 2022 concept plan. In the staff report, staff are proposing that the official plan permit a maximum up to 40 stories in height, specific to the area shown on the screen called Area N. The Lansdowne Special District would be amended to permit the event center in the east end of the TD Place Stadium. The zoning bylaw would permit a maximum height of 40 stories for the tower development and 15.5 meters for the area of the new event center. The event center zoning would have a holding provision until such time as further heritage analysis is done through site plan control. Establishment of a maximum cap of 770 units for the new tower development is proposed. Also, a 1-to-1 bicycle to dwelling unit ratio is proposed, and a 0.4 parking stall per unit ratio is proposed. Staff are also proposing to establish minimum tower separation, maximum podium height, and step backs to the towers in line with the city's high-rise design guidelines. Next slide, please. Based on public feedback and our due diligence work, we've responded with significant design changes, as shown on the screen. We eliminated the 3rd tower closest to the Aberdeen Pavilion with a new concept plan illustrating 2 towers of 40 stories and 25 stories in an exemplar design. We reduced the density from 1,200 units to a maximum proposed at 770 units. We introduced 27,000 square feet of new public realm space where the 3rd tower was proposed, and we reduced the number of residential parking spaces from about 740 to 336, which would support the residential units. Next slide. This slide illustrates a comparison between the 2022 and 2023 concept. So we went from 3 towers to 2. The units I described earlier, 1,200 to 770. The parking space reduction. One thing we would be adding is a proposed addition of 35 parking spaces for the new event center, subterranean, so that the parking can be close to the event center, providing accessibility and convenience for those using the event center and hockey tournaments. One other item that staff are proposing to change was the 108,000 square feet of proposed retail. In the 2022 concept, staff have proposed a reduction to 49,000 square feet of retail, which is an increase of 8,000 square feet of retail on the south side of Exhibition Way today. Next slide, please. This is a rendering illustrating an exemplar design of the podium and towers along Exhibition Way. The design represents consideration from public consultation sessions, the city's internal heritage staff, our external heritage consultant, the city's urban design review panel, as well as agency consultation with the Ontario Heritage Trust, National Capital Commission, and Parks Canada. Next slide. This is a nighttime rendering illustrating the grand entrance to the new north side stands. The podium represents work through our heritage staff, heritage consultant, and our architect on how to incorporate a street wall that respects the Aberdeen Pavilion and brings in materiality and column and window rhythm tying back to that original grandstand. On the next slide is a rendering of the new public realm space that does not exist today and adds approximately 27,000 square feet of new public realm. On the next slide is an illustration of inside the interior of the event center. It will be a state-of-the-art facility with accessible modern amenities that fans expect. It will have industry standard back of house and amenities including gender-neutral facilities, preparation rooms for entertainers, and modern telecommunications and broadcast facilities. The existing TD Arena lacks fair seating option for those with accessibility needs, options for gate entries that are accessible concession stands, fully accessible washrooms, locker rooms to accommodate parasports, and accessible press facilities. The new event center will seek high level of sustainable design, will be energy efficient, and will be designed to LEED Silver certification alongside the city policies. This venue fills a critical gap in the Ottawa market for a contemporary, mid-sized music and cultural event center. And finally, this rendering on the next slide illustrates the new event center in the East End zone with a conceptual design of the 2 towers over the new north side stands. I'll now hand it over to the presentation to Isabel Jasmine. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Slide. Before getting into the business case for Lansdowne 2.0, it is important to set the stage with Lansdowne 1.0. I hope to clarify some misconceptions and to better explain our current situation. First of all, it is important to state that the city, not OSEG, owns the entire Lansdowne site, including the stadium, arena, and retail buildings. OSEG does not own any of these assets. They have a leasehold agreement to operate and maintain the city assets. All of the revenues, expenditures, financing, life cycle maintenance, and capital costs are incurred by the limited Lansdowne partnership. The money is all managed within this closed financial system. No money gets paid out to either city or OSEG unless there are net positive cash flows. There have been no positive cash flows nor any payout to either OSEG or the city since Lansdowne 1.0's inception in 2012, except for a council-approved repayment to OSEG for the arena's steel frame. OSEG must fund any negative cash flows and have done so every year since 2012 to the tune of $160 million, including construction cost overruns. They were only expected to fund $55 million. Based on current projections, OSEG will only get an extra $14 million from this lease agreement and not until the final years. So they invested $137 million to get $14 million 40 years from now. That is a return of approximately 0.79% when they were expecting 8%. That is less than you can get from putting your money into GIC. The city, on the other hand, gained a revitalized site with new south side stands, renovated arena, a 360,000 square feet of new retail, all at no cost to the taxpayer. The property tax from the new retail and the elimination of the costs the city used to incur to operate the site has more than offset the city's cost to finance the new stadium, arena, and parking.
The city is not expected to get any distributions from the partnership, but the city has not had to contribute any cash to the partnership either. Next slide. In the 2020, 2021, and 2022 reports to council, the cost of doing nothing was clearly articulated, but is worth repeating here. It was council's direction for staff to work with OSEG to enhance the sustainability and long-term financial viability of Lansdowne's operations and the partnership. We are in an existing partnership with OSEG for Lansdowne. Financial sustainability depends on bringing in more revenue from sports and events, and this facility has reached its maximum potential for doing so in its current state, even with renovations. The stadium and arena are city assets. It is the responsibility of the city to replace them now or in the future. If we wait until the future, it will only become more expensive to replace, and in the meantime, continue to limit the financial viability of the partnership. These sports facilities are also the most energy inefficient buildings the city owns. They cost a lot to operate and do nothing to reduce our environmental footprint. The partnership has had year-over-year deficits since 2014. We can't assume that OSEG will continue to fund these deficits. If OSEG terminates, they walk away from the $137 million they put in so far, and the city is left with a functionally obsolete facility, which could cost taxpayers $400 million or more to continue to operate for the next 42 years, which is the end of the term of this proposed agreement. This estimate does not include having to eventually replace these assets at some point in those 42 years. We are in an existing legal agreement with a partner. If the city terminates the agreement, we would have to pay back the $137 million to OSEG and take over the outstanding loans of $120 million for retail, $16 million of the arena. Finding another investor or operator, either from the private or nonprofit sector, would cost the city more than today, as any investor would look at the current model and would want more financial protections from the city. We could keep maintaining the asset for an additional $40 million, but that does not solve the financial sustainability problem, which is the inability of the current site to generate enough revenue to cover the cost to operate the site. Next slide. Since the last report in May 2022, the city hired external experts to examine every financial aspect of the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. This due diligence informed the changes that were made to this revised proposal and funding strategy. Ernst & Young were hired to dig into all the projection details for every component at Lansdowne, down to the number of events, attendance, tickets sales, playoffs, retail occupancy, net income, financing, and more. The revised projections decreased by $134 million. They also conducted a market analysis to get better estimates on property tax uplift from the type of unit, size, and numbers. The revised estimates assume 2/3 rentals, 1/3 condo, and 110-unit boutique hotel. EY also conducted an economic impact assessment from construction and for ongoing operations. They proposed alternate funding mechanisms based on a review of other stadiums built in the last several years across the country, and conducted a financial risk analysis and risk return evaluation, all of which factored into our revised funding strategy. We also hired experts to conduct a full due diligence on the construction cost estimates and the revenue that could be expected from a sale of property air rights. All of our May 2022 estimates that were developed at a conceptual level were adjusted based on this more detailed and thorough review of all financial aspects of the proposal. The result of these reviews were included as supporting documents to the report. I will now pass it over to Steve Lefebvre, the partner at EY responsible for the due diligence review, to explain the work conducted and changes made based on their more detailed review of the projections.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Nice to meet you all. So as Isabel said, I'm a real estate appraiser, commercial real estate appraiser. I've worked in Ottawa since 2006. And I'm a partner with Ernst & Young. So as Isabel mentioned, we had a team of experts on this file from EY, much more than just real estate and valuation. We had accounting. Oh, sorry. We had accounting and audit experts, capital and infrastructure advisory experts, economic modeling. It was a wide range of teams with lots of different backgrounds. I think we spent 1,100 hours on this project since March of this year. So I will try to, I was told 10 minutes and 2 or 3 slides, so I'll do my best here. What I wanted to highlight before I get started is EY's role as a Big Four audit firm. The EY real estate team in particular acts as the final independent check on somewhere between $50 and $75 billion of real estate across the country. we're that final check on values before they get reported on financial statements and before they're shared with shareholders and the public at large. And that's really the hat that we took to this engagement with the city. We scrutinized every aspect of OSEG's financial model. We pulled from our own experience, industry best practices, our own research. We interviewed key employees at OSEG to understand their reasoning and support for various assumptions. And we had amazing collaboration with city staff throughout the whole process. But we also listened to OSEG to better understand their experience operating and managing Lansdowne. They've been there for about a decade. They really conveyed to us what's worked, what hasn't, and where there's areas for improvement. The original OSEG projection on the total waterfall distribution that we reviewed early in the process projected $850 million over 43 years. Through our work, we reduced that to $725 million. Again, that's over 43 years. And so, we dug in, as Isabel said, to a lot of assumptions and their model, and worked collaboratively over 6 or 7 months. I thought it'd be best to start with the retail market because, first of all, it represents such an outsized portion of the profits currently. And obviously, we'll continue to play a key role in the success of Lansdowne. From an investment perspective, retail, and particularly open air retail and food anchored retail, is one of the most sought after real estate assets in the country. According to JLL, which is a leading real estate advisory and brokerage firm, current vacancy across the country in retail is 2.6%. In Ottawa, it's even lower at 2.3%. Rents are growing at 3% per year. Sales are up. Investment activity remains relatively strong. There's been very little supply added to the market across the country. And in Ottawa, we haven't had any new retail supply in 2023. So it's really a favorable market for landlords. Tenants have reduced leverage. It's very expensive to move. There's nowhere to go. So that all those factors exert upward pressure on rents and renewal probabilities. And so all of these things are good for Lansdowne and good for cash flows. Younger generations are shopping more in person than online. And similar to the office market, there's a bifurcation in the retail market. Top tier shopping destinations and shopping centers with the best brands, the most kind of modern designs, innovative management, attractive locations, et cetera, are performing very well right now in the market. There really hasn't been a better time to own a retail asset in an urban center. Shifting to Lansdowne, it's performed very well through a very obviously difficult period over the last 4 or 5 years with COVID. 97% leased currently. It's roughly 360,000 square feet. 53% of that is leased to anchor tenants. So obviously Whole Foods, Cineplex, Good Life, Sporting Life. These tenants are all under contract well into the 2030s. The lead anchors are there for more than 8 years. The average contract rent is over $28 at Lansdowne, which is much higher than the city average. And that's a testament to what businesses are willing to pay to get that visibility to that many visitors. I mean, we've heard the number 4 million visit Lansdowne every year. Businesses really pay, premium rents for that kind of access to customers. Moving to our analysis on OSEG's pro forma, and again, sticking to retail. So OSEG's model originally relied on a projection of revenues and expenses in a base year of 2030. So they had various assumptions that got us there because obviously there's going to be construction and various levels of disruption. And then they applied a growth factor beyond that. So what we did was a little bit different. We took the rent roll and looked at the contracted rents and the leases and expiry dates, compared that to markets. We did a market rental analysis on every unit just to determine the appropriate long-term rental assumptions. Through that work, we added contingencies for vacancy, for leasing costs, tenant turnover, structural repairs that you'll have to encounter 4 decades of owning a shopping center. So ultimately, this resulted in approximately a $20 million downward adjustment to the waterfall distributions. Again, that's over 4 decades. Next, actually, no, that slide's good. So our team spent a lot of time, obviously, examining the Red Blacks, the 67s, all the sports teams at Lansdowne, looking at their historical results, looking at their current operations, comparing to metrics of other sports teams in the CFL and other sports teams that we've advised on. The 2022 season was our benchmark year. That was the latest kind of completed fiscal year, and obviously that was a tough year to benchmark. As we all know, COVID was still impacting the business. So it would be understating kind of the potential, I think, at Lansdowne, and particularly with the sports teams, to use that year as a basis. So, you know, we know that several metrics in 2022 and 2023 were below pre-COVID levels. For example, with the Red Blacks, the attendance in 2022 was 82%. If you look back pre-COVID, they were consistently 95 to 100%. The average ticket price was higher in 2019 than it was in 2022, despite being in a high inflationary environment. So we knew that the stadium wasn't financially performing at what we'd considered a stabilized level, and it would take a few years to get there. So looking at ticket prices, I mean, that was one of the major adjustments we made, and we reduced that down to 17,500 for the current year, and then we assumed a 5% growth rate on that for the next 2 years, and then a more stabilized long-term growth rate. Adjusting attendance has a pretty large impact on the cash flow, because you're obviously reducing ticket revenue, but you're also reducing per cap spending, you know, concessions and merchandise that people spend at the games, and you're also reducing future cash flows because you're compounding that over the course of 4 decades. Another revision that we made was to the number of home playoff games that the Red Blacks host. Just statistically speaking, there's 10 teams and there's only 4 teams that can host a playoff game any given year. So we reduced that down to a 0.5 chance per year. Overall, the changes that we made had a variance of negative 27 million to the total waterfall distributions. Next slide, please. So moving to the 67s, they're in a slightly different situation. I mean, they're performing very well on ice. In first place 3 of the last 4 seasons. Attendance figures have been very strong. Despite this, the ticket pricing compared to OHL teams is among the lowest in the league. So we view that as an obvious achievable revenue upside in the future for the 67s, particularly when a modern facility is completed and you have more modern amenities to attract more people and hopefully generate more revenue. We did make a few adjustments to the 67s. We increased expense inflation just to better represent the near-term inflationary environment we're in. And we did a similar analysis on the more or less statistical chances of hosting playoff games per year, which was reduced down to just under 5. The stadium is includes sponsorship, concessions, special events. We also increase expense inflation on that expenses for stadium, but we also increase the number of events, thinking that the new event center would be able to grab a higher market share for music and other events in Ottawa going forward. We increased that to 30 per year. So the stadium in particular is an area of significant negative operating margin. It really shows the impact of the aged infrastructure and high operating costs and inefficiencies of the current Civic Center and North Stand. So we certainly see that investment there will, you know, help achieve better margins. Moving on to parking. Parking's always something that's going to be in demand in Ottawa and the central areas. The more on-site density, events, population growth in Ottawa that we're going to see over the years, it's just going to be more demand on parking. So we put a light touch on increased demand in the long term over parking. So in total, we recommended a 16% downward adjustment to OSEG's original projection. The city fully adopted that in their models. We collectively aim to be as reasonably conservative as possible in our recommendations. Managing real estate obviously inherently carries a risk. There are external factors that we cite in our report that exist and ones that we can't predict. And it's really difficult to model out perfectly 43 years. I think if any two people tried, you would never fully agree on a cash flow projection of that length. The most successful real estate companies have a long-term view and have a patient view. You have to believe in the fundamentals of the market, of the investment market, and of the product you have. I think in that light, Ottawa's economy and real estate market remains very strong, and the prospects for positive cash flow we felt was good at Lansdowne.
Thank you, Steve. Next slide. So the total capital cost is estimated at 419.1 million. This estimate includes the cost of preliminary works, construction, soft costs related to design and delivery. It also includes escalation to the beginning of construction and a contingency for a Class C estimate of plus 20%. It also includes lease disruption costs that will be shared 50-50 with OSEG. It includes a total of 78 million for contingency and cost escalation. The construction estimate was prepared by BTY, reviewed by city staff, and was vetted by a third-party cost consultant, T&T, who prepared an independent estimate and confirmed this number to be in line with industry standards. A benchmarking exercise was also undertaken by the same independent cost consultant and confirmed that the estimate lies comfortably within the range of recent projects of similar size and scope. The May 2022 estimate of 332.6 million is in 2022 dollars, whereas the revised estimate is in 2023 dollars. The increased cost of 86.5 million is primarily attributed to market conditions, the construction materials and labor cost escalation, and ongoing supply chain disruptions that have occurred since 2022. Also, additional features were added, such as accessible parking for the event center, lead costs, and other features. This cost does not include the additional cost of a green accessible roof or a canopy for the north side stands, but estimates of these costs were included in the report for information. Lastly, the cost of the additional retail was to be funded 25% by the city, and it is now 100% funded by the partnership. And the size of the additional retail has been reduced due to the fact that the retail lease revenue in this current market is insufficient to cover the cost of construction. There's also 18.6 million in parking construction costs that are completely separate from the cost of the sports facilities. They would remain as a city parking asset since those parking spaces will be built in the empty space that will be left by the demolition of the arena under the north side stands. This parking will be funded by lease revenue from the residential towers, and any shortfall funded as any other city parking facility from the parking budget and reserves. In today's market, it is currently estimated that the cost of constructing parking cannot be fully recovered, but those economics may change when they are built 2 to 3 years from now. Next slide. The total cost of construction is 419 million. The revenue from the sale of property air rights is conservatively estimated at 39 million. 10% of 3.9 million of the property air rights revenue would be contributed to the affordable housing. We have 33 million in premiums from reissuing the first Lansdowne bond that would be available to fund 2.0. Internal costs of 18.3 that are specific to city requirements for project oversight, public art, and other policy regulatory costs are to be funded from the city's capital envelopes. And per Ernst & Young's review of funding models for other stadiums across the country, almost all of them, except for Lansdowne 1.0, received funding from other levels of government. There is no reason Ottawa couldn't ask for at least 20 million to help fund this important economic development initiative. That would leave 312.7 million to be funded from debt. A 40-year debenture at an estimated 4.25% interest would cost 16.4 million annually. The 4.25% interest is the projected interest rate in 2029, when the city is expected to issue the debenture. Once the debenture is issued, the interest rate is set for 40 years. There is no interest rate fluctuation. Next slide. As mentioned in the previous slide, staff recommended that 10% of the property air rights be directed to the city's affordable housing reserve rather than building 10% affordable housing on the site as previously proposed in the May 2022 report. Based on feedback and analysis from developers as part of the REOI process, Ottawa Community Housing, external experts, and staff, it became very clear that this site is expensive to build on due to its location and the complexity of ongoing operations. It was determined that it would be too expensive to build deeply affordable housing on the site. Furthermore, the residential towers would not likely be completed until 2033. It made more sense to allocate 10% of the revenue from the air rights instead, estimated at 3.9 million, and contribute it to the city's affordable housing reserves to be used more immediately on an existing priority list of shovel-ready projects that require additional funding. Contributing the 3.9 million to the city's funding plan, leveraging 2/3 funding from senior levels of government would more immediately build 52 new units. This is new revenue that would not otherwise be available to the city's affordable housing plan, if not for the redevelopment of Lansdowne and the sale of the property air rights for the residential towers. Next slide. I will now explain the funding strategy for Lansdowne 2.0. It was important for me to explain Lansdowne 1.0 earlier because Lansdowne 1.0 was revenue neutral for the city. The timing and the value of the net new cash flows exceeded the cash outflows for the city. In May 2022, it was a surmise that conceptually Lansdowne 2.0 would also be revenue neutral, assuming property tax uplift on 1,200 units, and assuming all other financial estimates related to cost of construction, property air rights revenue, projected distributions from the partnership would be sufficient to cover the cost of debt servicing. Based on the more detailed due diligence review over the past year, and the proposed changes to density and revised projections, Lansdowne 2.0 is not revenue neutral, but the business case is still positive. The city will need to invest some funding, but again, it is an investment in our own asset that will be significantly subsidized by new sources of revenue directly attributable to redevelopment. In other words, it is the redevelopment that gives us the opportunity to replace a 57-year-old facility for a minimal net cost to the city. What complicates the funding strategy is that these new sources of revenue do not materialize until after construction. We would issue the debt in 2029 after construction, but would only start to see property tax uplift stabilized around 2034, and revenues from the partnership start in 2031, but not fully realized until later. Staff are recommending a funding strategy that protects the city from financial risks related to timing of revenues, dependence on all of their sources of revenues, distributions from the partnership, changing projections, and interest rate changes. We have time on our hands. By 2030, we can slowly build up our capacity to service the debt such that we are not dependent on how much and when other sources of revenue materialize. But when they do, these new sources can go directly to fund city services. I will now provide an overview of some of the revenue sources and supporting rationale for the projected values. Next slide. As you will see later, much of the funding strategy relies on a more balanced share of partnership revenues, and the estimated increase in net cash flows has generated a lot of questions about the reliability of those projections. Let me assure you that a significant amount of work went into the analysis of the projections by EY's expert resources and city staff, which has resulted in a reduction in the originally proposed projected total distribution of 850 million to 716.8. So why will investing 419.1 million in new facilities increase projected revenues and doing nothing will not? There is a direct correlation between putting in a new event center and stadium that aligns with contemporary standards to attract more visitors and world-class events. The increase is directly attributable to more events, new premium seating, and reduced costs to maintain the facilities. And of course, the most significant increase comes from adding 12 years to the agreement. There has been much lost time over the past 8 years of deficits to allow the partners to recoup investments, and we will be adding another 5 to 6 years of construction disruptions. So of course, we needed to add 12 years to the agreement to make this financially viable. Adding 12 years to the agreement adds 360.2 million in total distributions to the city and OSEG. If you just want to focus on what will change between do nothing and Lansdowne 2.0, just focus on the first two columns that are both shown over 40 years. Redevelopment improves distributions by 96.6 million, from 260.1 million to 356.7 million. It isn't an astronomical increase. It is a realistic, and increased distributions are not the driving reason for doing this, but it is what makes the business case positive. The driving reason to do this is the building has reached its maximum earning potential. It costs a lot of money to operate and will need to be replaced eventually. This is the time to replace it, to gain a new asset worth 419 with minimal investment from the city. So why can you rely on these projections? These projections are much more solid than those developed for 1.0. So council can have more confidence in these estimates. The projections in 1.0 were developed before the facility was even built or operating. We now have 8 years of experience operating the site, and the projections are simply an extrapolation of proven experience and only changes the key elements that will change with the new arena and Northside stands. Redevelopment makes very little impact on the retail projections, and in fact, the retail projections were reduced as part of the due diligence review. Retail is projected to bring in 1.1 billion over the 52 years, but that is not net profit to pay for everything else. The 1.1 billion net operating income must also pay for almost 265 million in financing, tenant inducements, and 200 million in principal repayment for a net profit of just over 600 million over the 52 years. Red Black's projected net operating income was previously estimated for 426 million over 52 years, but was reduced to 150.7 million as part of the due diligence. Red Blacks were operating at an 8 to 9% profit margin prior to the pandemic, and the projection over 52 years realistically averages the margin at 6% and is improved over doing nothing, primarily due to the new premium seating and improved attendance with newer facilities. 67s are expected to continue to operate at a deficit, but with improved attendance. The stadium projections, which include concerts and special events, is the one component that has the greatest potential, but is conservatively estimated. The net deficits are expected to be reduced due to more premium seating and the ability to track more concerts and events. The projections, when developed, did not even include a third team in the event center, which we now have with the women's hockey team. Next slide. Of the projected 716.8 million in distributions from the partnership, the city is expected to receive 358.6 million compared to OSEG's 302.6 million. All of the ongoing revenues and expenses of the retail, Red Black, 67s, and stadium all stay within the Lansdowne Partnership closed financial system. Nothing gets paid out to the city or OSEG until there are positive cash flows, except the life cycle reserve would receive 55.6 million to maintain the city assets, and 45.1 million in guaranteed payments would be paid to the city, even if there are negative cash flows. Any negative cash flows will continue to be funded by OSEG. If there are remaining positive cash flows, the city and OSEG get paid back based on what we've put in, which is estimated at 53% going to the city and 47% going to OSEG. Once we get back what we've put in, including interest, we each get paid back on a 50-50 basis until the end of the agreement in 2066. This proposed change to the agreement ensures that the city gets paid back at the same time as OSEG and are guaranteed some funding from the partnership. This essentially eliminates the waterfall distribution system, where the city was getting paid back last and was not going to see any distributions in 1.0. Other concessions made by the city and OSEG in the agreement include reducing the interest on equity to 5% from 8%, and OSEG will write off 30 million of minimum equity and accrued interest, and while the city will write off accrued interest on deemed equity. This model is a much fairer distribution of risk and return between the city and OSEG. Next slide. For Lansdowne 2.0, we have included a portion of the estimated property tax uplift as a funding source. We have not done this with any other city projects in the past other than Lansdowne 1.0 because there is no other city capital project that has included adding new residential towers. When we build a road or transit system or new library, we're not adding new residential towers. Lansdowne is unique in this respect. And if it were not for the redevelopment project, there would not be over 700 units built on this site or any of the additional sources of revenue for that matter. In 2020, Hempstead updated a study they conducted in 2013 in support of the official plan update. That report confirmed that building inside Greenbelt generates a net operating tax surplus of 32% compared to a 17% deficit outside of Greenbelt. Staff used this analysis to develop a net operating tax surplus for Lansdowne 2.0 estimated at 57%. What is unique about Lansdowne compared to other inside Greenbelt properties? Lansdowne is expected to bring in a higher than average property tax uplift. The average cost to provide services is calculated on a per capita basis, and it is estimated based on market trends that Lansdowne would have 1.6 people per unit. And we also removed some city services from the calculation that would not be incremental to adding new residential units to the site, such as overhead costs and services that are not relevant to the site, such as road maintenance. Therefore, it is estimated that the cost to service the new residential towers would only be 43% of the property tax uplift, leaving a surplus of 57%. So by assuming 75% of the uplift will go towards funding debt servicing for Lansdowne 2.0, it will leave 25% to fund city services. keeping the remaining 18% for the renewal of city-owned assets at Lansdowne. Next slide. This is how we expect to pay for the 16.4 million in annual debt servicing. 3.9 million will come from new development in the form of property tax uplift and potentially hotel tax revenue. That means 24% of the net debt servicing will come from the development alone. 46% will come from the partnership. The ticket surcharge includes 300,000 annually of guaranteed payments to the city, and annual rent of $1 paid by the partnership to the city will be increased to 500,000 annually, also guaranteed. The remainder will be distributions to the city from the net positive cash flow that will be shared on a pro rata basis between OSEG and the city, where both partners are paid at the same time. The remaining 30% or 5 million annually will be an investment by the city in its asset, which equates to 95.4 million in net present value terms. So for the net cost of 95.4 million, we gain a $419 million asset. The figures on the far right show the range of financial risks inherent in this funding strategy. We were very conservative in our estimates of the property tax uplift and only expect this number to vary between 700,000 less or potentially 1 million more annually. There's definitely an upside if the units built shift to more condos than rental, but we are currently assuming 2/3 rental. The line item with the most significant risk is the 6.3 million in returns from the partnership. The worst case would be if there were no net positive cash flows, and the entire 6.3 million is at risk. But with a brand new facility, the likelihood of that happening is very low. It could possibly be lower that by 2 or 4 million, but it could also be higher by at least 400,000 or potentially more. All positive and negative impacts would either increase or decrease the city's additional investment. There's also interest rate risk that could increase or decrease the 16.4 million debt servicing estimate, but we have time over the next several years to determine the most opportune time to issue the debenture to minimize that risk. Next slide. For partnership to work, the risks and rewards should be balanced. It is unsustainable to have a partnership that is so heavily weighted against another. If we compare Lansdowne 1.0 to a scenario where we start with 1.0 and then implement 2.0, OSEG's returns under 1.0 are projected to be less than 1% or 0.79%. And with redevelopment, this return improves to 2.07%. OSEG is not making a huge return even with redevelopment, but at least they stop losing money. This analysis includes all of the sources and uses of funds received and contributed by OSEG to date and projected going forward. Next slide. This slide shows all the sources and uses of cash the city received and contributed to date and projected going forward. Based on this analysis, OSEG is not making profits at the expense of the city. In fact, the city's return is significantly higher than OSEG's in 1.0 at 4.13%. And continuing on with 2.0, that return does decrease due to the increased investment in the city's assets, but is now more balanced compared to OSEG and slightly higher than OSEG's return. These graphs demonstrate that the proposed funding strategy is balanced and provides a positive return for both partners, which is ultimately what council directed staff to do, to work with OSEG to make Lansdowne more financially sustainable. Although Lansdowne 2.0 is not revenue neutral, the business case remains positive. When we take into consideration the benefits of the city of the agreement established in 1.0, the cost to the city if we do nothing, the subsidy we get from other sources of revenue, most of which are a direct result of redevelopment, the business case for Lansdowne 2.0 is positive. As I stated earlier, we are essentially gaining the value of a $419 million asset for only $5 million in debt servicing. There is no other asset that the city owns that would generate a stream of revenue similar to Lansdowne to help fund it. Lansdowne is a city-owned asset that will need to be renewed eventually. Now is the time to do so. I will now pass it back to Sean Moore to conclude this presentation.
Thank you, Isabel. I have 3 remaining slides, and I'll go through the next steps. There will be multiple touch points with council should council proceed based on the report recommendations. 2 key gates will be 1, project delivery model. Staff will engage a third-party consultant to review various project delivery models and will report back to council for council's decision on the staff recommended model for this complex project. The second is the final procurement acceptance. Staff will report back to council for council's decision on the final procurement acceptance prior to moving forward on awarding the contract and construction commencing. Next slide, please. A high-level sequencing of construction is illustrated. The event center would be the first phase with an approximate 24-month build. The north side stands as a civic center would be demolished, making way for a 30 to 36-month build of the new north side stands. And following that, the residential tower and podium could start around 2030 as a high-level estimate. Finally, on the last slide, in conclusion, redevelopment is key to making Lansdowne a 365-day-a-year destination with a capacity to attract more visitors annually and be sustainable for the next 50 years. The proposal for 770 new residential units helps pay for the project and increase foot traffic on site while providing for a better planning outcome on the site. The city gains and retains ownership of new assets with the event center and north side stands. And the city will be gaining a new stadium and event center costing $419.1 million and only investing 1/3 of that amount with a net annual debt servicing cost of $5 million to the city. That concludes the staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much to staff. And again, I want to thank you all for your many, many hours of work in the months leading up to today. Thank you very much. Just before we go any further, I just wanted to confirm that there are no declarations of interest. Is that the case? Are there any declarations of interest? Okay, thank you. Before we move to delegations, then I want to call for motions. If anyone wants to introduce a motion at this time so that delegates can speak to the motions in their presentations, I'll just ask you to introduce the motion. You don't have to speak to it. We'll have an opportunity to speak to it when we get to discussing and debating motions. So please just introduce your motion if you have a motion to introduce at this time. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that before we were going to do that, we were going to hear from our city manager, Wendy Stephenson. So just hold off on that and we will hear from Wendy and then go to motions. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor, and good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to extend my sincere thanks to everybody who has contributed to the report that's in front of us today. And I'd just like to take a few moments this morning to wrap up the presentation and everything that you've heard from staff. Council recognized the fact that the North Side stands and the Civic Center no longer support the expectations of fans attending sport and cultural events, and that financially, Lansdowne operations are not sustainable for our partner. Council also recognized the benefit and the importance of keeping Lansdowne Partnership viable and sustainable, and directed staff to complete the necessary and thorough due diligence on the business case considerations and bring back their recommendations on a viable proposal to achieve this. Public consultation was undertaken and the feedback received has been incorporated into the proposal before committee for consideration today. We've taken this feedback and our proposal reflects the changes that we've made based on the community's input and ideas. And we remain committed to continuing the dialogue and collaboration with the community as we move forward. In keeping with my commitment to transparency and accountability, the report was issued publicly on October the 6th to provide additional time for public review and for the EY due diligence report results to be included in that report and available to all. Staff believe that the report for consideration before the committee today sets the stage for achieving this objective and continuing the tradition of Lansdowne Park as a vibrant and exciting place for the community and for generations to come, recognizing that if the recommendations are approved, there are many, many steps and council approvals to come. Thank you very much, Monsieur le Maire.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there are motions to be introduced at this time before the presentations from delegations, please raise your hand. Councillor King.
Thank you so much, Your Worship. I do have two motions that I'll be introducing. The first motion is concerning increased percentage of revenue for the disposal of the subterranean and property air rights to be directed to the Affordable Housing Fund. whereas the city's affordable housing land and funding policy requires the sale of land include either 25% of any affordable development on that land meet the definition of affordable housing, or where affordable housing is not provided, ensure that 25% of the city's net proceeds be transferred to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund to fund the development of new affordable housing elsewhere. And whereas the report Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment recommends the aforementioned policy be waived, and instead 10% of the net proceeds of the sale of land be directed to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund. And whereas the value of the subterranean and property air rights disposal of $39 million was estimated through an appraisal by city staff and their professional appraisal consultants. And whereas the implications of the report would result in the allocation of 10% of the value of the subterranean and property air right disposal to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, estimated at $3.9 million, with the remaining 15% estimated at $5.9 million to be allocated towards the Lansdowne 2 project. And whereas the city has declared an affordable housing emergency, which makes it prudent to allocate more than 25% of the city's net proceeds from the disposal of the subterranean and property air rights to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, therefore be it resolved that the report recommendation be amended to direct 40% of the city's net proceeds to the disposal of the subterranean and property air rights to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, estimated at $15.6 million, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. And I do have a second motion, Your Worship, concerning community benefits framework. Whereas community benefit agreements have been negotiated in cities across Canada and beyond, and whereas this includes community benefit agreements that have been negotiated as part of large-scale P3 infrastructure projects, such as the Eglinton Crosstown LRT in the city of Toronto, and whereas community benefit agreements have also been negotiated as part of major development applications in Ottawa, such as the Manor Park Estates and Heron Gate agreements, and whereas the residents of local communities are broadly opposed to the current proposal, citing among other things a lack of community benefits and input, therefore be it resolved that the city establish a negotiating framework and a corresponding committee for the establishment of a community benefits agreement for Lansdowne 2.0, and be it further resolved that the committee have representation from city staff, from the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, from the 3 surrounding community associations, Glebe, Old Ottawa East, and Old Ottawa South, from the future applicants for development of the air and subterranean rights sold as part of Lansdowne 2.0, from the local ward councillor's office, and from the Ottawa Community Benefits Network. And be it further resolved that the objective of this committee is to bring a community benefits agreement forward to committee and council for approval by no later than 2 years following the sale of air rights at Lansdowne. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor King. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a similar motion, also speaking to increasing the percentage to be directed to affordable housing, but there's a slightly different flavor, so I'll proceed with it. We can get on the screen, yeah. Great, thank you. Whereas the report Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment report recommends that the requirement of the affordable housing land and funding policy, whereby 25% of the net proceeds of the sale of city land be directed to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, be waived. And whereas the report recommends the allocation of 10% of the value of the subterranean and property air rights disposal to the Affordable Housing Reserve Fund, estimated at $3.9 million, as opposed to the full 25%, and the other 15% be exempt from the affordable housing land and funding policy and remain as a funding source for the project, $5.9 million. And whereas the city is currently working on the housing long-range financial plan to align with the 10-year housing and homelessness plan, and whereas city staff will report back to council on the housing LRFP through the 2024 budget, therefore be it resolved that 15% exempt portion, the 5.9 million from the Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment report, be allocated to the housing LRFP to align with the full 25% as outlined in the Affordable Housing Land and Funding Policy, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. Mr. Mayor, I also have some technical amendments. Do you want me to read those in now? Okay. So I will start with the amendment to recommendation 6. Whereas with respect to the report, Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment recommendation 6C recommends to approve delegation of authority to the General Manager, Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development Department for the acquisition of the subterranean and property air rights for the retail development in keeping with the council approved acquisition of real property policy. Whereas after publication of the final report, an error was discovered in that the property rights were incorrectly described as air and subterranean for the retail podium. And whereas the correct wording for recommendation 6C should read property rights for the retail podium, therefore be it resolved that a revised recommendation 6C be approved by Joint Planning and Housing and Finance and Corporate Services Committee as amended by the following wording. 6C, approved delegation of authority to the General Manager, Planning, Real Estate and Economic Development Department for the acquisition of the property rights for retail development in keeping with the council approved acquisition of real property policy, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. And then the second one relates to revising page 33. Whereas with respect to the report, Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment, the executive summary of the staff report on page 33 states, staff have been advised that the city's auditor general will be undertaking an agile audit of the Lansdowne financial strategy. And whereas the auditor general has identified this statement should be broader to encompass all aspects of the Lansdowne 2.0 project, and whereas the Auditor General has recommended an amendment to the wording to fully encompass the scope of work of the Agile audit, therefore be it resolved that page 33 of the staff report be revised from staff have been advised that the city's Auditor General will be undertaking an Agile audit of the Lansdowne financial strategy. 2, staff have been advised that the city's Auditor General will be undertaking an agile audit of the Lansdowne 2.0 project, and be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Chair Kitts. We'll go next to Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll just wait for the Deputy City Clerk to put up the motion on the screen. Whereas the report, Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorized to proceed to the next steps of the redevelopment recommendations, the declaration of surplus lands and the disposal of either lease fee or fee simple for parcel A only, whereas council approved the business model and funding strategy for the redevelopment was built on the condition of the planned uses and sources of funds for the city's portion that maintains revenue neutrality for the city and is aligned with the long-term financial plan. Whereas City Council has endorsed Ottawa's housing pledge to set targets for construction over 151,000 new units over the next 10 years. Whereas parcel A represents the area of 2 proposed towers and parcel B was the located 3rd tower, but not recommended to be disposed of by staff, where staff recommend the official plan amendment would permit the maximum heights of 40 stories in the Lansdowne Special District, whereas the recommended zoning bylaw amendment permits the maximum height of 40 stories in parcel A and residential unit cap of 150 units at Lansdowne, but does not propose the increased height for parcel B. Heights permitted to the right of 38 meters or 10 or 11 stories, whereas staff recommended on the concept plan to eliminate the suburban and the mezzanine parking that supports the third tower to provide cost efficiencies for the city and the construction, simplicity of the project through staff due diligence and review. And whereas the third tower would introduce additional density to Lansdowne above the 150 cap unit and provide potential increased financial funding for Lansdowne 2.0 project. Therefore, it be resolved that the Joint Finance and Corporate Services Planning and Housing Committee recommend to Council the approval of the following amendments. A, recommend 6A be revisited to also include parcel B as surplus. B, recommend 6B be revisited to include parcel B for disposal. C, area A in document A be amended to include parcel B and the new L2C S258-A, the S258-B, the SXX1 zone. D, area N in document 5 to be amended to include the parcel B and the maximum heights permitted up to 40 meters. 40 stories, 138 meters. E, area A in document A be amended to include parcel B, and F, that the proposed L2 subzone be amended to eliminate the maximum parking requirements, minimum tower separations, and maximum unit capacity of 770 units. Be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Whereas Lansdowne 2.0 is a significant economic generator for the city of Ottawa, and whereas Lansdowne 2.0 is a significant investment by the city of Ottawa into its own assets and infrastructure, and whereas on February 10, 2021, City Council unanimously approved a motion directing the Chief Procurement Officer to identify opportunities to include and encourage the city's use of social procurement projects and social enterprises in city procurement, and the motion was accompanied by a direction to staff to increase diversity within the city's supply chain and increase opportunities for those experiencing economic disadvantage and within equity deserving communities. Whereas Lansdowne provides an opportunity for local employment, procurement, and entrepreneurs, including social enterprises. Therefore, be it resolved that the City of Ottawa develop a social procurement framework with Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, including its contractors, to increase supply chain diversity and increase opportunities for those experiencing economic disadvantage and within equity deserving communities, including providing training, employment opportunities, procurement from local businesses in the construction and development phase of Lansdowne 2.0. And be it further resolved that the social procurement framework detailed that employment opportunities at the stadium and event center include employment for traditionally underrepresented groups. And be it further resolved that the social procurement framework ensures that the retail aspect of Lansdowne 2.0 include opportunities for social enterprise businesses and local small and medium enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Vice Chair Gower.
Thank you. I have a technical motion to revise document 2. So whereas with respect to the report, document 2, section 2.1B states notwithstanding section 6.6.2 4H and section 4.4.62, a sports arena is permitted within the established areas of green space and public space as identified on Schedule B2. And whereas staff have discovered a minor error in document 2, section 2.1B that requires revision, therefore be it resolved that document 2, section 2.1B of the report be revised from notwithstanding section 6.6.24H and section 4.4.62, a sports arena is permitted within the established areas of green space and public space as identified on Schedule B2, 2, notwithstanding section 6.6.2.44H and section 4.4.62, a sports arena is permitted within the established areas of green space and public space as identified on Schedule B2. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Gower. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Chair. Whereas traffic congestion on site along Bank Street and throughout the neighborhoods adjacent to Lansdowne Park is a serious issue that hinders the success of Lansdowne Park. Whereas car traffic is a significant deterrent for those wishing to attend events in Lansdowne Park. And whereas the city acknowledges the elasticity of demand when it comes to fare prices and factors it into ridership and fare revenue projections. And whereas this acknowledgement of elasticity of demand means we know more people will take the bus if the fares are more affordable. And whereas north-south transit service has been particularly negatively affected in the core by the reconstruction of the O train line and by the delays of its reopening. And whereas even with the reopening of the north-south O train line, there remains a need for more residents to use transit on Bank Street to relieve congestion. And whereas we know from multiple surveys of residents on Lansdowne that transit access to the site is a major barrier for accessing the site. And whereas making transit more affordable is one way we can make the trip down Bank worthwhile for residents while also encouraging others to leave their car at home. And whereas enhancing access to Lansdowne is one of the most important ways to bolster economic activity on the site, therefore be it resolved that staff be directed to implement a low fare not exceeding $1 or fare-free transit pilot project for anyone boarding Route 6 or Route 7. Be it further resolved that the cost of this pilot be offset in part by increases to the ticket surcharges at Lansdowne. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas OSEG's original concept for Lansdowne 2.0 included a green roof on top of the arena and event center, which will replace much of the current Toboggan Hill. And whereas in relocating the arena, the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal would remove approximately 50,000 square feet of green space in what is currently a public park in an area currently underserved by parks. And whereas Lansdowne 2.0 anticipates a greater volume of residents and of visitors on site through the redevelopment, which means the need for green space is greater. Whereas the city has committed to applying a climate lens to all capital projects, which includes considering the benefits of green space provides in terms of stormwater infiltration, biodiversity habitat, and by mitigating the heat island effect. And whereas the city studied 3 options for the green roof, ranging from 4.2 million with limited functionality to 28 million for a publicly accessible option. And whereas the city's latest 2023 concept for the site does not include a green roof, citing expense as the primary factor. And whereas there was a significant public outcry for the initially proposed green roof to be made accessible to the public, whereas over 4,500 Ottawa residents have now signed a petition to have an accessible roof at the new event center. And whereas major event centers, including Fenway Park in Boston, the Target Center in Minneapolis, have integrated hydroponic gardens into their limited green roofs, with produce from the gardens being used in food production at multiple on-site vendors and with excess being donated to local food security organization. Therefore, be it resolved that the lowest cost green roof as identified in the report, document 12, being a fully modular green roof, easily pre-grown and easily removed or moved as needed after installation, be approved as part of the overall budget. Be it further resolved that staff be directed to study the feasibility of integrating hydroponic gardens into the limited green roof in conjunction with OSEG, existing on-site vendors, and local food security organizations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I have a direction to staff that I just want to make sure that we put on the table for transparency, and that's to ensure continuous animation of the site and to support the Ottawa music strategy, that all efforts be made to develop relationships with local event and live concert promoters to achieve the development of a mid-sized music venue at Lansdowne within the new commercial space as built as part of Lansdowne 2.0. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff, and we can address that direction at the same time as we are addressing the motions later on. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I have several motions. I'll wait for staff to get them up in order as we move along. I do want to just mention there will be likely a motion coming tomorrow as well that asks to send back the report for more consultation and to wait for the Auditor General's report for an independent set of eyes on this proposal. So that'll come tomorrow. But in the interim, I'm going to introduce motions as they're up on the screen. So if I could just ask staff to put the first motion up on the screen, and I'll begin reading them in. Perfect, thank you. Accessible only surface parking on Exhibition Way, whereas the increased provision of parking has a tendency to disparately increase the demand for parking, leading to an overall reduction in the ability to locate parking, whereas there are many residents who, for accessibility reasons, rely on private automobile use and therefore on the availability of parking at their chosen destination. And whereas the best way to ensure the availability of parking for those who, for accessibility reasons, rely on it is to provide accessible parking permit only parking spaces. Therefore, be it resolved that all surface parking spaces on Exhibition Way be converted to accessible parking permit only parking spaces. As for the next motion. That's just the other one got to come up.
This is the second motion regarding accessible parking.
It's the same motion. So I think click on number 6 there. Cash in lieu of parkland, whereas the staff report Lansdowne Partnership Plan authorization to proceed to the next steps in the redevelopment report advises that there will be no requirement to provide a cash in lieu of parkland development fee in accordance with the parkland dedication bylaw on future residential development. And whereas the applicable exemption in the bylaw references any development or redevelopment of a use undertaken in partnership with the city. And whereas identifying the rezoning and sell-off of air and subterranean rights for private residential development as a development in partnership with the city is a liberal interpretation of this exemption. And whereas the overall Lansdowne 2.0 proposal will see a net loss of existing parkland and green space that services the existing community. And whereas the purpose of the parkland dedication bylaw is to ensure that new density either comes with more parkland through parkland dedication or with a cash payment in lieu of it. And whereas the city should prioritize public benefit when selling off public assets, at minimum adhering to existing requirements like those in our parkland dedication bylaw. If you just scroll down. Therefore, be it resolved that a cash in lieu of parkland development fee equal to what would be required under our parkland dedication bylaw without exemption be made a requirement of future purchase agreements for air and subterranean rights at Lansdowne Park stemming from the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. This is about increasing access to Lansdowne, whereas traffic congestion on site along Bank Street and throughout the neighborhoods adjacent to Lansdowne Park is a serious issue that hinders the success of Lansdowne Park. And whereas in surveys conducted by both the City of Ottawa and the Capital Ward Councillor's Office, residents identified transportation to Lansdowne Park as a concern. And whereas transit is the most efficient way to move large numbers of residents from various parts of the city to Lansdowne Park, whereas transit frequency and availability are significant barriers to the wider adoption of transit as the primary choice of transportation to Lansdowne Park. And whereas routes 6 and 7 currently offer day and evening off-peak headways typically between 12 and 18 minutes. And whereas the existing frequency of routes 6 and 7 have not led to the widespread adoption of transit as the primary choice for transportation to Lansdowne Park. And if you could just scroll down, whereas existing shuttle service and park and rides used for large events at Lansdowne is a proven method of mitigating traffic impacts on the neighborhood and increasing accessibility of the site. Therefore, be it resolved that transit service to Lansdowne Park be increased by reducing day and evening off-peak headways on routes 6 and 7 to between 5 and 10 minutes, by providing shuttle service for mid-size events as currently defined by staff, similar to the shuttle service provided for Red Blacks games and other large events, and by establishing park and ride locations for mid-size events similar to the park and rides provided for Red Blacks games in order to provide greater transportation options for residents who do not live in close proximity to Lansdowne Park. And I think there's a few more. Okay, mitigation report. In the event that OSEG leaves. Whereas in 2010, the City of Ottawa entered the Lansdowne Park Partnership Plan with the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group to develop and revitalize Lansdowne Park. And whereas the initial terms and conditions of the LPP were established in 2012 and were based on an asset revitalization plan that balanced the risks between the parties, established a fair relationship where the city and OSEG aligned their respective investments and risks so that the city had a strong chance of repayment on its deemed equity and a reasonable chance of a positive return on the stadium investment, and that OSEG would be able to generate a reasonable return on their investment. And whereas the LPP has generated no positive cash flow since inception and no distributions, other than the repayment of the cost of the repairs to the arena's steel, sorry, one moment. No distributions to either partner, other than the repayment of the cost of the repairs to the arena's steel frame roof to OSEG as approved by council. And whereas the underperformance of the LPP has resulted in OSEG requesting that the city renegotiate the terms of the partnership to ensure a more sustainable arrangement. And scroll down a bit more there. Whereas the staff report states multiple times that if the proposed revisions to the LPP do not proceed, the city's partnership with OSEG could fail, which would present a significant financial risk to the city. And whereas despite this highlighting risk, the staff report does not identify appropriate and robust mitigation strategies or alternative approaches to maintaining the operating Lansdowne should OSEG default on the LPP. And whereas even if the Lansdowne 2.0 plan and the proposed recommendations are approved, OSEG still maintains the right to default on the LPP at any time. And whereas considering that the partnership hinges on financial sustainability and given the risks identified in the report, should the revised partnership not result in financial sustainability, the city should have appropriate risk mitigation strategies in place, including options for alternate paths forward. Therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to prepare a mitigation plan for Lansdowne Park to ensure a strategic plan for the city is in place should OSEG decide to default on the partnership before the end of the agreement. And be it further resolved that the mitigation plan assume continued operation of the Red Blacks and 67s at Lansdowne Park, whether municipally owned, community owned, or privately owned, and include the following. 1, options for maintaining and operating Lansdowne Park in-house using traditional procurement where necessary for contracted services, and B, establishing a non-profit corporation or board to maintain and operate the park, and C, partnering with an existing non-profit organization to maintain and operate the park on behalf of the city. 2, a comprehensive maintenance plan for the stadium and arena to ensure that they are both maintained in a good state of repair, and an accompanying funding strategy. Public realm enhancements. I'll go to the therefore be resolved that staff be directed to include 10 million of funding for public realm improvements identified by staff in document 2 as part of the project debt, and that the following improvements identified in document 2 be prioritized and undertaken as part of the initial work for Lansdowne 2.0. The redesign and reconstruction of the entrance to Lansdowne at Queen Elizabeth Drive and Princess Patricia Way to better accommodate pedestrians and bicyclists to ensure a clear pedestrian link from Aberdeen Square through the intersection of Princess Patricia Way and QED. Additional shade and seating throughout the site over and above what is currently planned. Forestry plan for the site, including floral plan along QED, improved splash pad and play area at and around the water feature, small band shell for varied events, and increased washroom access. Reducing car dependency on the site, I'll go for the therefore be it resolves that the following requirement are included in a future purchase agreement for air and subterranean rights at Lansdowne Park stemming from the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. A minimum of 3 dedicated car sharing spaces provided as part of the parking, preloaded Presto cards for the first occupants, and a minimum of 20 bikes provided on site for rent. This is about the traffic through Aberdeen's Pavilion and staff's analysis of it in the report and through the consultations. That staff be directed to remove through traffic from Aberdeen Square as soon as it's practicable. Excuse me, this should say Aberdeen Square as soon as it's practicable. Connection to Lansdowne Park via the Rideau Canal. I'll go to the therefore be it resolved. That staff be directed to negotiate with the NCC and Parks Canada to accomplish the following objectives. 1, boat up access to Lansdowne Park, and 2, a PXO on the QED at Princess Patricia Way. Be it further resolved that the mayor write to our federal partners to request funding for these initiatives. Transportation upgrades, just that therefore be it resolves. That staff be directed to add the following transportation infrastructure upgrades identified by staff in document 3, with the cost to be included as part of the project. Signalized active transportation crossings at Princess Patricia Way and QED. Signalized active transportation crossing from MUP across from Pig Island. Add protective bicycling facility on 5th Avenue eastbound at Queen Elizabeth Drive. Add protected bicycling infrastructure on 5th Avenue westbound between Monk Street and Homewood Avenue. install new signalized pedestrian crossing at Homewood Avenue, 85 meters east of Bank Street, create a two-way accessible link from Colonel By and Echo Drive to the canal at the Bank Street Canal Bridge, and extend the sidewalk on Echo Drive west of Bank Street to the gate/dead end. And those are part of the report documents. I'll go to the therefore be it resolved on the parking. Therefore be it resolved that recommendation 2D be removed from the Lansdowne 2.0 redevelopment report as written below. Approve an $18.6 million budget for the construction of a maximum of 140 parking spaces beneath the north side stands to be leased to the 3 residential tower owners and funded by debt, with the lease revenue offset by debt servicing to be paid from the parking reserve. And this is on the tower height and configuration. Therefore be resolved that staff recommendation 4D be amended to provide 1 tower height of 40 stories closest to Bank Street, and the second tower height be a maximum height of 25 stories, and correspondingly documents 3, documents 5, document 6 be amended. And that staff recommendation 4D be amended to provide a maximum floor plate size of 750 square meters to be introduced, and correspondingly document 3 be amended. That's shrink wrapping what we've said would be on the site. This motion is regarding the future purchase agreement for air and subterranean rights. Therefore be it resolved that the following requirements are included in a purchase agreement for air and subterranean rights at Lansdowne Park stemming from the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. A minimum of 3, sorry, this is the wrong one. This is just the incorrect language in it. Basically, it's looking to ensure fairness in terms of the OSEG partners bidding on the land that we would be selling off for the towers. And so that I can speak to that at another time, Mayor. We'll get it on the docket. I think that's it for now. Oh, no, transit service and increased ticket surcharge. So can just scroll down to the therefore be it resolved that transit service to Lansdowne Park be increased by reducing day and evening off-peak headways on routes 6 and 7. We spoke about this one, and that it's offset in part by increases to the ticket surcharge at Lansdowne. That was an additional piece. Just want to make sure we've got version control here. This is the 140 parking spaces. We've done that one. And motion 24. That's the bidding on air rights piece. I can read it in if you'd like. On the therefore be it resolves that no entity that is a party to OSEG partnership that is owned in whole or in part by a partner in OSEG owns in whole or in part any partner in the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, nor has any financial ties to OSEG, be permitted to bid on the sale or lease of air rights for Lansdowne 2.0. This is around our north side stands roof, that be it resolved that the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal and financial plan be altered to include a roof over the new north side stands, similar to the roof over the existing stands, and that the cost of the roof be included in the project for Lansdowne 2.0. And the last one's on affordable housing. I'll read it in its entirety. Whereas one of the 7 negotiating principles council approved for staff in relation to the replacement of sports facilities with contemporary facilities is affordable housing will be a key consideration in whatever is negotiated. And whereas when affordable housing was initially proposed by staff for Lansdowne 2.0, it was for at least 10% of units to be provided as affordable on-site. And whereas this commitment was to be embedded in the process to seek bids for air rights consistent with council direction. And whereas this commitment was to be a requirement for the successful purchaser of air rights and will be the baseline built into the agreement between the winning bidder of the air rights and the housing provider. Therefore be it resolved that the requirement that 10% of new residential units constructed as part of Lansdowne 2.0 be non-market housing units for the provision of affordable housing be included in any future purchase agreements for air and subterranean rights at Lansdowne Park stemming from the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal, meaning that the developer would have to develop some affordable housing sites, units on site in addition to Councillor King's motion around affordable housing. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. I don't see any other hands up. So if there are no further motions at this time, s'il n'y a pas d'autres motions à ce moment, nous commencerons.
If there are no other motions, let's start with the delegations.
And as you can see from the list, there are 86 delegations who are registered to speak on this report. And I want to make sure that we respect everyone's time. So I'm going to set some ground rules early. We are here to listen to the delegations. I want to remind delegations that they cannot ask questions of staff. Members of the committee will have, and councillors will have an opportunity to ask clarifying questions of staff based on your delegation at the end of the day. Delegations will have 5 minutes, and I will be firm on the 5 minutes and warn people when their time is almost up, because we do have a lot of people to hear from, and it's simply a matter of fairness. I would also like to remind delegations that they can submit written statements for consideration. Members of committee and council can ask delegations questions based on their presentation. I ask that you respectfully keep your questions to the issues brought up by the delegation. There will be time for debate and statements by members after the delegations. We will be taking the delegations in the order they are on the list. Individuals will not be permitted multiple speaking times or to delegate on behalf of other individuals. I also want to remind those sitting in the gallery that out of respect for the delegates and our goal of hearing as many delegations as possible today, that you not applaud or make noise during the delegations. If any registered delegation requires a disability-related accommodation in order to participate in this process and has not already requested it from the clerk's office, please email the committee coordinator or come see staff from the clerk's office here in the council chambers. So I'm hopeful that we can get through as many delegations today as possible. I'm prepared to stay late if necessary in order to hear from as many residents as possible. And I also want to, as I mentioned earlier, we will at a certain point, mid-afternoon, let delegations know if they are likely to be moved to tomorrow so they can accommodate in their schedules. So again, I want to thank everyone for being here today. Thank you all for your interest in this big decision, in this important city building proposal. Merci. And commençons par la première délégation.
Okay, let's start with the first delegation.
The first delegation, Richard A. Wagner. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillors, thank you for letting me make this presentation this morning. Yesterday, I sent to the committee coordinator and to all councillors, yourselves included, an 11-page written document which sets out the presentation details. This morning in the 5 minutes, I'll give you the highlights of that. And you can obviously ask questions after. There are 5 main reasons why I think the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal as it's written today is not the way for the city to proceed. And that instead, the city should either upgrade and renovate the current facilities, or ask OSEG and staff, city staff, to come back with a recommendation on how this can be funded with private sector money to either fund all or substantially all of the redevelopment with private sector money on some Lansdowne 2.0 or some variant thereof. Now, the first reason why I think this was not the way to go is the costs are far from certain. Mr. Greenberg even acknowledged that this morning. $419 million construction cost is a Class C estimate, which will increase over time because Class C estimates are not final estimates. Plus, the 419 does not include the 18.6 million for the parking structure. So, and third, the inevitable cost overruns are now going to be under Lansdowne 2.0 are going to be paid for by the city, not OSEG, which was the case under Lansdowne 1.0. So the total cost is going to be at least 437 million, probably a lot more. Secondly, the debt is problematic, and moreover, the debt service cost, because the debt is $331 million when you put the garage in there. Plus, we've got to add the 100 million approximately of Lansdowne 1.0 debt that's still existing, which is never mentioned in the reports anywhere. And that 100 million, if you put it together with the 331, is 431 million. And taxpayers of Ottawa will be paying the substantial portion of the debt servicing cost. The proposal says 5 million from per year from Ottawa taxpayers, plus 600,000 from the city's parking reserve. The parking reserve, where does that come from? It's tax money. Further, the proposal says 3.4 million is going to come from the tax uplift at Lansdowne. Well, that tax uplift is what? Tax money. So add that all up, it's $9 million per year in taxpayers' funds to service the debt for Lansdowne 2.0. It's not 5, it's 9. Third, if you add the tax servicing costs, which is paid by city taxpayers of 6.9 million to the Lansdowne 1.0 debt, your total debt service for Lansdowne 1.0 and 2.0 is 15.9 million for many years to come. Third, there's a high risk that the 7.5 million that's supposed to come from the waterfall and from the partnership may not, to service the debt, may not appear. In fact, that risk was identified in one of the slides from your finance person this morning. So if that 7.5 million does not arise to help pay the service, the debt, that's going to have to be plugged by Ottawa taxpayers. You add the 7.5 million to the 15.9, you're at potentially 23.4 million of debt service costs paid by taxpayers of Ottawa each year for many years to sustain this project. Fourth point is the cost of doing nothing is not exorbitant. The proposal has a number of 600 million. This morning we heard 400 million over 42 years. That's 9.5 million per year cost to maintain Lansdowne if the proposal doesn't go forward. But that's less than the 15.9 million in debt service that the taxpayers are going to have to pay for the for Lansdowne 2.0, and certainly if the windfall or the doesn't arrive from the OSEG partnership, which there is a risk of, then you're going to have to add the 7.5 million that's missing. So you're going to wind up paying up to 23.4 million, and the 9.5 million per year is much less than that debt service cost. Fifth, the functional obsolescence claim. You've heard it all many times. And the you know, when we read the proposal closely, it's based on various reports, including a report that says, and I quote, that the current north side stands and arena are not structurally adequate to allow for redevelopment into a mixed-use residential, retail, and sports complex with a life expectancy of 50 years. Well, that's true, because Lansdowne was never designed to have two towers put on top of it. And in fact, as you saw this morning, the whole reason for ripping down the stadium or the north side stands and the arena is to be able to make room for that parcel of land on which the two towers are going to be built. So what you're really doing, what's driving this proposal, is to get rid of these or to get rid of these facilities in order to make room for two residential towers to be built. So there is, I would submit, a viable option, another alternative that we should look to, because, you know, as I said, there's a couple of points. One is that in 2014, when Lansdowne 1.0 happened, the stadium and arena on the city books was valued at 134 million with a 60-year lifespan to 2074.
I'm sorry, I'm just noticing your 5 minutes are up, and apologize.
Sorry?
If you want to, your time is up, I believe. So if you don't mind just wrapping
Okay,
up very
I'll wrap
quickly,
up.
if you take 10 seconds to wrap up, please.
Thank you. I think you have two options. One, to stop this and ask staff to look at a serious report to determine what can be done to renovate this. The pyramids are standing, but so is the Louvre and other places with renovations. And all the alternative is to ask the private sector or to study on the private sector funding to fund this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your delegation. Councillor Menard.
Just a quick question, Mayor, is you've given us two alternative options. Did based on your own research, did you have a recommendation of which one makes the most sense that council should be looking at instead of what's on the table now?
I think the one that makes the most sense is to renovate, because I don't think public entities should be ripping down
Again,
viable.
Sorry, I'll just we will not accept any applause or any noise from the gallery, please. You will be asked to leave the gallery if you interrupt the presentations, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. I think renovating makes sense, because I don't think public entities should be tearing down structurally sound facilities and the environmental damage that cause and replace them with new facilities.
Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Wagner, for coming out today. And I did receive your correspondence and had a quick read of it there. You also noticed I introduced a motion to look at, obviously we have a housing crisis. We'll debate that later on. And we got to start flooding the market. We've had lands outside the Greenbelt removed. We have a real challenge now. We need more units. Just at a cursory glance, what are your thoughts of reinstating the third tower to be able to achieve some of those objectives?
Well, I think the housing crisis is both the affordable housing and the non-affordable.
I'm talking about the regular housing that we have a 2% right now vacancy rate. We got to start building and flooding the market, or we're not going to achieve the targets. We've even lost land now. So I just want to know, are you opposed to 3 towers, 2 towers, or all towers?
I'm not opposed to the towers at all, but I don't think public funding should be used to create the facilities for that. And that's why I think if you want to do that, let's see what the private sector can do to bank this deal.
Great. And my last question, and thank you again, I'll ask many people, where are you in proximity to Lansdowne Park?
I live in the Glebe, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
That's one.
thank you, Mr. Wagner. Thank you for your delegation. Next is Neil Saravanamutu. Go ahead
Mr.
whenever
Mayor,
you're
I
ready.
had a presentation that could we ask if that was brought up, please? There we go. Great. Let's begin then. Thank you very much. So listen, I've got one question for all of you councillors today. Are we about to repeat the mistakes of the LRT? I want you to think about that. And I'm going to read you what Justice Horrigan wrote in his report. The conduct of senior city staff and Mayor Watson in not sharing information prevented councillors from fulfilling their statutory duties to the people of Ottawa. Moreover, it is part of a concerning approach taken by senior city officials to control the narrative by the non-disclosure of vital information or outright misrepresentation. It is difficult to imagine the successful completion of any significant project while these attitudes prevail within the municipal government. Okay, so that's what Justice Horrigan said a year ago. It sounds an awful lot like he has predicted exactly the situation we're in today. So I want to break down what Justice Horrigan is saying. I'm going to start with that non-disclosure of vital information. So we know that the Lansdowne proposal is predicated on some very rosy financial projections. Does anyone actually believe those are credible? I've looked through them in detail and I cannot, all I see is a trust me approach to the financials. I would like to see a lot more to have comfort in those. That information has not been provided to me. It has not been provided to you. So I don't know how anyone can feel that they can take those numbers with any credibility. I want to talk about a second example of the non-disclosure of vital information that has just come up this morning, okay? And that is, you know, Sean Moore was talking a lot about air rights, but it's interesting, on page 82 of the staff report, the staff report says, moves away from solely air rights. So what does that mean? Moves away from solely air rights. And then Catherine Kitts introduced a technical amendment, a technical motion that said that needs to be called property rights for retail podium. So can anyone explain to me what's going on here? Are we no longer selling just property rights? And if we're moving beyond solely air rights, what does that mean? The only interpretation that I can come up with is we are selling the land. We are selling Lansdowne Park, okay? We are secretly, through a process that people don't understand, through language that is indecipherable to the average citizen, are we in the position where we are selling off parts of Lansdowne Park, okay? So that's obviously a question that you as councillors, I hope, will ask staff later today when you get the chance. But I would just go back to what Justice Horrigan was saying about the outright misrepresentation. And this is a point where we need to see the paperwork. We cannot take people's word on this. We need to see the paperwork to know exactly what it is that you're signing on to, okay? The second part of Justice Horrigan's statement that I wanted to touch on was controlling the narrative. So, you know, for instance, Mark Gowdy came in this morning and said, we had a really good year at OSEG. Well, really good, except for the fact that we lost $9.1 million over the course of the year. So let's be realistic about what that narrative actually is. We're also told this will cost taxpayers a mere $5 million a year. We just heard Richard Wagner come up here and tell us it'll probably be closer to 20. So are you prepared to burden taxpayers with an extra $20 million a year? That's like a 1% tax increase that you're doing through this program. Can I have the next slide, please? Another example of controlling the narrative is this question of what is the cost of doing nothing? is very simple. We know what the cost of doing nothing is. It's $1 million a year. Okay. The cost of this proposal is more like $16 million a year, maybe even more, maybe 20 mil, maybe in the 20s, as Richard was saying. So let me just, in terms of the cost of doing nothing, people will say, well, what if OSEG defaults and they walk away from the partnership? They've been running losses of about $10 million a year. Will that fall on the city? And that is, you know, a ridiculous assessment, because if OSEG were to walk away, we would pivot. We would find a new business model. We would find a new way to get people on site, probably be more focused on 9 to 5, less focus on the big events only. Just because they're bleeding cash doesn't mean that that will be the situation going forward under a new business model. So if I can conclude, councillors, a vote in favor of this proposal is a vote to repeat the mistakes of the LRT. But unlike the actual LRT, you have a choice this time, okay? You can choose to ask the difficult questions.
You have 15 seconds.
Choose to get the missing information, and you can make an informed decision. Or you can put on blinders, you can vote yes, and make the choice to repeat the mistakes of the LRT. So what will it be? Thank you.
Thank you for your delegation. Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mayor. And this is the concern that we heard today, and it'll only come to light in the last couple of days, is that it's a bombshell potentially here that we're selling off the actual land of lands and not just the air rights.
Is this a question for the delegation?
That's the question to the delegation is, okay, if that was to be the case, which it seems like there's a big bombshell being revealed here today, what would that mean? Selling off public land at this historic place that the city of Ottawa has owned for decades and decades. What would that mean to the community? I'll have a follow-up question for you as well.
Well, this is a real concern. I mean, we don't know, councillors, I'm not even sure you know what you're signing off on here. And it's very, as you know, if I can preemptively answer Tim's question, I live fairly close to Lansdowne. I use it almost on a daily basis, walking the dogs and all sorts of other activities. I want that site to be improved. I want that site to remain public in a public space. I mean, are we now opening the door that any park in the city is up for grabs? That all you need is an unsolicited proposal from a developer to say, I want to take off a little chunk of this park and we're going to start building housing on it. Yes, we have a housing crisis, but that doesn't mean we build on every single square inch of space in the city.
Okay. My follow-up question to you, because I'll have a lot of questions for staff about it. I've been trying to get to the bottom of that one question, and it's seems like it's come to light just today that we are selling off actual land, not just air rights. My other question to you is, what do you think is the missing information that councillors need?
Well, listen, the first part is understanding those financial projections. Okay, right now, as I mentioned earlier, we've got a trust me approach here. Okay, we know what I would like to see is how do those financial projections compare to the past performance of the partnership over the last 10 years? I would like to see how the past performance of the partnership has performed relative to the previous projections. I would like to see, you know, when the last annual report was presented, Roger Greenberg said, don't trust me, look at the retail mortgage appraisal report. We've tried to get our hands on that document, but we've been told from city staff that it's commercially confidential and therefore you can't have access to it. So, you know, these are just, but, you know, there's one other point that I think there's missing information that we haven't talked about. And that is, what is the risk assessment of different scenarios? So for instance, what happens if one or more of the sports franchises fold, which has happened in the past? What happens if the Senators establish a downtown arena and create their own entertainment zone? What is the risk here that we are, like, I want to know, what is the assessment that we could be spending $500 million to create a white elephant?
Councillor Carr.
Hi, thanks very much. I just have a really quick clarification question. Are you representing yourself or an organization?
I'm representing myself.
Okay, excellent. I just wondered because I know you sent an email out through your Substack that referred to you representing a ragtag group of volunteers, and it specifically targeted 5 councillors, talked about bringing the pressure on and to email us. I was one of those. So You're not representing that ragtag group of volunteers, you're representing yourself.
Well, no, I'm representing myself. I work with other volunteers. I mean, it's the community volunteers that are doing all of the due diligence here, okay? It's community volunteers that unearthed this
Yeah, no,
point
sorry, I just
yesterday
wanted to
about-
know if
about-
you were representing them or yourself, but I think I have my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Carolyn McKenzie.
Good morning and thank you. I had a few slides if they could be brought up, please. Maybe while we're waiting for those to come up, I'll just shorten things up by introducing myself. My name is Carolyn McKenzie. I'm here, I represent the Glebe Community Association, and yes, I live in the Glebe. Oh, okay, thank you. No, sorry, not me. Those are someone else's slides.
Mr. Mayor, we can't seem to locate the slides that the delegation has submitted. We will share them with members of council by email when we locate them. And if we're not able to locate them, we will follow up again to get another copy.
Okay, perhaps I'm not sure that's,
Do you want to step aside and we'll do a couple of other delegations while we find your slides?
sure, yeah, that's fine.
Is that all right?
Yep, that's perfectly fine. Thank you.
Okay, next is Laura Urachaga from the Old Ottawa South Community Association. Good morning, or is it, sorry, it's now good afternoon. Welcome.
It's already afternoon. So, good afternoon, councillors. Decisions surrounding Lansdowne 2.0 demand a lot of us, of all of us. And many people, including Neil and the ragtime volunteers, are working hard. We're all working hard on the behalf of all of us. But ultimately, these decisions require even more from all of you, our elected representatives. These decisions are not lightly made, and in our highest hopes, they will be made by each of you based on a careful analysis of the proposal, of its merits, its deficiencies, its wider impacts. Does it make sense? And does it make sense now? This is why the Old Ottawa South Community Association, OSCA, is here today. This decision will have an impact on the financial well-being of our city for many years to come. Projections indicate that the city, and therefore all of us, its taxpayers, will incur a larger debt than is currently forecast. The Lansdowne 2.0 debt, cautiously estimated at $419 million, will come on top of the Lansdowne 1.0 debt of $100 million. The promised financial returns to the city from 1.0 have not materialized, and the City Auditor General's report on 1.0 has not been completed. Does it make sense to make such an important decision before reviewing that report? Before we know whether the Auditor General's analysis will reach the same conclusion that others have reached? that the 2.0 financing model based on the same model as 1.0 may be unattainable, unrealistic, not beneficial to taxpayers? This is the most expensive project that you will be asked to vote on in this term. What about other council priorities? Where does this project rank among other priorities such as affordable housing and transit? What will Lansdowne 2.0 contribute to these priorities? Transportation, parking issues at Lansdowne and in neighboring communities, huge traffic jams on Bank, buses lined up on Bank Street Bridge with their engines running, traffic violations, all well-known traffic-related problems, discouraging visitors and communities. These would intensify with the 2.0 proposal, and yet there are still no concrete solutions to this long-standing Achilles heel. There will never be an LRT line near Lansdowne, so we need to address traffic and housing issues before we proceed. OSCA supports housing and affordable housing in particular in a form that does not detract from the Aberdeen Pavilion, which is a National Historic Site of Canada designated federally. It is the only surviving large-scale 19th century exhibition hall building in all of Canada, in our entire country. More than any other element of the built urban environment, heritage buildings define what is unique and distinct about Ottawa, contributing to all of our communities. As you consider this proposal, as you deliberate, please think, does this make sense? And importantly, does it make sense now? Does it make sense to proceed with a project hoping to obtain between $20 and $50 million from higher orders of government before securing a binding commitment for that money? With more residents and more visitors anticipating, more green space is needed, not less. Does it make sense to exempt cash in lieu of parkland from a development that will actually reduce the available parkland on the overall site? Does it make sense to proceed now with a project without a commitment to stay at Lansdowne past 2032, a short 9 years from now, from the teams that it is being built for? Please consider carefully, does this make sense? And does this make sense now? OSCA urges you to vote against the current proposal. We can do better, and we, Ottawa's residents, deserve better. Thank you for your kind attention and for your careful consideration. Ottawa is counting on all of you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Laura, for your excellent presentation on behalf of OSCA. I wanted to ask you, just given your own architectural experience and professional background, just as an individual here, what are your concerns with on the planning side of this? That we've obviously got the financial side, but on the planning side, with the way the towers are being configured now, is there some comments you want to make about the planning rationale and what is being proposed in the report itself?
So there are huge questions here. If the towers are being built solely to support Lansdowne and for the tax revenue that's going to be brought back into the project, as opposed to having that tax money go into all of the general projects that are part of all of the city, then no. If we consider increasing densities at Lansdowne in order to help increase densities generally, then that's a whole other question. Does this include affordable housing? How are we going to, in terms of its form, how is it going to be designed in such a way that it does not negatively impact the one and only 19th century exhibition hall that we have in the entire country? So everything is possible, but it has to be studied carefully, and we can't be using one thing as a Band-Aid to help something else. So I think that, a lot of people are working very hard. We need more people working even harder. so that we can come up with something that is successful for all of us for, many years to come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll go back to Carolyn McKenzie. I understand we have your slides now, so we'll get those set up.
Great. Thank you very much. And I'm here really, someone asked a question earlier of another delegate who they're representing. Did you say will be represented by others? But I'm really here representing myself this morning. So I'll start off by saying, after months of requesting transparency around financials and risk, last week a group, including myself, headed up by former Parliamentary Budget Officer Kevin Page, said, "Not good enough," after reviewing what was released in the staff report. Not good enough for a decision as important as Lansdowne. But transparency, it's not just about what's in a report. It's also what is communicated to residents. So when our leaders have been telling us that this will only cost residents $5 million a year and present it as a fact, no less, this is not the transparency or leadership I think we deserve. And for all the reasons, I won't repeat what Richard Wagner had to say, but for all the reasons that he laid out very, very clearly. I also want to mention just a few other instances where I think transparency is lacking, and there are things that have been said or not said today. One is this issue of the total parking costs, not including the parking garage, which is almost, I think it's $19 million. That parking garage, as I understand it, will be for the residents of one of the residential towers. It's not city parking. It is absolutely part of Lansdowne 2, this project. If someone can please explain to me why that $20 million would not be included specifically in the project, I'd love to hear a proper explanation of that. We will be pulling $600,000 a year from parking reserves to help pay for that debt servicing that will be required. That to me makes no sense. That is to me symbolic of some of the things that we're seeing and not seeing. The other thing that I'm not hearing, I didn't see it in the staff report. I didn't hear it again today. And it's in relation to this addition back, the motion to add the third tower is, where is the commentary from the city zone urban design review panel? No mention of that. What we hear is that the third tower was removed as a result of community consultations. Well, that is true that my community had concerns about the impact of those three towers. My understanding is that the concern, and the way I see it certainly, is that the impact of the three towers is on the success of Lansdowne as a public gathering space, first and foremost. So to the omission of the city zone urban design review panel, which very clearly requested and recommended that third tower be removed, is just simply not helpful to this whole discussion. And I guess the last thing that, and I've seen it in a number of emails recently, is the assertion that that somehow what we're spending here for Lansdowne is money that could not be spent on so many other key priorities here in Ottawa. I'm thinking about housing, obviously. I'm thinking about how we're going to fix I'll say the mess that we have of our transit system, both the LRT and bus services here in this city. To say that we can't use the $5 million, and that's just a starting point, not to mention the other funds that will be needed if the waterfall, sorry, does not come through once again. I just don't believe that is true. That is money that we can spend on significant other priorities. Can you just forward the slides? I'll probably get you to, another one, and just advance it one more time. I'm going to skip over that. What I've got here, these are the Lansdowne retail financial statements that I requested through access to information. Ultimately, what you'll see in this is for the retail leasing business. These statements, if you were to go to the city clerk's office and ask to be able to verify on it, these are for end of year 2022. But if you were, as a council, were to go to the city clerk's office today and ask to see the city statements, this is what you'd see: a statement, statements which are empty, which would tell you absolutely nothing. That is what OSEG is obligated to provide to the city. It makes zero sense to me that this is the level of reporting into the city that you have to actually verify what OSEG is telling you. And I'll say telling you.
You have about 30 seconds left,
Okay,
Christina.
I will just finish off, and Neil mentioned it earlier, but I think it's important because I think it speaks to the level of transparency here. In May of this year, OSEG came to Finance Committee and it reassured you that the retail leasing business was doing very well. And it's never been about whether retail is actually making money or not. It is making money. It would be hard not to make money when you're paying nothing for the land you occupy. A star performer. They then suggested that you should look at the retail leasing appraisal reports as evidence of that great performance. Don't take my word for it. And I'm quoting was what they said.
Okay,
Check the reports.
That's time.
Thank you.
If you just wrap up quickly, please.
Yep. And yet, when I asked to actually see those reports, because there was commentary that there was confusion or concern that it was unfounded in the community, I was told I could not see them. That's not good enough. That's not transparency. That's not good enough with so much on the line. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Thanks, Carolyn, for your presentation. I guess the question is really about the division that this proposal has created. It's created division amongst a lot of councillors, created division in the public, in the community. What would be an appropriate vision to come back that you think could create more unity for people? What's the process to get to more unity on a proposal like this, which has divided this city when we all ran on saying we want to work together to make sure that we're being more unified as a council table around this table? I heard that constantly in the election. And yet we have a proposal in front of us that is extremely divisive. So I just wonder your thoughts on how we get to a better unified position that actually brings people together that want to support this, that want to invest in this site and feel like they have some ownership over the results here, rather than what we're seeing now, which is huge division.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for the question. I guess my answer, I would go back to over a year ago, I guess, when this came to council. And at the time myself and others expressed great concern. We were being told that this proposal was just a check-in. We were being told that there would be community consultations, extensive, robust community consultations on the concept before us. Not to worry, no decisions are being taken. The train is not leaving the station, so to speak, with very and so that would be very difficult to turn things around if we discovered this was not the way to go. And yet here we are, and it certainly feels that way. So I guess the answer lies in the idea that the community was never asked. Randall Denley wrote just recently, I think it was Tuesday morning, a piece in the Citizen, and he finished off by saying, well, many people are being critical of what's before you, but no one's coming up with any alternatives. And I guess I read that and I thought, well, the city never asked. And when I say the city never asked, I'm not saying that the city didn't hold extensive consultations, and Charmaine told you about what those looked like. What I'm saying is that we were never asked about what an alternative concept for Lansdowne Park and concept elements, not how many trees, how many new benches, if we should be investing in important things to make the concept more successful. But we were never asked. And there are lots of, I talk to people within my own communities across the city. People have very good ideas, much better than the ideas that I have myself, I'm sure, that could contribute. It's about bringing people in. Right now, what I believe we see before us is a proposal that is being driven by OSEG. And that is not to criticize OSEG. If I was OSEG, I would be doing the exact same thing. I would be putting forward a proposal that I believe to be in my own best interests. They're a private entity. That's what private entities do. And there's nothing wrong with that. But this is a public, at the end of the day, this should be about public benefit. It needs to involve the public at the concept level. So I really think that we need to bring the public in to that conversation. It needs to be grounded, because otherwise there can be no trust in what we see going forward. And it, I don't, I don't enjoy having to file access to information requests to try and, and beg for information to fact check myself as I work through these extensive documents. But that's where we are. And it's really unfortunate.
Councillor Carr?
Yeah, sure. Just a quick question. Thank you for your presentation. You clarified that you're here as an individual and not part of the Glebe Community Association, correct?
No, I didn't say I wasn't part of the Glebe Community Association. I said that my comments are my own comments and that others would be representing the Glebe Community Association. Not to say that my comments, that there's not overlap, but I just wanted to clarify that my comments were my own.
Okay, perfect. So in the email you sent out this week, attaching Glebe Community Association comments and asking people specifically to target myself and another councillor.
Sorry, which email was this, Marty? I'm not.
It says, "Hi, Carrie, attaching Glebe CA comments to be submitted tomorrow. Gives a summary of key issues. Also the press release and financial backgrounder. Marty Carr in Alta Vista and Riley Brockington and River Ward need to hear from you. I'm also worried that Jeff Leeper will be swayed. Simply, do you need me to continue? I'm just wondering if that's Glebe CA or if that's you personally. If you could confirm that.
Sorry, you're going to have to, if you could show me.
You want me to pull the email up on screen? It's from carolyn.w.mckenzie@gmail.com.
Sure, yeah, that's me.
It was sent October 29th at 11 o'clock p.m.
Sure, okay.
It was to Carrie Rhodes at Public Health.
Okay, yeah.
Is this from yourself or Glebe Community Association?
It's from myself.
Okay, it just referenced Glebe Community Association. So I just wanted to make sure if it was yourself or the Glebe Community Association encouraging people to flood my inbox, but I think you've clarified it. Thank you.
If I can respond to that, because just even Marty, with respect, that intervention feels like an attack. I don't know if it's meant to be, but I'm just telling you how I feel right now from that intervention.
No, absolutely not. Sorry. I feel bad that I got all these emails because it's been a really busy week because we're transitioning another one of my community centers to a shelter. So it's been extremely busy. So I just wanted to make sure if I was responding to an individual or a community association, but now that I understand a little bit, I'll probably put a lower priority on
Point
responding
of order,
to some of
Mayor,
these.
I
Thank
don't,
you.
those types of questions to delegates aren't appropriate. This happens all the time with community members trying to sway councillors to vote a certain way because they have care and they believe in a certain thing. That happens regularly. So
Okay, I think we're
those types
finished
of
on,
questions
I think we're finished the
shouldn't occur
questions
here
on
anymore.
this delegation anyway. So thank you very much for your presentation.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, if I may, and
there weren't, your time is finished, unfortunately, and there wasn't another question directed to you. So that's.
yeah, I realized there was another
So
question, but there were also,
we'll-
I would say, assertions
Okay.
bordering on allegations very clearly. So if you can
Well-
indulge me just a minute.
No, there wasn't a question, so you don't have the opportunity to make a statement beyond what you've already said. So we'll move to the next delegation. The next delegation is Robert Brinker from the FCS for Planning and Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As a correction, I'm the president of the FCA, so I don't know how this happened that my association was misrepresented in the notes. Good afternoon, chairs and committee members. At our general meeting last month, October 18th, the FCA, the Federation of Citizens Association, presenting 70 community groups across Ottawa, voted overwhelmingly to oppose the Lansdowne 2.2 proposal that is being considered today. Our members are concerned about the amount of public funds, 419 million, that is being proposed for a public-private partnership project involving OSEG, Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, based on assumption and uncertain benefits. We believe there are far more important uses of our tax dollars than supporting a private for-profit sports corporation at Lansdowne Park. The FCA's membership, representing community associations across the city, from Cumberland to Canada, Lower Town to Manotick, have raised many concerns about the lack of transparency regarding many of the project's financial assumptions, which has yet to be reviewed by the city's Auditor General. This is not a local glebe issue, as the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal will affect all taxpayers, as the city will incur over 300 million of debt and not see the profits from the project's waterfall until 2047. We are asking for a new, meaningful public consultation to identify additional options for this important urban public space. Why not having a competition about the best ideas? Why settling for the first private sector proposal? In the meantime, OSEG should be held responsible to maintain the current assets as the stadium and the north side stands until the end of their life is reached. On this basis, we are asked the current Lansdowne 2.0 proposal to be rejected by committee and city council. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much for your presentation. You mentioned that you represent community associations from Cumberland to Canada, but it's my understanding that the Cumberland Village Community Association is not a member of the FCA. Is that true?
It's not true. It's a member of our association, and even one of their members is one of our board members. So you cannot be a board member of the FCA if you're not a member of that community association.
So the Cumberland Village Community Association is a member of the FCA?
Yes, correct.
I don't believe that to be true, but thank you very much.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Robert, thank you for your delegation. Thank you also for all the work you do with the FCA. It's really valuable for councillors to hear the perspectives, the unified perspectives of our community associations. And I do respect the line of questioning about trying to find out from whence do delegates come, whether they are local glebites or not. So just so I understand, what sounds like a strong consensus of opinion from your various community associations expressing strong concern about Lansdowne 2.0, that's a wide across the city position?
That is correct, yes.
And is it fair to say that includes urban community associations, outer urban, suburban, rural, as far and wide, like?
Even though at our meeting, as I mentioned last month, not every community association or citizen association were present. Yeah. Everybody who was present voted against Lansdowne 2.0. And to elaborate on it, we have received no, I would say absolutely zero positive feedback from our associations regarding Lansdowne 2.0.
And do you happen to know from memory, because I believe in my community, so in my ward, Ward 9, I believe several are active members of the FCA. Do you remember offhand if Trent Arlington Community Association, where I live, was in opposition of Lansdowne?
As far as I know, yes. Yeah.
Thank you. So it's a pretty wide breadth of concern from these community associations across the city?
Yes.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Brinker, for your presentation. Always good to see you. If we just focus on the process that this initiative has gone through over the last few years, not the actual recommendation, but process, given the FCA's immersion in this matter. And I don't want to put you on the spot, but can you identify or make a recommendation on how the process can be improved for future initiatives like what we've just gone through?
In a big project like this, or let's say upcoming Sense Arena, doesn't matter what it is, the city should go to every resident of the city with a blank slate. And then we should collect ideas, combine these ideas, consult them, and then at the end, once we have the best ideas, and this is supported by the majority of the city, we are the last ones who are not supporting it. So if there's a public consultation process open from the beginning on, we are supporting it.
Councillor Carr.
Thanks. I just wanted to follow up on Councillor Luloff's question about the membership of the FCA and the voting organizations. I noticed that one of the organizations that is on the executive and that is present is something called the Guildwood Residents Alliance Community Association. So that's in my ward. And it's a ward that had at its only mandate to challenge the development of the Federal Study Center. It's not a recognized association. I don't recognize it as a community association. I have 7 well-established community association. They simply split off to establish a community association to fight development at a certain site. So they have no bylaws. They had no vote to establish their membership. Are these things that the FCA looks at when they're accepting members? Or can any organization start up, call themselves an association and join the FCA?
We are calling ourselves the Federation of Citizens Associations. A lot of people are thinking it's community association, but actually it's citizens associations. If a non-incumbent organization is applying to join our federation, the boards decides if they are accepted or not.
So you don't really have any criteria. So I could start an association just for my street because I, want to put sidewalks on it, or I don't want sidewalks on it, and I could apply and be included.
If it's more than one person, definitely.
Okay, because in this case, it's an association of 3. So I just wondered. Thanks very much.
You're welcome.
Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming out for your delegation today. I do have the list, and I want to thank you and your group. I emailed back and forth, wondering who the groups were that actually voted, and it took a bit to get that information. But it sounds like there's confusion on who's part of FCA and who isn't. You used to have a pretty robust list on the site back in the day. As a matter of fact, Alan Hubley and I tried to standardize some of FCA, tried to help. We met with Bob Brankelbank. We tried to actually make some kind of structure. And, along with that structure, you would have the list of the associations. And since then, when it was about, I think it was 125, now it's 70, but I can't find that list of 70. Is that posted, or is it transparent, or somewhere that we could access it? Because I just got a communique from 2 of the people on here, one of them being there's a mention of the Cumberland one by Councillor Luloff. They say they're not part of it. It took several years for 2. I have no community associations or groups on FCA, by the way, and that's no slight. I think they do terrific work when it comes to things like we're looking at the insurance for rinks. They bring a real good voice, but with voice and groups becomes power, and you have to have transparency. So I guess my question is, where's the list of 70 members of FCA?
The list is currently with our treasurer. So, but
would you not simply just post it to your website?
Yes, we could do that. Yes, correct.
Okay, I think that would be helpful. Just go forward.
Yeah.
And I guess the other question is, my understanding from some of the people that were in attendance, it was a hybrid mixed virtual meeting, I believe.
It's a virtual meeting, correct.
And I guess there were some challenges where there was some people out of the 27, you say unanimous. They said that the what you voted on, there was some upside groups because they wanted to read the proposal, and there were some technology challenges getting on the screen. And then the vote was who votes yes, certain hands went up. And then before the hands went back down, the next question was who votes no. And I had a couple of groups that wanted to abstain, and they weren't able to do that. So I just want clarification on the 27 that they all affirmatively vote yes.
Yes, I did. Yeah.
Okay. And I've pinpointed on the map, it really comes down to 3 wards. There's a couple of others that are in question, but I'll follow up later on that one. But I do want to appreciate the fact other members of your organization did respond, but I think it would be beneficial to see that list of FCA members to make sure that they truly represent the communities that they're standing up for, which is a good thing.
Thank you to you, Mayor. I have no problem to sending out the list here. As usual, I don't know if you get the list because I'm usually not getting any response. If I'm sending it out,
just posting on the website would be probably the simplest thing. Go forward.
If I'm allowed to comment on Cumberland, if Cumberland send me a check, for me they are a member. Thank you.
Great. That was just one of the ones there. I actually have 2 others, so we'll be in touch. I think it's something we can discuss just to ensure go forward. FCA will probably want to have a role interacting with the city, and with that comes transparency. And I think we have to make sure we all take part in that. Our community associations, if they don't have those monthly minutes up there, boy, people get very angry about that. So I think go forward, we just want to make sure we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Hopefully we can just keep to the questions here about the report, right? I mean, we're talking about the report here in front of us and questions for delegates around the report. And I guess I just want to say thank you for the work that these community associations do, the thousands of hours that are put in for free to make the city a better place to live in. So thank you for what you do on a daily basis and the work that the 70 community associations or citizen associations make up. I guess Councillor Brockington asked you a question about the process and how you open it up. What would you recommend happens now, given the stage that we're in, the divisiveness that this has created? What would you recommend in terms of going forward?
In the interim, I would say pause the process. Go back to our citizens and ask, what do we really want at Lansdowne? I think that's the main process. Do we need a third tower? Should we ask as a resident, do we want to have a third tower? Do we have it next, built directly next to Aberdeen Pavilion? My personal opinion is no, but let's ask the residents to do so. That would be my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Kitts, Vice Chair Kitts, go ahead.
Yeah, just to comment on your last comment, what does the FCA want to see at Lansdowne?
The FCA wants to have a city asset, but without the whole risk of us paying for it. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentation, sir. Next up is John Johnson.
Yes, good afternoon, councils. Good afternoon, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I do have a presentation that I'd like to share. Okay, now I see how this is working on the screen. Give me a second here before you start the clock. I'd appreciate it. Yes, I created this presentation as a means to share my perspective on the proposal for Lansdowne 2.0. And I'm hopeful that its contents lead others to review the proposal, perhaps in a different light or with a different perspective, or maybe from multiple different perspectives. Forget the title. Expedience convenience is really just a perspective. It's not a condemnation. Risk mitigation and consistency are just contingency, are just themes that kind of fell out. I think of myself as a visual person, so my goal was to try and visualize some of these perspectives that I have and see if there is alignment and if there's opportunity to again look at this proposal positively or negatively in a different light. If we could go to the next, oh sorry, before you go to the next slide, we're there. The first thing I was going to look at was the park and the towers, then think about ecosystems, because I feel that that's missing from this report. Then look at the timeline from a couple of different perspectives as well. So if we can go to the next slide, please. All these slides are very dense. It's not my intention to go over each detail. I just want to speak to them so that it helps to understand what I was trying to get at. My first impression of Lansdowne when I heard about it, Lansdowne 2.0, is public spaces there aren't a lot of them with private residences. When you think of that, to me, it's creating a whole lot of new expectations around what are the behavior models going to be. Once this is done, what is it going to be like to be at Lansdowne Park? Some of the best parks in the world surrounded by apartments or residences, but they don't have them resident on the grounds themselves. I don't know if it was intentional, but it looks like we even took steps in Lansdowne 1.0 to keep that residential unit off the grounds proper. Certainly you can look at Lansdowne 1 and think that, we've done a good job so far. First question was the park area. You're reducing the park area significantly. Visually, you can see that. You can add public realm back, but what does that really mean in terms of the definition of what a park is? So to me, that was a big question. The report in general and some of the aspects of the different reports could be clearer, could be simpler as public people try to engage. I'm not going to spend too much time on this because I realize I'm taking longer. The image on the bottom left, I heard it through a lot of the sessions. What is that really going to feel like? Artist renderings can be deceptive. This 55 Eglinton Avenue West building is very similar to what's being proposed, so I thought I would work to superimpose them. I've done a fairly good job to try and stay accurate. The last thing I want to say about the towers and putting them there is what's the effect on the ecosystem? So we've talked a lot about Lansdowne Park. But in my mind, the glebe is a big ecosystem, and there's only so many gas stations, so many fire stations. We have a 40-floor tower now. What's the emergency services that have to happen? What are the changes that are going to happen by the time this is done? Is there going to be enough childcare spaces in the glebe? And does that affect the sellability of this thing? Can we go to the next slide, please? This one is a dense one as well, and it speaks really to the report. I feel that with respect to the parking and traffic assumptions, they feel a little biased. Really, I can ask the question from the points and the bullets that are highlighted, where will the visitors park? I don't know if I want to live in a residence where I have family members and my parents can't come visit their grandchildren without having to pay significant parking, or park in front of somebody else's house 5 blocks away. Is all that going to have impacts on the sellability of the units? And then what impact is parking and traffic going to have on, Lansdowne remaining a choice? I see the traffic report. I pulled these diagrams and information from that report. I felt it's still pretty obtuse. When I look at the Homewood number 2 example, there's supposed to be a private entrance to the main garage, which supposedly will have only about 315 cars. The presumption is an increase of 5 cars turning into that public entrance at peak time. I don't see how that's viable. And again, the assessment is very narrow around that ecosystem. I see the ecosystem being quite a bit bigger. And that second one is really, I think we need to understand what the impacts are at some of those critical junctions where people need to get on highways and get to work. Can we go to the next slide, please? This is a timeline, and it looks very complex. I've got a bunch of points on this because, again, these things came to mind as I looked at the timeline and
I'll just point out you have about 20 seconds left, sir.
Thank you. Quite frankly, I felt that there's a proposal cliff. Once the air rights are sold, we're having towers. I don't know what else you would build at 40 stories high. I feel there's an event horizon. After the north stands are done, all the proposed revenue sources have to come through. But once those towers are there, they're pretty intransient.
That's your time, sir.
Yeah.
If you just want to wrap up in about 10 seconds.
Can I go to the next slide then, please? Because I certainly a lot of
literally 10 seconds, sir.
Yeah, so this looks at the financials, and it really asks some of the questions that have been asked already. What happened to the projections of Lansdowne 1, and why is there so much confidence this time? I really hope this gets used to look at some of these different aspects of the timeline. And
that's time, sir. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I don't see any questions, so we'll move to the next delegation. Michael Crockett from Ottawa Tourism.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Michael Crockett. I am the president and CEO of Ottawa Tourism, and we are the voice of tourism in Ottawa. We work every day with local partners to attract visitors to our community, leisure tourism, business travelers, and my main focus today for major events. Our message today is one that would resonate through our whole tourism ecosystem, which includes about 40,000 workers spread across all of your wards, since Lansdowne plays a vital role in our destination's tourism attractiveness. But before I talk about Lansdowne 2.0, I want to remind you about a previous project from a little over a decade ago, the Shaw Centre, which is now quite literally the best convention center in the world. The Shaw Centre construction project was not without significant controversy at the time as well. But our community decided to invest in itself and build a world-class facility. And since its opening, on top of all the regional and local and national meetings it had hosted, it has also hosted 68 international conventions, welcoming over 60,000 delegates who brought over $150 million of economic impact to our city. If we hadn't constructed the Shaw Centre for the community, we wouldn't have seen the economic impact that we've achieved by hosting these business events. We would not have been a player in the international convention market at all. No one questions the value of that investment anymore because they see it. And we see Lansdowne 2.0 as our community doing the same thing for sport events. So today I reiterate our strong support for Lansdowne 2.0 to renew and revitalize Lansdowne. A new arena and event space will allow Ottawa to bid on and host more sporting and special events, bringing more visitors, business, and visibility to our city. This is an opportunity for Ottawa to position itself as a destination where sport tourism plays a bigger role permanently. To take advantage of this opportunity, we need the facilities that can help us attract more events and generate more economic impact. This is also an opportunity to take a leadership role as a key destination for accessibility-oriented sports events that need adapted facilities to operate, which cannot be found everywhere. Without modern, accessible sports venues, this is a growing and valuable sporting event community that we just can't work with. And that would be a disservice to underrepresented communities and differently abled athletes. A rejuvenated Lansdowne contributes more to a more vibrant and competitive destination for all visitors, which in turn increases the quality of life for all residents. Ottawa Tourism and OSEG, as well as other partners, have collaborated in the past in multiple capacities, including event promotion, to great success. Many of these have been strong visitor-generating events, such as the NHL 100 Classic, the Grey Cup, the Davis Cup. And just this year, we hosted the World Men's Curling Championship, the World Rugby Pacific 4 Series, the Volleyball Nations League, and of course, we'll host the 2025 World Junior Hockey Championship in this community next year. In fact, our 2023 estimates show that just those curling, rugby, and volleyball events alone translated into over 8,800 individual hotel room bookings and generated about $17 million of economic impact for Ottawa just this year, those three events. And this benefits a range of businesses, restaurants, boutiques, many of whom are SMEs in Lansdowne or along Bank Street, who are neighbors in the community and who employ our neighbors as well. But Lansdowne's success is actually the success of the whole city. Revitalizing these facilities brings benefits far beyond the vicinity of Lansdowne or even the glebe. And the benefits are not just to the economy. When we get major sports events coming to Ottawa, they also leave a legacy of mentorship and inspiration to our own future athletes. This is how we get our next generation of Brooke Hendersons, Rachel Homans, and Erica Weebs. When the World Rugby Pacific 4 Series came to Ottawa in July, the Canadian national women's team participated in a community visit with the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. Elders taught them about the land and their history. The players interacted with the community, setting an example of sports facilitating tangible steps towards reconciliation. So we can't forget that it's not just about the sporting event itself, but about the legacy it leaves for our community, the next generation of athletes in Ottawa, in Pikwakanagan, in Kittigan-Zibi, and the rest of our region. And all of this is why it's so important to rejuvenate Lansdowne. The facilities of TD Place are quickly becoming functionally obsolete, making Ottawa increasingly unable to meet the requirements of bids due to these deficiencies. This threatens to make us irrelevant on the sports event stage, just as we would be irrelevant on the international convention stage without the Shaw Centre. Smart, progressive, visionary cities invest in themselves. And before it's too late, we need to make these investments, evolve Lansdowne, and ensure we can continue to attract local, national, and international events to the site. We need to invest in ourselves and offer state-of-the-art facilities where other cities that did make these investments are going to pick up those events, bring the legacy of those events to their community. We'll have hundreds of millions of dollars of economic impact injected into their economy while we stand on the sidelines. And in light of all this, we are confident in OSEG as our partner of ours and in the dire need to replace Lansdowne's facilities and to make it a highly attractive venue with state-of-the-art hosting facilities. So we support the vision for our city to invest in ourselves by building infrastructure that will be competitive for years to come, winning bids, events, and positive word of mouth from locals and visitors alike. Thank you.
Okay, that was very well timed. Thank you. Let's go to questions. Councillor Johnson. We're going to committee members first and then members of council. So go ahead.
Hello, Michael. Thank you very much for joining us today.
Sure.
I'd like to understand from your point of view, I think some of the risks involved are the still unknown site for the NHL team and what they might want to offer in terms of a downtown location or even to stay in Stittsville. We're trying to understand where we should be making investments and whether downtown locations versus, you know, a more decentralized approach. Like this is something that's coming up for me with the Barrhaven new downtown, right? Like we are also building other sort of city centers, given our geography. Can you speak to how Ottawa Tourism sees the concentration of investment on these types of infrastructure projects like you've described and what we could imagine for a future vision of tourism within our city?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't it be great to live in a city with multiple locations for sport events and community events and economic impact like that? I think it's great. And you know, a downtown arena, for example, is something that changes the face of our city for sure. And that gives us the opportunity to do things that even we can't do potentially today with an arena in Canada. But we promote the whole city, and we know where visitors go in the city as well. But we also try to disperse visitation throughout the city, throughout the community as well. So we need to have those nodes of attractiveness throughout the community for sure. But we've seen, we've seen what Lansdowne has done for that part of the city as an attractive force for visitors. It was a parking lot. When I moved here, it was a parking lot. I never went to it at all, and now I'm there at least weekly because of the events that are taking place. So replicating that, on a different scale in other parts of the community is important for us too.
So you don't imagine there to be a future risk of competitiveness between an investment at Lansdowne and other downtown sports arenas?
They'll be competing for some events with each other for sure, but that happens in all cities our size where they've got multiple facilities for things like that. And the arena that's being proposed for Lansdowne would be the perfect venue for certain events that a new arena downtown will be far too big for example. So yeah, it's nice to have different sized venues for different types of events for sure.
And just final question, excuse me, do you imagine there to be an impact of the transportation network when you compare the Shaw Center to the Lansdowne site? I can't imagine there's not a direct relationship between the convenience of the Shaw Center being located where it is and its success.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not I'm an aviation transportation expert, but not a ground transportation expert. But I think that's there's a solutions to that, I think, as well. I'm a person who's gone to Red Blacks games on the shuttles for years, and it works. There are ways to get around transportation challenges for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. I wanted to ask about a specific element of the report that is with regard to the tourism dollars that come from hotels. In this proposal, it's proposed that there might be a 111 space hotel on site, and that the tourism dollars from that would, instead of going to tourism Ottawa, be redirected to helping to pay off the large debt we would take on. Are you in favor generally moving forward of new hotels having those tourism dollars go to public amenities that are nearby those hotels, or do you prefer that they stay with Ottawa Tourism?
Yeah, that's a great question, Councillor. In fact, we have had the chance to talk to city staff about that part of the proposal. And you're right. I think the premise behind the municipal accommodation tax is that everybody contributes to it and it benefits the entire community. And that's the way that we would approach those discussions with the city as well, is to say, let's not carve out one individual hotel and the revenue that's coming from that hotel's municipal accommodation tax to go to support something directly in that neighborhood. Let's put it all together, and then let's talk about what the ways that we can work together to support some of the things that are happening at Lansdowne, for example. And we do that already with our major event fund, where it supports a lot of events that do go into Lansdowne. So yeah, it's a good question.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate hearing Ottawa Tourism's perspective. But you did mention the Shaw Center, and I just wanted to clarify that the ownership structure for the Shaw Center is very different from what we're considering here today, correct?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify, I think a lot of us around the table, it's not a question of whether we would like to see good things happen at Lansdowne. It's a question of whether taking on $500 million of city debt is the right way to do that. And we do have other examples of successful projects that have had enormous benefit for the city that are structured quite differently. So I just wanted to be clear on that. Is there something specific about the way the Shaw Center's governance and finances are structured that you think led to its success?
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. It's on a private piece of land, but it's provincially owned. So it's a provincial government crown corporation, but it was also invested in by the city, by the province, and by the federal government. So all three levels of government were investing into that, not with the intent of receiving money back as a payment from the Shaw Center, but understanding that the benefit that comes from it is from the community. It is the economic impact that comes from hosting events that we wouldn't otherwise be able to host in our community. So it's not necessarily a dollar for dollar return back to the city in that case for the investment, but it is a massive economic impact that supports businesses, supports workers, that then generates that resulting economic impact back in taxation revenue to the city as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Crockett. Does Ottawa Tourism have a sports strategy? Do you have sort of a grand vision for the city? And can you just very briefly share with us what that is?
Yeah, for sure. And it's a great question. And we're very much aligned with the city on that, because many of the facilities for sporting events are city owned. So for example, we work closely with OSEG in the city on things that can be housed at Lansdowne. But for instance, Councillor, you wouldn't see us going after national or international aquatics events, because we just don't have the facilities in this community. So we don't even bid on things like that. So we have a strategy that works closely with the economic development team at the city on major events. And it is about what facilities we have, what venues we have, what expertise we have, what volunteer bases there are for things like that. So curling is a great example, right? Where the curling community in this region comes time and time again with the volunteer base, the expertise to run massive events in partnership with Curling Canada and others. So that's what the strategy really revolves around, is one of the right things for our community.
Thank you. And you acknowledge that you're not a transportation expert per se, but I do want to know if Ottawa Tourism has any comment on, there are transportation related challenges now at Lansdowne, irrespective of 2.0, that are causing a number of ripple effects that will be compounded should this be approved. Does Ottawa Tourism, this obviously has to impact the ability for people to travel through the core. It's got to impact business. It has to impact people coming and leaving Lansdowne. So what's the position of Ottawa Tourism on this matter?
Well, it helps when Queen Elizabeth Drive's open. That's for starters. That helps us. I would also say, yes, it is a conversation that we have at our Tourism Development Council table. In fact, as recently as last month, talking about Lansdowne 2.0 specifically. And even, we're fortunate that we have people there from the NCC, we have Parks Canada, we have the city, we have lots of representatives on that council that we're talking about, are there ways to use the canal even for better transportation access? I know there was a motion introduced on that earlier today too. All those things I think are acknowledged by our industry for sure, but there are also things that there are solutions for. Now we can't implement transportation solutions, but I think that there are ways to enhance access to the site for sure.
Councillor Kelly.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I was just about to unmute myself on Zoom there, but don't need to do that. Thank you very much for being here. Just want to go back to something that we heard as part of OSEG's presentation. Something that I really caught my attention was that Kingston and Gatineau, and I think I heard another city mentioned as well, but I don't recall, have facilities that are able to offer amenities that we are not able to offer at Lansdowne, or what used to be called the Civic Center. Capital city of 1 million people now. I'm sure our population is set to grow by a few 100,000 people by the time, we're mid-life cycle in a new building. What sort of opportunities are we missing out on right now as a result of that? And is there a quantifiable, can you quantify the opportunities that we're missing out on and what that would mean to the city if we were not missing out on that?
Yeah, maybe I'll answer it a couple of ways, but I also want to be a little bit cautious, because these are all competitive environments that we're in, where if there's an event that we're bidding on against another community, we want to be careful that we're not, giving anybody else an advantage over us in terms of that competitive aspect. But there are absolutely events that will not welcome our bids because of the quality of the facilities that we have at Lansdowne. And there are a couple, and I think you'll actually hear from at least one coming up later, either today or tomorrow or whenever it gets there, that will probably be able to speak to it firsthand. There's an event that we had booked for 2 national championships in Ottawa. One has taken place already. One was for a future year. And after the first year of experiencing the venue, they took the second year away from us. So and yes, we can quantify that because we know what the economic impact is of an individual event like that. We measure every single sport event that we're involved with. We measure it from an economic impact standpoint. And even the small ones are usually in the millions, in the low millions, and the big ones up to a Grey Cup or something like that can be, and a World Juniors would be well over $50 million of economic impact. So yeah, these are impacting us. And the second piece I'll add, Councillor, is on the accessibility side of things. We have successfully carved out a bit of a niche for ourselves in inclusive sport in Ottawa. So we have the World Wheelchair Basketball Championships coming. We've had the Masters Indigenous Games a couple of times coming to our community. The Bingham Cup gay rugby tournaments. We've done a really good job of bringing those events to our community. But we're going to be able to do fewer and fewer of those things because our facilities are just not accessible as they should be. So you talk about the new facility in Gatineau, brand new facility built to the latest standards. It'll be much more accessible than what we have today at Lansdowne.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. Councillor Carr? Oh, sorry, no, sorry, Councillor DeRoche.
Thanks, Mayor, and thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Michael, for your work and your work of your organization. I know we face some significant competition for these events across Canada and across North America. So kudos to your staff, and thank you for providing some feedback today. The sports obviously get a lot of attention, and they're important to our community, and the women's hockey, professional hockey associations coming to Ottawa, which I think is great. But the cultural aspects, the cultural programming, cultural initiatives that we have are also equally important. I'm not sure, there may be disagreement on this file, but certainly there was agreement as a council on the night strategy, for example, and how do we animate that? I think that was, unanimous support for that strategy. So could you just talk about that night strategy that we've approved and how Lansdowne fits into our cultural support, cultural initiatives that we want to see on an ongoing basis?
For sure. Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm not much of a night owl myself anymore, but we are very happy to be part of that, the night economy strategy study and the discussions around that as well. But and absolutely, Lansdowne, I talked about sports mostly today, but from a cultural perspective, it has also become an extremely important hub for our community. And we've worked with OSEG on some of those things. We identified a gap in Ottawa's market a few years ago of a Christmas market, something that takes place in a lot of other communities that we just didn't have a big citywide one. We put out an RFP. OSEG were the successful bidders for that, and now we have a pretty well developed, expanding, longer season Christmas market. Imagine what it's going to be like next year with the World Junior Championships taking place, right at Lansdowne as well. So there's things like that we worked collectively on together. Think of things like Saunders Farm investing in bringing the sawmill to Lansdowne, things like that for the community as well. But there's other visitor driving cultural things that take place there, including some after dark as well. So things like some of the biggest festivals that we have, City Folk taking place there. You think of Escapade, for people who don't know the economic impact of Escapade, it perhaps has the largest proportion of out-of-town visitors coming to our community and taking place at Lansdowne. So, it has a huge visitor impact, a huge tourism. We talk about it being an export business. This is people earning their money in other communities, choosing to come to Ottawa, choosing to come to Lansdowne, to go to Escapade and spend their money here supporting our businesses and our workers. So those cultural pieces of business and those nighttime pieces of business, and maybe there is a new entertainment venue that goes in there, a smaller one as well, that helps that nighttime economy as well. Those are all critical pieces to expanding the visitor economy and that impact in our community. So thank you, Councillor.
Thank you for your answer, and thank you again for your participation today. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor DeRoche. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for all your hard work. We've worked together over many, many years, and I'm impressed how you got through. COVID's not over, we know that, but you know what I mean, about how we've managed to revive ourselves, which is great. And I'm glad to hear someone's going to be speaking on the fact about the condition of the facilities. I remember after we even got Lansdowne 1.0 open, and there was a USC event, and it was like 300 degrees in there. The air conditioning wasn't working. I'm assuming these are some of the groups that are saying, yeah, we're not coming back to this. It's not meeting the tests of what we require to be able to hold international events or national events.
You're bang on. That's exactly right. There are a multitude of those that have had a negative experience, or just the specs don't meet their standards anymore, for sure.
Yeah. It's unfortunate because that was a good event. The other thing, I just got to take the opportunity now, because it all ties together. We've heard about transportation. I think people know my views about the QED being a major connector. I mean, the NCC is focused on $8 million barns and other things, but what's your thoughts on the Queen Elizabeth driveway as a connectivity? Because of course, I'm hearing from the community itself that abuts it, that are concerned about the traffic in the neighborhood as well. Is this a major component as well in your mind from a tourist perspective to keep that driveway open?
Yeah, it's significant from a couple of perspectives. Yes, it's significant from an access perspective for sure, but I'll also put a different spin on it as well. So, I'm from Winnipeg originally, and in Winnipeg, the drive between the airport and downtown is one of the ugliest drives in the country, and we spent years trying to find ways to beautify that. And here we have in Ottawa, one of the most beautiful drives between an airport and a downtown. If you're coming to Centertown, you take Bronson, you get to Queen Elizabeth, you take Queen Elizabeth into Centertown along the canal. We have, it perhaps is the most beautiful drive between an airport and a downtown area in the country. And blocking that off from visitors arriving to our community, to me, does a disservice to our brand and to the beauty of the canal that we have to share with the country and the world. So it's important from a couple of reasons, from a tourism perspective.
Great, thank you. And I do have lots of friends on FCM that are from Winnipeg, beautiful city, by the way. So I'll throw that out there, but I think we're still better. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Michael, thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much for the hard work you do trying to, help our city thrive as a tourist destination. And I do appreciate having that perspective on how this project impacts tourism and so forth. And so I just want to zero in a little bit on the various questions, or follow up on the questions that we're having just now recently about transportation and traffic and so forth. So, with the safe assumption that a lot of our tourists do stay within the downtown core, and that your objective is to try to ensure that their interaction between wherever hotels they stay in and Lansdowne is a good one. And I can only assume, that to a certain extent, when we have massive congestion issues around a tourist destination, that puts a bit of a bad taste in the mouth of tourists, and you want to reverse that. So we have on the table from Councillor Menard many motions that have to do with addressing that issue of traffic congestion. We have motions about using the canal as access, about reducing parking, transit enhancements, safety enhancements on the QED. So not that I'm asking you to weigh in specifically on every motion, but if the spirit of those motions is to just reduce congestion, increase flow, get people to and from Lansdowne in a better, cohesive way. Can I assume that from a tourist perspective, you would be generally in support of those kinds of motions?
So, yeah, I mean, it's a tricky question to answer generally in support, because we did go through them pretty quickly there, and it's hard to say. I think access is important. However, I would say a couple other pieces on that too. I mean, I'm not a resident of the Glebe, so I'm not putting myself in the shoes of Glebe residents, but this is, to me, citywide, a problem that we should be embracing, because this means that we've built something that people want to go to. And we built a place, I think it's Yogi Berra who said nobody goes there anymore, it's too busy, too many people there. I mean, we built a place that requires a solution, which is great because it means it's successful. It means that people want to go there. We're trying to build something that people want to continue to go to. I would say, in answer to your question, Councillor, there's probably a layered approach to it. And I think the city has started, whether it's intentional or not, has started down that path with things like scooters and looking at things like rentable electric bikes and things like that we can do in this community. And some of our members rent those bikes. So there are ways that we can work together on access to Lansdowne that doesn't necessarily require increasing the flow of vehicles to Lansdowne too. So all those things are important as to any venue, but also those are things that happen at every venue. I think you've probably been to sports venues around the world as well, and every single one of them has transportation challenges. It's hard to build a transportation network for that one single maximum capacity event. So you've got to build flexible solutions for that as well. And I think OSEG has done a great job of doing that for those big football games and big events that do drive a lot of traffic. But there are, I'm sure, a number of Councillor Menard's motions would help to do that. But there's probably a lot of other solutions that could be worked on together too.
Yeah, because I know that we have a lot of hotels, in the outlying region as well, but we have a downtown revitalization strategy.
Absolutely.
I'm sure that Ottawa Tourism is always looking to how can we make the downtown tourist experience from an active transportation experience better? And so I guess I'm just looking from a tourism lens. I can only assume that whatever we can do to make the experience of getting to and from Lansdowne from that short distance from like the Elgin to Lansdowne without having to rent a car, let's say, for the out of town tourism is probably in the best interest of Ottawa tourism in general.
Let's word it this way. The brand of a community, the brand of a city is the sum total of people's experiences that they've had here and the stories that they tell when they go home. So we need them to have a positive experience if they're coming from downtown to Lansdowne and back. Absolutely, that's part of the brand of our city that's going to be developed with this project.
It was a nice walk to get there as opposed to, gosh, took a long time in traffic.
Yeah.
You'd like the first one on the brochure.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Councillor Carr?
Thank you very much. One thing that I found out in my discussions about the future of the arena at Lansdowne is that the Professional Women's Hockey League that signed with Ottawa included in their contract the fact that they have the right to leave Ottawa if the arena is not replaced. And given that there's only 6 teams, I understand, I'll follow women's hockey too much, I will admit. I understood that they chose Ottawa over Washington specifically for the location. And I'm wondering what your estimate would be of the economic impact of the team coming. And then if we did proceed with a no vote on this proposal today, or I don't think the vote will happen today, over the next week or so, if it was a if it was a no vote, what that could potentially mean for Ottawa once you have an established team here.
Well, you're giving me new information, Councillor, so I didn't know that about the women's team, but that's I think that's a startling statement to make about what we're talking about today, is that there's a real threat that's in writing, it sounds like, for what will happen. And I wish I had an economic impact of what that team would bring. I think it's such a unique addition to our sports landscape in this community that we will probably see a good deal of visitation coming to that. And what's great working with OSEG, we know that we can partner with them, and they understand the postal code data, for instance, of people who are purchasing tickets. So we understand how many are coming from out of town sometimes, and we can measure what the economic impact of the visitor portion of some of those events is. So that'll be something that comes over time. But that threat of that team leaving and losing that economic impact is significant. But how many of those other ones, and Councillor Tierney talked about one, how many of the other ones do we just not know about, that we just can't bid on, or that aren't willing to come to Ottawa because of the lack of appropriate facilities? We know what the economic impact of the things that we have are, but the economic impact of the things that we're not able to go after is growing by the year for sure.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Bradley?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Michael, for your delegation. Having state-of-the-art facilities is obviously beneficial from a tourism perspective, but I would say that having vibrant and healthy and well-connected communities is also important, and both require investments. So a few of my colleagues have touched on the importance of a transportation plan to Lansdowne, but I'm wondering if Ottawa Tourism can comment on the general state of our transit system in the city and how that impacts tourism and how people might feel about visiting our city.
I mean, I'm not a transit expert either, Councillor, but I can tell you that we are excited about what the transit system in this community can bring to us. And in fact, we have partnered with the city to find ways to offer free LRT and free transportation on transit for convention delegates when they're coming. So we are covering the costs of that because we think it is an important way to get people to be using the transit system here as well. So yeah, we do need a reliable, efficient system that serves our visitors' needs as well. But it can do amazing things when you think about delegates staying in the on the west end of downtown, for example, who can go downstairs within their hotel to the LRT station, take it over a couple of stops to the Shaw Center, and not even have to get outside in January to move between their hotel and the convention center. Those are things that we can sell as part of our destination, which just makes us more and more attractive to convention planners and to delegates too.
I couldn't agree with you more. And I think that this debate is somewhat boiling down to what's the biggest priority for our city. And another priority for our city is housing and addressing our homelessness issue that we have. And I'm wondering, because you had said previously that, you know, having a good experience in the city of Ottawa might breed more tourists coming here if they talk about the positive experience that they had. So for example, we have a homelessness issue in the city of Ottawa, and it's affecting some of our key destinations like the Byward Market. So how would you say that that issue is affecting tourism in Ottawa?
Yeah, I'm not sure it's related to this particular project, but the mayor would know this because we've talked about it many times, that is a significant challenge for our tourism industry today. And for the exact reasons that we just talked about with Councillor Devine too, that the brand is the sum of the experiences that people are having in our community and the stories they're telling when they go home. And you can imagine what some of the stories that people have when they go home after some of the experiences that they have as a delegate in our downtown community. And that can present a challenge for us to sell the community for the next convention coming to town. So it is important, absolutely, and that's why we're committed to working with the city. We can't build houses, we can't fix problems on our own, but we can be part of a solution by bringing vibrancy, bringing events, bringing people to downtown, to the Byward Market, and to our community to help increase that vibrancy and hopefully also increase the economic impact of the visitor economy here, which is then beneficial for the city as a whole as well from a financial standpoint too.
Thank you for that comment. I appreciate that that's slightly outside of the scope of this particular project, but in this project, we are being asked to waive our affordable housing policy, and there are no affordable units being proposed on site. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that in doing so, we might be disadvantaging our city from a tourism perspective if we're not investing in housing. So thank you for your delegation.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation and for answering the questions. Thank you. Next is June Creelman.
Is this on? Yes. Hi. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm June Creelman. I'm a vice president of the Glebe Community Association, and I am speaking for the Glebe Community Association today, and I am obviously a resident of the Glebe. So our submission is in your binders, and we did send it out a few days ago, so I hope you had a chance to look at it. And it sets out multiple reasons why we urge you to reject this plan, as well as the rezoning and official plan amendment applications. The previous delegates have spoken, or several previous delegates have spoken to the financial risks of Lansdowne 2.0, but I want to speak to the fact that even if it were financially responsible, we don't think this is a good plan and it will not lead to a successful Lansdowne. And to lighten it up, I thought I'd go David Letterman style and say, here are the top 10 reasons why you know this is a bad plan. So reason number 10. We live in Ottawa with our great weather, yet we're not building a roof on the north side stands. Reason number 9, we know another major arena is likely to be built downtown, but we're pretending this doesn't matter. Number 8, there isn't a single transportation solution in the plan as is, even though we know that there is a problem with people getting to Lansdowne for most people in Ottawa and tourists too. Reason number 7, we have a unique national heritage site in the Aberdeen Pavilion, but instead of highlighting it, we're considering adding a third tower that will crowd and diminish it and take away the central piece of this beautiful park. In fact, reason number 6 is it's called Lansdowne Park, but we're reducing the park by quite a bit. Reason number 5, the city's expert design panel says that the arena will be an eyesore and will make Lansdowne less appealing and the public experience less appealing. But we're going ahead anyway without redesigning or reconsidering its location. Reason number 4, we have a housing emergency, but there's no affordable housing in this publicly owned site. Reason number 3, we're essentially selling public land and losing control over a site we've had in the public domain for over a century. Reason number two, we know that Lansdowne is dead on weekdays from 9 to 5, Monday to Friday, and there's nothing in this plan that is going to address that fundamental weakness and underuse of that land most of the day. But the number one reason this is not a good plan is that it's never been a plan to make Lansdowne a better public space for Ottawa. It started as a financial sustainability plan for OSEG and the Lansdowne Park Partnership. So it's been driven by that financial goal rather than by planning a great public space for residents of Ottawa. So in our view, this plan will not make Lansdowne more successful. In our view too, we don't need to do it right this minute. There has, as our councillor said, there's no emergency. The sports facilities are sound and they do need to be replaced, but that is replaced eventually. We do have a contract with OSEG that is maintaining them. It doesn't cost us to wait a couple more years. So let's take the time to explore alternatives and develop a better plan and get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Lowe. Go ahead. We're going to committee members first, so go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thanks for your delegation. One of the points that you mentioned is the lack of affordable housing on site. And it's often proven that just because somebody has a roof over their head doesn't mean they're going to manage to stay there. And they need a lot of support services to help them with that, whether it's employment services, whether it's a computer lab or something. So, you know, in the Glebe Community Association's point of view, if there were affordable housing, if there was affordable housing on site, and then therefore the residual demand for support services, the Office for the Youth Service Bureau, for example, like would that be supported by the Glebe as something to be put in the Glebe?
I think so. And, you know, I can't say that we specifically discussed it, but I definitely think that we support having affordable and deeply affordable housing in our neighborhood. I know we support that and the social supports that go with it. Yes.
Thank you. You meant repeating point, I think it was 1 or 2. I had a question related to it, but I don't remember.
One was about we're not building a roof on the north stands, and one is the downtown arena. Those were.
Okay, I forgot. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. Conseiller Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Est-ce que vous m'entendez?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you for what you said. I also started in my community association, first in Vanier, then Sandy Hill. So I really do appreciate people coming from that milieu. In number 4, you talked about affordable housing, and Councillor Lowe talked about supervised housing too. So I'd like to know, as a militant and activist in your area, what did you do previously to ensure the sustainability of our affordability, and what did you do in your community to greet people coming from other communities? Okay, so for affordable housing, maybe I'll say it in English if you don't mind.
We campaigned quite hard to have a site at the corner of Bank and Chamberlain designated for affordable housing as part of the Bank Street character and heritage study, and that was approved and did go through. So that's one initiative that we drove, and it is, I believe, will go forward. We have campaign for inclusive zoning, and we have, you know, always spoken up on this issue. And right now, I think we have identified a community safety issue in our community, and we've been working with the Glebe BIA and with our councillor and with community groups to see if we can provide better social supports. So I don't know if that answers your question, Madame Laplante, mais c'est ça ce que nous avons fait à jour.
But this is what we've done so far. No, I appreciate. I just wanted to know if so far you had services in your area to greet disadvantaged people, or if there's something that I could do that would meet the social issues that we may encounter there.
I mean, I guess I would say the community health supports are often not necessarily in the glebe, the Centertown Community Health it's not center will support the glebe. So they're not physically located in the glebe, but there are social organizations that serve our community and other downtown ones that are available. And then we have quite a strong seniors initiative going on as well. And we do have Abbotsford House in the glebe center that supports seniors.
Non, merci beaucoup. C'est parce que, comme vous savez, j'ai le marché.
Thank you. As you know, I have the Byward Market, Lower Town. These areas are very dear to me, and we want to have the same services throughout the city. And I'm very happy to see communities willing to do their share. Great, thanks.
Thank you very much. And thank you for your delegation from the Glebe Community Association. And I'll just note, I'd like to apologize to Carolyn McKenzie from the Glebe Community Association for, I don't think she's here, for being, I didn't intend to be rude earlier, but I wanted to ask a couple questions. So you stated in there that you didn't think that there would be, that we should look at opportunities to combine two arenas. Is that correct?
Yes, I think we should definitely look at opportunities to combine the two arenas, or at least understand the impacts, because the report itself says there could be threats to the success of Lansdowne Arena if there is one downtown. And we just think it should be explored. But we do know in Gatineau, they have 3 community rinks in the Slush Puppy Center. And we know in other cities, the junior hockey and the senior hockey, there can be 2 arenas together. So we think there should at least be exploration, not just sort of blinders and look at Lansdowne without looking at the bigger context.
Yeah, no, understood. And I had thought that had been explored just because, at the city-owned site, the arena within Lansdowne, we have, the Blackjacks, we've just signed women's hockey, we have the 67s, we have soccer, and it's already full of, I think, about half the year with events. And certainly having an arena at, 5,500 seats is very different than having an arena at 20,000. And it was my understanding, that the Civic Center Arena was built for 10,000 people. And now that we have the 2, it's a completely different market. But I did want to ask, just from a Glebe, I know the Glebe Community Association is really involved in terms of environmental initiatives and these sort of things. One of the things that really struck me when I was looking at the reports from the past on why the arena was, maybe not able to be kept, is that it is, from an environmental perspective, it takes a lot of energy. I think it was like the city's second biggest, I'm looking at Councillor Lowe, he knows the lingo better than I do. But in terms of wasting energy and it also, lots of mold, environmental concerns in it, and also the fact that it's so large that it's causing additional energy leaks. So I wondered about your view about continuing to maintain it, because I think I heard that would be your support for now. And the other piece I wanted to ask is just on another thing that I was looking at in reports, and as somebody that's the Accessibility Advisory Committee Council Liaison, it really spoke to me about a lot of the concerns were that's not an accessible facility that we have right now, the North Side stands and the event center. We don't have fair seating options or seating options for those with accessibility needs. We don't have, concession stands that meet accessibility standards, locker rooms and referee facilities that can't accommodate para sports. So, I just wondered if any of the work the Glebe Community Association had been looking at things from an accessibility angle at all, or from an environmental lens about replacing those facilities.
For the environmental lens, I can tell you, some other people will speak to it, but I can tell you in a nutshell, we think that tearing down a facility that was renovated at great public expense less than 10 years ago is environmentally really not a sound choice. We also think that digging up toxic soil that again was buried in the berm less than 10 years ago and is going to cause a lot of environmental remediation is not is not moving the needle forward, and building new facilities that are not carbon neutral. So we think, yes, we agree that eventually when it is replaced, and we're not saying that it doesn't have to be replaced and that Ottawa doesn't need a smaller arena. It's a question, is this the right time, the right way to do it? So we think right now that the impacts will be overall negative for the environment rather than positive, even though there will be energy savings. As for accessibility, we agree that is a concern. And when that new arena is built, it should be built to the highest standard. We did note that there is a design for a big grand staircase, and then one of our comments was that's not a very accessible feature. So yes, those are valid. I mean, these are very valid concerns, Councillor Carr. We just don't think right now they justify spending the money on this proposal at this time without having looked at all the other alternatives.
Great, thank you very much. Yeah, I think in terms of the fact that it gets 4 million visitors a year, the accessibility piece is really important to me so that we can welcome everyone to that site. But I understand. Thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. In the interest of moving along more efficiently and more quickly, I'm going to suggest that we invite the delegations 2 at a time to come forward so that the next delegation is sitting at the table when the previous one wraps up. I noticed Su-Ling Ching has taken the initiative of stepping forward anyway, which is great, but I'm also going to invite Daryl Cox from the Glebe Business Improvement Area to, if you're in the room, to come forward and sit at the table. If you're online, then you'll be ready to go either way. And then I'll continue to invite people 2 at a time going forward. So, because there is more than one spot available for presentations. So go ahead, Su-Ling Ching. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you very much. I just want to start my comments by saying this morning I'm really struck and want to acknowledge how very fortunate all of us are here to be having a conversation about such an exciting project in today's environment. I want to also thank Roger Greenberg and John Ruddy as being business and philanthropic leaders in our community, because not everyone in their position chooses to do what they have done to contribute to our city. I want to acknowledge Mark Gowdy and Janice Barassi as community leaders and excellent economic partners for us at the Board of Trade. And I want to acknowledge city staff, Don Herwire, for the work that you have done around planning and communications and due diligence. So I really want to thank you. My name is Su-Ling Ching. It's my honor to be the president and CEO of the Ottawa Board of Trade. We are the voice of business and a key economic partner in Ottawa with the mission to cultivate a thriving world-class business community, one that drives economic growth and community prosperity. It is to that end that we thank you for this opportunity to offer our thoughts in support of Lansdowne 2.0 and the building up of Ottawa for future generations. The Board of Trade supports strategies that create and enhance community amenities and culture like Lansdowne does to grow the visitor economy, which is the front door of every other form of economic development, to attract talent, which is consistently identified as a top business issue, to elevate the lifestyle of our community, which is a top strategy for attracting investment and young families, and to drive our local economy, more jobs, more income, and increased tax revenue as the only way that we can ensure we have the resources to address our biggest social challenges and plan for the future. Workforce and consumer trends have caused major shifts in our global economy, particularly impacting Ottawa as we benefit from a large public sector presence. Earlier this year, we declared downtown Ottawa as a top priority and an urgent matter and called on every level of government to do the same. The decline of our downtown impacts every business and citizen in our city, and the longer that it persists, the harder it will be to turn around. Downtown transformation requires a multifaceted approach with many stakeholders and both immediate and long-term investment. As you know, we have been working with business leaders, local and national stakeholders, and subject matter experts to develop a downtown action plan. Innovative infrastructure will figure prominently in our recommendations, and Lansdowne is a key opportunity to influence downtown revitalization. It is critical for us to demonstrate a commitment to growth, investment, and bold leadership as we see other Canadian cities doing, and moving quickly. Optimizing existing opportunities, building on our current strengths and leveraging partnerships will garner the results that we need and build confidence in the Ottawa marketplace. Lansdowne is a high economic impact project that calibrates with many of our established economic development strategies like small business support, tourism, culture, lifestyle, and innovation. It brings additional synergy to their success and economic impact. As the capital of Canada, we are in a unique position of consistently attracting national and global attention. This is a competitive advantage for us and demands that we use a world-class lens in our decision-making and priority setting to reach our full potential. I believe that together we will, and I believe that the time is now.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks so much, Suleen, for being here and for presenting to us, and always appreciate your attendance. I do want to ask about the poor financial performance of Lansdowne to date in terms of the expectations that were there under 1.0 and where we find ourselves now with 2.0 with similar types of projections. Does that sort of thing matter in terms of economic development, that we had predictions that the waterfall was going to distribute more at the end of the day to both the city and OSEG, and then did not? Is that something that would be considered by the Board of Trade in its analysis of these deals?
Past performance and how we behave. I think, yes, absolutely, that's true. And I think that they have addressed the various reasons that they have, had shifts in that performance than what they expected. And I know that the city has engaged consultants and EY in particular to look at the financials moving forward and to create an economic impact study.
And just on that point, one of the things that EY had found in its report is that they couldn't compare the level of economic development with other potential economic development projects because those were not considered in the spending of this fund. So they were just looking at the Lansdowne project and the economic development would come to that, as opposed to, say, investing in some other city priority with that level of debt. So say like building housing all across the city, or investing more in reducing congestion, for example. So I just wonder, what would be the Board of Trade's position on that? Like, should we be looking at other potential investments for this level of funding that could also garner economic development, or only one project and debt for that one project?
Yeah. I think that we should be looking at many forms of investments for the city, and that all of them are contingent one upon the other and connected to each other. We had identified in some of our early findings that key projects that could move forward quickly would be important to downtown transformation. Specifically, we had identified Lansdowne, the Byward Market, and Le Breton as well, and feel as though the economic impact of moving forward quickly on key innovative infrastructure like this would generate resources that we could use for further investment into the future, including affordable housing. In addition to that, we also see that this project in particular is highly influencing our tourism sector, which we consider to be a top sector, not just in terms of generating outside revenue and jobs, but also the ability to profile Ottawa. And so when I say tourism, for example, is the front door to every other form of economic development, what I mean is people that come here to visit may come here to visit again, but they also may consider moving here, or, investing here, or opening a business here. And so anything that we can do to turn around that tide and capitalize on that sector in our city, I think is critically important.
Thank you for that, Mayor. I appreciate the responses. I guess the last thing I'll just pick up on that is just the congestion that we've got in our city, the transit issues we've had in our city, the homelessness challenge that we've had in our city, the lack of supports. We just saw the mayor launch a task force on shelters recently. Do you think those things are as important as Lansdowne 2.0 or less important?
Thank you. So in our downtown plan, we contemplate all of those things as well. And they are as important. And we feel as though there are other avenues that have to be pursued in concert, particularly transit. You know, I know we're talking a lot about it with reference to this project, but obviously, you know, it's an issue that has to be addressed on many different fronts within our city. And so we consider them as important, and we feel as though we need to develop strategies to move those forward in concert. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Does the Board of Trade believe the provincial and or federal government have an obligation to contribute to the costs of this massive redevelopment based on what the board might be aware of what happens across Canada? And if your answer is yes, what percentage of the total cost should they cover?
Okay, so just to clarify the question, does the other levels of government have a financial responsibility to?
Does the Board of Trade believe that the provincial and or federal government should contribute to the costs?
To the cost. So we believe that both levels of government have a role and responsibility to contribute to the transformation of Ottawa. And that is something that we have already begun to explore. And I don't have a percentage yet, but we will have recommendations coming out later this month and in the coming months that call on other levels of government to support Ottawa in particular.
Excellent.
And can I share with you just one other little tidbit you might find interesting, that we also are working with our colleagues in large city chambers across the country to also explore what we feel the federal government strategy should be for revitalization of downtowns across the country as well.
The funding formula for this project relies on a contribution from an upper level of government, at least $20 million, not confirmed.
Right.
That's less than 5% of the total cost, which to me shouldn't qualify you to even get your name on the plaque. It's so small. So I'm looking to the Board of Trade when you have discussions with local MPPs and MPs to significantly underscore the need for investment in age facilities. Terry Fox Athletic Center in my ward desperately needs significant improvements. We hear the Nepean Sportsplex needs significant upgrades and improvements. These are massive costs along the whole list of other priorities that we're having to address. So I don't see how municipalities across Canada can afford to replace these age structures on their own without the provincial and federal governments acknowledging that there has to be support, much more than 4% that our funding formula here is including. So we need partners like yourself to step up and help, because as age infrastructure continues to deteriorate across this province and country, it's going to be harder and harder for municipalities to keep pace. So thank you.
I appreciate you saying that, and I'll just slightly comment, and I can expand it another time. But when we did present to both the provincial and federal government in the last budget process, we did identify supporting communities like Ottawa for aging infrastructure as one of our key recommendations.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. So we're going to go now to Daryl Cox from the Glebe Business Improvement Area. And while Daryl is presenting, if I could ask Angela Davis and Joe Wood to get ready. If you're in the room, please come to the presentation area just to get ready to present while this next presentation is happening. So we'll go to Daryl Cox now.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and members of the Joint Finance and Corporate Services and Planning and Housing Committee. My name is Daryl Cox, and I'm the Executive Director of the Glebe Business Improvement Area. It is my pleasure to be here today to express our support for the Lansdowne 2.0 redevelopment project. This transformative venture is more than just a construction project. It represents an investment in the economic well-being of our community. The redevelopment of Lansdowne holds immense economic potential for the Glebe, and we believe it is crucial to recognize that supporting this plan is not just about development, it is investment in the future of our business community and our city. As we delve deeper into the myriad benefits of the Lansdowne redevelopment project, it is essential to underscore the profound impact it will have on the local businesses that are the lifeblood of the Glebe. The Lansdowne redevelopment will offer existing businesses in the glebe increased visibility, foot traffic, and opportunities for collaboration, and act as a catalyst for job creation. And as the project unfolds, the demand for services and skilled workers will rise, providing employment opportunities for residents. This not only bolsters the economic health of the community, but also strengthens the social fabric by creating a sense of pride and purpose among its members. Let us also recognize the importance of hosting national and international sporting events at Lansdowne and the positive impact it has on both our local business community and our city. Hosting events such as the World Curling Championship, FIFA Women's World Cup, National Skating Championships, and others that have been mentioned today has helped to strengthen Ottawa's reputation as a major events destination, generating hundreds of millions of dollars in local economic impact. Hosting these events adds to the vibrancy of our city, enhances the quality of life for all Ottawa residents, brings in visitors from around the world, and helps to attract and retain a skilled workforce. The Lansdowne redevelopment is an investment in the longevity and sustainability of our community. The project aims not only to attract new visitors, but to retain them by creating an inviting and dynamic environment. This involves thoughtful urban planning, green spaces, and pedestrian-friendly design that will encourage people to explore, linger, and engage with local businesses. With the inclusion of 770 new residential units, which supports the city's intensification goals, the glebe BI sees the Lansdowne redevelopment as a catalyst for the 15-minute city concept and the shop local movement, providing a significant boost to existing businesses and encouraging residents to explore the diverse offerings in our community. This project is not just about the physical transformation of Lansdowne, but also about creating a bustling commercial atmosphere that benefits all Ottawa residents who enjoy shopping in the glebe, one of Ottawa's top Main Street retail destinations. With 4 million people already visiting Lansdowne annually, the redevelopment that will include new residential units and retail space will have a positive impact on existing businesses, attracting more customers and creating a dynamic environment that encourages repeat visits and customer loyalty. Lansdowne is a destination and gathering place for people from across Ottawa and the National Capital Region, and it has been for more than 175 years, not because it has stayed the same, but because it's been able to adapt with the times. We all want to live in a city where exciting things happen. We envision Lansdowne Park as a world-class venue for events and festivals that will draw crowds, offering existing businesses increased exposure and sales during these community gatherings. In conclusion, supporting Lansdowne Park's redevelopment means sustaining the prosperity of the existing businesses in the glebe and our neighboring communities, ensuring they continue to thrive and contribute to the economic well-being of our city. We urge City Council to seize this opportunity to foster a thriving and resilient community that will benefit all residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and Daryl, congratulations on your new position as Executive Director. Very much looking forward to working with you.
Likewise.
I just wanted to ask a few questions just about membership and support for it. I've talked to a few businesses in the area that have concerns around the construction timeline of 10 years. Has that been raised as an issue with you, or do you see it as an issue given the state of the buildings in fairly safe and good repair?
Yes, certainly. So it hasn't come up in, I would say, Councillor, the majority of businesses that I've been talking to personally as I go up and down the street. There are concerns, obviously, about a number of issues. I think, they've been talking about transportation. We've been able to, speak to some of the Stantec study that was done, the traffic impact study. We have been talking to, as yourself and other councillors, what are some other ways that we can mitigate that by improving transportation from OC Transpo, from a bus perspective and an event perspective. But as in any other construction project that happens in the city, it impacts residents, impact businesses. I don't feel it's any different. It hasn't been raised amongst a major concern from the business that I've been talking to so far.
Okay, and just wanted to, I guess, touch on one of the issues we recently talked about, which is housing, homelessness.
Yes,
the concern there. Of course, people that don't have homes suffer most in this situation, and business owners have concerns, I think, about people not receiving, the services and the housing that they need. And so I take it your position is the same, that there's concern with that was the number one objective in our council strategic plan. I just wonder where you rank that in terms of whether we invest in relatively decent sporting facilities that we already have right now, or the housing and homelessness crisis that we're dealing with in the city.
Yes, thank you for your question. Certainly, they're all very important issues. As you're well aware, we met with you recently and staff from your office for a community safety meeting, and we did address the issue of affordable housing and the issue of unhoused in our community. We're dedicated to working with your office moving forward to how we can help with this issue. And affordable housing is a national issue. You can ask any one of my colleagues from BIs across the country, and we're all facing the same problem. If we're serious about addressing the issue, we need a national perspective that brings all levels of government together to address these issues.
Hey, thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much for your delegation today. I was just wondering, could you give us an estimation of what your current vacancy rate is under your purview?
So, Councillor, I am less than a month into the job. I'm working a lot of different issues, this one being one of the key ones. I don't have an exact percentage, but I do walk up and down the street probably 3 times a week, just to look at a bunch of different issues, like how clean the sidewalks are, how clean, a bunch of different issues, and just to pop in and chat with owners. And the only vacancies that I'm aware of are on the redevelopment at 5th Avenue Court on the ground floor, and in the new building by the Amica retirement home beside me. But as I walk by today, there's workers working in those 2 units, which is ground floor retail, which is very encouraging. So we have, and the only other one I can think of, somebody was in there painting the other day. So I would say we have very low vacancy rate to nil vacancy rate at the moment.
Okay, that's wonderful. So I assume then that you might not also have a general understanding of what your class A, B, and C spaces are for your current area?
No, I wouldn't know those exact figures, no.
Okay. All right. Well, the reason I ask, and perhaps I can signal to future delegates the reason why I ask too, because, we are talking about an economic uplift for a general area. And given that the glebe is in a healthy state, I just wonder, I'd love to understand before Lansdowne Point 1.0, what did it look like? And now what does it look like when we're talking about a property tax uplift that will be applied to the specific area versus a general coffer? It would be interesting to know whether that general area what the potential exponential benefits might be for that one particular area that's kind of central to the financial model right now. It sounds to me like the glebe is fairly healthy, which is wonderful. And I'm glad to hear it. But I'll have further questions on this as we move forward through the delegation. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. So we'll move next to Angela Davis and then Joe Wood. Go ahead.
I'm Angela Davis, just because of other people's questions, but I live on the other side of the canal from Lansdowne Park. And I just wanted to say thank you for all of your good work. I do appreciate that we are on a very beautiful piece of property that was started with the native people where they came, and we get to share it now. And I'm very proud of Ottawa. First of all, I'm going to respond to what some of the OSEG said, because I thought that was a good idea, but I just think they were amazing to get something done at Lansdowne, because the city had done absolutely nothing. So I'm just pleased with that. And I wanted to thank them for having Janice come, because she spoke about the social justice issues. And when I heard them last time when they spoke for Lansdowne 1, there was nothing about justice. So good for them. I just think the revenue is kind of weird. If they got 6.8%, no, 78% of the funds. That was a heck of a lot of money, and the city of Ottawa got nothing. So they're pretty good at what they're doing anyway. And I thought Lansdowne Park was a park, and I thought the sports hub was Canadian Tire Center, but I think it has sports, and I like it when the children are there too. And I think it's true. It is quite dead, and I think what I bicycle across the Flora Bridge, and it's pretty dead in that area. But the park beside it is bursting with activity. It's very vibrant. It's right beside it, so it's just good to know what is it that we want to do to make it vibrant. And I think the model that suggested that they worked through and got lots of money to do, which started us off at least with something, it is not going to make it more vibrant. It's people, it's community concerns, it's people paying attention. And I think that's very nice. That's really important, and that's what's missing. You can't put more retail in to do that. And then I think it's interesting that it is a OSEG and city partnership. Well, what about Native people? Don't they have a different view? Don't we people have a view about what this is? How are they the partner? And that maybe they said, well, OSEG will just not want to do it. Well, what the heck? If they're the partner, they don't get to do, they don't quit for 50 years. They got to keep doing it. You know, that's what I thought, but that's me. I want to also go on to something else. You have the honor, and I think it's an honor to serve this city. Your term's 4 years, and so the honor isn't complete honor like maybe like the natives should have, but I just want us to know that I really honor your decisions, and I don't want to live in the other kinds of worlds that I have seen around Canada and the world, where we split into two. I think we have to, you don't get the job because there isn't going to be different points of view, but we're going to have to do it together, and we want to hear what other people say. I live in a house that I feel, I just wanted to say this, that it's kind of like cream of the crop. It's risen to the top. Our real estate has all gone up like beautifully, but we're left with skim milk at the bottom. People just don't have the ability to function. They don't get to go to a hockey game or a football game. That's not in their, I mean, I know the refugees don't, but I just want you to know that that's part of it. If in your family, if you have a child that's gifted and a child that's not, you don't spend all your money on the gifted one. We can't just have a whole bunch of more luxury houses and wonderful sports things. We want all those children. We need to do something for our world. And so I would really like to say that not only what we do, like a fancy building, but also our world image and our community image. The LRT is like kind of an embarrassment.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that is time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I liked sharing with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Conseillère Plante.
Oui, merci beaucoup. Merci pour tes propos.
Thank you so much for your comments. I was very touched. I can't see you. I can't really see your face. Where are you? I'm on the screen somewhere. Oh, okay then. No, you really touched me when you talked about children. Thank you so much for your comments. You talked about the future of youth and children. This is a worry for me, a concern. As you know, the youngs in my community, they're using the community centers as shelters. In my neighborhood, we're underserved. So would you be in favor? We're talking about the Brewer Center, There's the glebe. I think one of these installation is used for as a temporary shelters for homeless. I'm very sorry, I can't hear you. If you can raise your head, I could possibly read on your lips. I would love to be able to answer to your question. Is it better like this? It's really not clear for me. I can't hear you properly. You want me to repeat everything in English? Would it be easier for you? I hope so. French is my second language.
No, it's okay. I'll repeat in English because it's a long day. So it's okay. I'll repeat in English. I just wanted to say I was really, really touched by your comments about children and favoring certain children and children with setbacks. It's really something that I think about a lot in my ward because as you know, Rideau Vanier, it's one of the poorest postal codes for children in the country, not just in Ottawa, especially in areas like Wiggins and Lower Town and in the MacArthur area. So I'm really, really passionate about making sure that they are on the same footing as children who live in areas that are, you know, where people have more money and where there's intact families because, you know, they generally have more privileges. So I was just thinking, as you know, Bernard-Grand-Mate, it is the recreational center in my ward that's being used as a shelter. And we've had Sandy Hill Arena, Patro, Routier also used as shelters, which are community centers. Would you be okay if temporarily one of the community centers in your area was used as a homeless shelter? I don't know the glebe very well, but I know there's GNAC and I know there's...
I'm sorry, Conseil Plante, I'm gonna gently push back here respectfully. And we have to stay focused on Lansdowne Park. That's the issue that's before us. So the issue of using another site for shelter space
I just love children. There's not a chance I will not agree with it, but I agree Lansdowne's better. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's stick to it.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I hope we can do a better job, all of us, for all these children. You know, sometimes those families are happier than our children in our richer families.
Merci.
Okay.
Merci.
Merci, Conseil Plante. Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll go next to Joe Wood. Joe Wood is next, and then after that, we will be going to Steve Ball from the Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association, and then Robert Cushman. So if any of you are in the room, please proceed to the area where you'll be speaking. So next is Joe Wood. Go ahead whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you. The Ottawa Raging Grannies have a message for you in song. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. So pause it, take another look. The city debt will be so high, and that's very funny. $500 million, boy, that's a lot of money. So we will pay more money and our services will go, and up our taxes go. OSEG should tell the city what the people need to know. They haven't paid the city back for Lansdowne 1.0. How do we pay for roads and removing of the snow? And up our taxes go. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. So pause it, take another look. Another thing we have to fear when ambulance is called. We don't know if it's coming because the service is so sprawled. We need more paramedics, but the budget is all gone. And up our taxes go. The money could be for transit and to make the buses run. They are so late or never come, as many of us know. The O train's over budget and never will be done. And up our taxes go. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. Lansdowne 2.0 will rip the city off. So pause it, take another look. So pause it, take another look. Thank you.
Thank you. So if there are any questions, they will have to be also in song. So
Absolutely.
are there any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. We'll go next to Steve Ball from the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association, followed by Dr. Robert Cushman. So Dr. Cushman, you're welcome to take a seat while we go to Steve Ball. Go ahead anytime.
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you. You'll be happy to know I will not sing. It wouldn't be pretty. So my name is Steve Ball. I will be speaking to you today in my role as the president of the Ottawa-Gatineau Hotel Association and a board member of Ottawa Tourism. So to begin, let me share a few facts you should know about the hotel industry in Ottawa. In 2022, there were 80 hotels that paid $30.5 million in property tax. We estimate the payroll for approximately 6,000 workers to be well over $200,000 a year, and that is expected to grow. We have 3 new exciting hotel properties opening soon in downtown. This will not only add to the property tax and employment base, but these properties represent investment in the hundreds of millions of dollars to our community, and it is a show of confidence in the future of our tourism industry. We owe it to these investors to ensure the success of their new businesses. I can also report that hotels invest millions of dollars every 8 to 10 years in capital improvements to make sure their properties meet guest satisfaction levels. This can include room renovations, lobby upgrades, public space and meeting room makeovers, or could include a new HVAC or windows, whatever. History has shown that hotels that don't invest adequately in upkeep experience a slow and a gradual death. Many end up as subsidized housing units or sell in the open market for pennies on the dollar. When it comes to Lansdowne Park, it is clear by the feedback we receive from our sellers and our event planners and organizers that the current state of the facility is in disrepair and that we are losing our competitive advantage to attract certain events. As the owner of the asset, it is incumbent on the City of Ottawa to maintain the infrastructure at Lansdowne on behalf of the taxpayers. With Lansdowne operating as a subpar facility, we won't be able to win bids or to host the kinds of exciting events our residents want to attend, as Michael Crockett referred to earlier in his delegation. What we need is a first-class, if not a world-class facility at Lansdowne to compete on a global scale. Our residents deserve this, as great events make for a great community. We saw firsthand what we are capable of delivering during the Ottawa 2017 celebrations. It was a record year for tourism, and residents had a blast attending these mega events. I also live in the Glebe, and I've lived for a year right in Lansdowne Park. I understand as well as anyone the challenges the city faces trying to balance community interests and the business of owning a large event center. But I clearly observe most of the time Lansdowne Park is underserviced when there is no event taking place. It's basically dead in the wintertime. And Lansdowne is going to need more residential density or an increase of events to ensure merchants survive and for the city to ever see any return on investment. But we also need to consider the impact to our city of the changes of the federal work from home policies. There has never been a more urgent requirement to enhance the downtown product offering in this community. Growing tourism to replace the people deficit we are experiencing downtown is a realistic strategy. We need to keep our core from deteriorating any further, and Lansdowne Park improvements will play an important role in ensuring that doesn't happen. I can't tell you exactly how much hotel room revenue gets generated by events and activities at Lansdowne, but it is substantial, especially when blockbuster events are in town. And it would be wrong to only consider the return to taxpayers from the retail rentals and the waterfall scheme when making this decision. If community pressure or financing is such that the city cannot maintain Lansdowne Park, then that's a serious problem for the tourism industry. And that will translate into a serious problem for the community. I'll finish by saying Lansdowne is everyone's park. The economic benefits of a revitalized Lansdowne will provide far-reaching financial returns to justify the necessary investment. A renovated and upgraded Lansdowne Park will ensure hundreds of millions of dollars continue to pour into our entire community over the coming years. And the reflowing of hundreds of millions of tax dollars back into the community during the building phase of 2.0 will add to community wealth and prosperity. I can speak for all the members of OGHA when I say we support the Lansdowne 2.0 project, and I'd like to thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much. Councillor Menard.
Thanks, Mayor. Just thanks, Steve, for your presentation. You represent the Hotel Association, so I want to focus on hotels because we see out a lot for any big project in the city, and always appreciate your input. But on the hotel side, I understand there's a few different hotels potentially coming in the area. There's a proposed hotel at Lansdowne in addition to the units that are being proposed there. I just wondered your thoughts on that. Like, what are your thoughts about the hotel supply and demand in the area? Obviously, something that you would be able to comment on.
Yeah, I'm happy to, Sean. Thank you. I'm not aware of a specific developer that's looking at Lansdowne right now. I have heard that there has been some interest. I was at a convention 2 weeks ago in Toronto, and a big part of the conversation was around financing for hotels these days. It's becoming much harder, and the cost of building a hotel is becoming exorbitant. So my indications are that it's going to get tougher to get developers to want to build hotels. That will have long-term impacts right across Canada on our ability to grow tourism, which I think Canada is still an underserviced market, as do I think Ottawa. I think there's great potential going forward to increase tourism, but we're going to need a place for people to stay. So my guess is incentive planning and incentives to encourage hotels maybe in the future to try to get people to build.
Hey, thanks for that, Steve. Appreciate that. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move to the next delegation, which is from Dr. Robert Cushman, and then after that, it will be John Dance. So please be ready to go if you're here in the room, and then after that, Alan Freeman. Dr. Cushman, welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. This is clearly a complex issue, so I'll keep my my points to two issues. One is the arena, and the second is traffic congestion. So full disclosure, I'm a longstanding 67s fan. What fun it would be to see the 67s and the Senators playing in a modern facility in downtown Ottawa. But do we need two arenas? Edmonton and Calgary manage with one arena for both teams, and I imagine for other events too. I suspect OSEG has been deliberately silent when talking to you, when targeting you for your vote and support, as respect to this issue. Two other cities do it very successfully. And does anyone in this room not think that the taxpayer, the city taxpayer, will ultimately be on the hook when the Senators look for a new arena? Glenn Hodson, an economist who has co-authored a book entitled Power Play, The Business Economics of Pro Sports, thinks that in a market the size of Ottawa's, public funding is inevitable for a major structure, for an arena, for a stadium. Such was the case in Edmonton, and we're now seeing this in Calgary after initial resistance. So would it not be fiscally prudent for the city of Ottawa to have the 67s waited out for a few more years and then have the opportunity to play in the same rink as the Senators in a more central location served by better public transit? Turning to football, we've been told that the north side stands are structurally intact for another 30 years, yet a rebuild goes along with the demolition of the arena. Why the hurry if they are intact? And hold on for a second. Is the CFL financially healthy? Ask yourself, will the CFL be around in 10 years as the boomers age more? Many people think not. Canada's largest three cities, the supposed economic engines for the league, have poor support. The demographics have changed, soccer is increasingly popular, and there is a rising Canadian interest in the CFL, which further undermines in the NFL, pardon me, the NFL, a rising interest in the NFL, which further undermines CFL popularity. Ottawa has had 3 different football teams in recent history. Enthusiasm has waned after the renewed excitement and the early success of the Red Blacks. Montreal was bailed out by Paul Pelleteau in what he called not a business venture, but a labor of love. Edmonton is challenged, and City Council in Regina is on the hook for a failing CFL stadium venture. And we in Ottawa have our memories, or maybe our nightmare, of the baseball stadium sitting alongside Alta Vista Drive. So maybe we can afford to wait and see what happens to the CFL. Now, I'm not sports economics is not my domain, but what I've been telling you is research I've done in the past few days. And what I would suggest is that council, as part of your due diligence, that you seek out people who are better prepared to answer these questions. All I have to say is I don't think the taxpayer should be subsidizing an expensive, risky, and unnecessary OSEG proposal. Money could be better spent elsewhere, and perhaps we should get together to back the senators so that we can have both teams playing together. My second concern is traffic congestion between the Queensway and the Rideau River in the Glebe and Ottawa South. It's not a matter of rush hour and scheduled events. Gridlock is common, tempers flare, and aggressive driving is rampant. And this endangers significant foot traffic, seniors and young kids. Ottawa never developed an effective north-south public transit system, nor the arterials, and yet the South End underwent extensive development. Urban densification should be encouraged, but not without adequate transportation infrastructure. Furthermore, the impact of Lansdowne cannot be viewed in isolation. What effect will moving the civic campus have? What about the condos along Carling and on near Billings Bridge? We need a reliable traffic study. What are the implications of these proposed developments? Can additional traffic problems be mitigated, or should plans be scaled down? Now, regrettably, this council shoulders the burden of the myopia of its predecessors. So weigh your decisions carefully. In conclusion, for guidance, look to Einstein, who said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for mentioning the Edmonton Arena and where they jointly play with the Oil Kings and the Oilers. I'm proud to have grown up in a city that won Stanley Cups, and hopefully we can bring that to this city now that I live here. Just a clarification, you mentioned that the Edmonton example, and that we should be looking at combining the arena here with the NHL arena. Is that what I understood? That you think
evidently
one arena?
Yeah, evidently in Edmonton and Calgary, this is what they do, and it works. And we had the 67s had a bad experience when they were in Canada years ago during the first Lansdowne rebuild. But that said more about the location, the far west end of the city, not the arena. So yes, in Edmonton and Calgary, they've done it. New arenas have the capacity to change their size somewhat. I would add too, on a green space where it's easier to do a build, you may end up with one large venue and one smaller venue, but it wouldn't involve the demolition costs, and it wouldn't be as costly as Lansdowne.
Okay, correct. Yep, perfect. Thanks. So you're suggesting working together now in Edmonton, the city, it's owned by the city. Are you suggesting then that the city should own the bigger NHL arena, that's the investment that we should be making to follow Edmonton's example?
In Calgary and Edmonton, as I said, the city has made cities in Edmonton they have, and Calgary now they're going to, is make a substantial contribution to the arenas. And what I've said to this council is, here we are being asked to contribute to the 67s arena when for sure you're going to be asked to contribute to the Senators arena. So why not wait and see if you can get the advantage of housing both teams in the same place. As to how much you contribute and when this arises, I don't know. But the precedent has been set there in Edmonton and Calgary, where both teams play on the same rink. They don't seem to have a problem with the fact that the attendance for the junior teams is probably 50% of what it is for the NHL teams.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, just.
And
noting that-
excuse me, sorry, I don't profess to be an expert. What I'm saying is go out and find out about this stuff. Do the due diligence.
I know, absolutely, I agree, and I think that that's what's been done. Just to note, though, the 67s arena is our city-owned arena. So for myself, I'd rather keep the city-owned arena being the small one as opposed to following the Edmonton model where it's a large arena. But thank you very much for your delegation.
Okay, Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for coming in and delegating today. And I can only imagine it'd be a challenge, especially we keep forgetting the new women's professional league is coming in. I think that's very exciting too. So I think that's going to be some great excitement. But to schedule 3 hockey, I won't get into that and debate on that. But you did raise a couple of questions about pollution, idling vehicles in the neighborhood. Just real quickly on that. What's your comments on the QED, Queen Elizabeth driveway that goes alongside of it that's forcing traffic into the local community? And two, I assume you live in the community.
Yeah, I do live in the glebe, and but I'd be more than willing to walk further to a 67s game. As for the Queen Elizabeth driveway, I've seen that the mayor and the head of the NCC have had a rather lively discussion. That's done. It's dead. Okay. Ottawa never developed north-south arterials. We don't have a north-south subway. We don't have a sunk to Carry Expressway. So the traffic comes down and it spills onto Bank, Bronson, and the roads
and
along
probably some of the side streets you live on, and you have tour buses polluting the neighborhood, and you're okay with that?
Well, as far as I'm concerned, the Queen Elizabeth driveway and the Colonel By, regrettably, are significant arterials for the city now, because, as I said, we never developed a north-south public transit system, nor the arterials, and the south end was developed extensively.
Great. Well, I agree with you on that. I do have environmental concerns about idling vehicles, pollution.
Well,
I mean, until all
maybe I should. Sorry.
No, thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Cushman. Next up is John Dance, followed by Alan Freeman. So please be ready to go if you're coming up. After that, it's Della Wilkinson from the Glebe Community Association Environment Committee. Mr. Dance, whenever you're ready.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm John Dance, a resident of Ottawa, and I will respond what part of Ottawa when Councillor Tierney tells me how close he is to OSEG. But anyway, so we'll trade. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I live in Ottawa East, but I'd be interested to know how close everybody else is to OSEG. All right. I want to talk today about my kitchen. And if we could have next slide, please. My kitchen, it's got cupboards that date back to 1946, some are newer. It's got a floor, got a rip by a single sink. Stove is not state of the art. Counters aren't granite. Lighting is old, it's obsolete. That said, I think, well, maybe I should renovate it. So next slide, please. Question is, do I need to renovate my kitchen? Well, 9 years ago, I did make a bunch of improvements. And it wasn't 15 years ago, as the mayor might have you believe. It was 9 years ago that I made a lot of improvements. Demolishing those improvements would be an utter waste. My kitchen is structurally sound, it functions well, and it's safe. I need to do annual repairs, like I suspect many of you, and upgrades make sense, but they do not need to renovate. Now, having said that, there's a second question. If we go next slide, please. The next slide is, can I afford to renovate? Okay. I can get a perfectly modern and spacious kitchen by knocking out a wall, expanding into the front yard, taking a lot of that yard. And the estimated cost is $41,900. And then if I paid it off in 10 years, it cost me about $5,000 a year. And, you know, maybe to pay for it, I get other taxpayers to pay for it via PTU, because really property tax unit is just taking money from everybody and paying for something. Or could I try to get grants from others, or selling some assets, or leasing out my kitchen? The only real option is my paying for it. Everything else is either pretend or deceiving somebody into helping me. With today's inflation, my limited income, I cannot afford major kitchen renovation, especially when I did $200 million of them just 9 years ago. Next slide, please. There's also the question, though, well, what about doing, what about doing nothing with my kitchen? Because I guess that's what I'm saying now. Well, doing nothing, I still would have to make minor improvements, and the repairs would be about $400 a year, about $4,000 over 10 years. The quality of food wouldn't change. There'd be no reduction in the visitors and family coming for dinner. My much-used green front lawn would remain intact. I'd still be able to toboggan there. The opportunity, but I guess this is the most important thing for all of us sitting around this table and everybody listening to this. There's an opportunity to do a lot of worthwhile activity with the $4,600 that I'd be saving every year. I can make improvements elsewhere, like fix my car, or maybe my LRT. Next slide, please. Okay, so what's the linkage of my kitchen and L 2.0? Well, you know, it's pretty obvious. The Lansdowne 2.0 is like a local wealthy businessman, very well-meaning, doing a lot of good stuff in the community, asked me to renovate my kitchen and have me pay for it for their catering business and for their profit. And this is in the context of the first Lansdowne, where not a single drop came from what was supposed to be a waterfall. What are you guys missing that you can think that this next time round you're going to get a huge amount of money? There's just something so peculiar about that. And frankly, fraudulent thinking, magical thinking is what it is. The new north side stands benefit only the Red Blacks and a few other events. A new arena may be required someday, but if we are really concerned with energy conservation and buses idling, Councillor Tierney, and access, Councillor Carr, then it might be better sense to locate this arena by LRT and in the context of what the senators decide to do next. I mean, it couldn't be simpler. You're going to produce, if you approve this, you are going to approve the largest white elephant in Canadian municipalities. You did it the first time, and yet nobody got caught out for all the millions we didn't receive. Please make the right decision this time. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you for the presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, John, for being here and for all your community work. I know you've been instrumental in developing Old Ottawa East into a real community hub, the work on the Laurier footbridge, and of course, your decades-long contribution to this city and your community. So thank you for all you've done. I know that this proposal can be infuriating to look at, given where we've been and the results of it. So I guess I need to ask you, because you have expertise, you've seen, I don't know, 100 community consultations, maybe more. You've partaken in so many. What has been your experience with this type of file, Lansdowne, versus other consultations that you've been a part of? I just want, given your experience and everything you've done, I need to know more about how you feel about this as a consultation governance process versus other city-based projects that we've consulted on. And just granted, there's been a lot of discussion, a lot of forums held. I have a lot of respect for city staff and what they've done in terms of, working with our office. But I want to know your comparison of this and the outcomes that we see now versus other consultative process and those outcomes.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. Mayor, I must note the city has been superb at some consultations. When Laurier footbridge was done, we spent a lot of time getting it right. The city talked to a lot of people. We had other agencies involved, and we looked at options and we asked for opinions. We asked for a lot of opinions. We went through a lot of iterations, but there were alternatives. There were evaluation of alternatives, and people decided on the best best alternative. Somebody did not come up with this design and say, we'll put that bridge at Peg Island to get across to Lansdowne because it will help. And that's the way it's going to be. That's not how we did it. We really investigated the realm of possibility and what made most sense on a functional and tax basis. And so we came up with something good. And we also had the support. We got you might note the floor footbridge, because we worked with others. We didn't hope that we'd get a little bit of money from other levels of government. We got a huge amount we ensured beforehand, we got a huge amount of money from the provincial and federal governments. That's not happening with Lansdowne. So, Councillor, this would be an abysmal consultation. Public engagement, it's been, and I mean no offense to the city staff who worked really hard, it's been sharing of information, and there has been very little listening to alternatives and weighing them. So I think this is exactly how not to conduct public consultation. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I guess, John, just the last question I have for you is, where do you think council should go from here, given this is in front of us, given the other crisis that we're facing as a city? Where do we go from here now that this is on the table? It's in front of us now. Got this committee and council coming up.
Through the mayor, I think it's now to take time to step back, and it's time to see how much money you really might have available, rather than saying how much it's going to cost. I think it's time to step back, properly fund affordable housing, properly get that LRT system working, properly maintain green space so our basketball court and anybody else's basketball court can be repaired when it falls into disrepair, which is not the case at the moment. So after you see what money you've left, maybe you can figure this out, but also assess whether you really have a problem here, and also really make sure you know what the senators, no offense to Redblacks, make sure the senators, what they're going to do, and maybe what they're going to do with their old facility. So, Councillor, I'd say there's a lot to be done, but do not approve this as it stands, because you're just really precluding your ability to do other things that benefit communities and the citizens of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff.
Thank you very much for sharing your presentation with us today. While I'm very happy that you have a functional kitchen, I don't think that it's in quite a state to be hosting any international kitchen parties, and I think that you might agree. So if we're going to have an economic driver in the downtown core, I think I'll put my money on a revamped Lansdowne rather than your kitchen. Thank you very much.
And I would like to respond to that. If I just
I don't have any questions for you, sir. I don't have any questions.
Yeah.
Okay. We are supposed to be asking questions here, but there's other questions, sir. Sir, we're not here. There's still another person who wants to ask questions. Councillor Lowe.
Thanks very much. And thank you for your delegation. Your kitchen is fine. Based on the photos, your kitchen's fine. Great. Mine is as well. What would happen if you had a family member, or if you yourself became, you need to use a mobility device? Would you then renovate your kitchen?
Yes, I would. And I would do it without spending $419 million. Okay. And I would do it so that they could actually get, and other people would get there on LRT. That's what I would do, Councillor.
Fair. So I guess we'll add a bus stop to your front hallway as well. So my question then is a lot of these, actually it's not a question anymore, but a lot of these improvements help people with accessibility issues to get, to use the arena, right? The washrooms, they can't use the washrooms right now. They can probably use those kitchens, but they can't use the washrooms. So, the question of access that Councillor Carr has mentioned is not getting to and from. It's accessibility within the site. It's within the building, and I think that's something that has to be looked at and has to be considered. Financials aside, but
fair enough. But you don't have to spend $419 million to do that.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. We're going to go next to Alan Freeman, and then following that, Della Wilkinson, and then after that, Diane McIntyre. So please be ready to go if you are one of those people. If you wouldn't mind just turning off the other microphone, if you're going to use that one, please.
Oh, here.
Yeah, just turn it off. There's a
turn up.
Yeah, just push the button. No, please turn it off, and then And now you can turn the one on in front of you. There we go. Thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Alan Freeman, and I'm a longtime Ottawa resident. I was for many years a business journalist. I recognize that you as council have a tough set of decisions before you that will impact the city's finances for many years. I don't envy your task. But I am worried that Lansdowne 2.0 may be taking us down the same path of Lansdowne 1.0, an ill-conceived project that failed to live up to its promise. I'd like to focus on the retail part of the project. Remember the village-like urban destination that Lansdowne 1.0 vowed to create? It never happened. Instead, we got a big box store project in the middle of a dense urban area. Apart from game and events days, it actually feels like a ghost mall with empty storefronts, an eviction notice taped on the door of a restaurant, and a shutdown advisory from the Bank of Montreal, which, by the way, is closing its branch in December. The mall now includes a car showroom and at least one private school. Not exactly a commercial magnet. So what comes next? OSEG has proposed a sports-oriented entertainment district with fans converging on the site for a range of activities. The background document draws inspiration from concepts in US metropolises like Boston, which has 5 million people, and Atlanta, which has 6 million people. It cites in particular the Hub Causeway, an urban redevelopment in Boston. But check the details. The website of the Hub on Causeway calls it, quote, a transformative, transit-oriented ecosystem, unquote. Where is the transit of Lansdowne 2.0? Lansdowne's not served by the LRT, and I believe OSEG has admitted that transportation is Lansdowne's Achilles heel. And the key draws for the Boston project are the Bruins and the Celtics, both major league teams. If OSEG is inspired by a transit-oriented major league sports venue, aren't we talking about a new downtown arena for the Senators on the LRT? Or are we proposing 2 such venues in a city of about 1 million people? And nowhere really is there a frank discussion of the context for Lansdowne 2.0. It's as if the boom in online shopping hadn't occurred. And despite EY's, very rosy picture about retail, shopping malls are in trouble all over the place, including Ottawa. The old Sears store at Saint Laurent Shopping Center has been vacant for almost 6 years. Its owner keeps on delaying plans to spend millions on renovating the space, even though Saint Laurent is located right on the LRT. Carlingwood Mall is full of vacancies and is up for sale, with speculation that much of it will be demolished. And Rideau Centre, our premier center, is looking for tenants for the empty Nordstrom department store, which I think has about 150,000 square feet. Yet Lansdowne 2.0 doubles down on retail. OSEG foresees $1.1 billion in operating income from retail over the next 40 years. Retail is key to the project, subsidizing weak results from sports. Where's the new design for the retail space? Where's the retail strategy? And how can Lansdowne become a magnet when we're promised a decade of disruptive construction on the site? And here, what if Whole Foods, whose Canadian operation is a speck in the company's global operations, goes the way of Nordstrom and Target and closes? What if Lansdowne just doesn't work as a retail center aside from providing restaurants and bars on game day? We can't afford a repeat of Lansdowne 1.0. So please take the time to get some hard-hitting analysis on what's not working and ask some serious questions about the future of retail at Lansdowne. Please don't accept OSEG's fluffy PR talk with nothing to back it up. And I just was amazed earlier on to hear at the same time that the partnership is not financially sustainable. And then 2 minutes later, Lansdowne is a huge success. If it were a huge success, we wouldn't be here today.
That's time, sir.
Okay. Take your time before taking a final decision. The last thing you want is to be back in 5 or 10 years trying to fix Lansdowne once again.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we will move to the next presentation from Della Wilkinson, followed by Diane McIntyre. So Diane McIntyre, if you're here, please prepare to
I
begin.
do have some slides. So whilst I'm waiting for those to go up, I would like to say that I live in the Glebe. I volunteer for the Glebe Community Association, and I hope that that makes me welcome in this space. Thank you. I want to address several sustainability issues with regards to Lansdowne 2. Ottawa's Green Space Master Plan, which is shown in the slide, has a target of 4 hectares of total green space for every 1,000 residents. Building 770 high-end condos, or perhaps 1,200 high-end condos, if the third tower is back on the table, will add about 1,200 to 2,000 to 2,400 new residents, which on the original plan that we were given should result in an additional 4 hectares of green space, or if we're looking at the third tower, 8 hectares of green space. This 2016 data, which is shown in the master plan, shows inner area neighborhoods from Old Ottawa South to Lower Town already miss this city target by more than 50%. Meaning these residents have access to less than 2 hectares of natural park and open land. Furthermore, Lansdowne 2 involves rezoning a portion of existing green space to be repurposed for a new event center. Removal of over half a hectare or 58,000 square feet of accessible green space in Ottawa's inner area for commercial buildings appears contrary to the goal of becoming the most livable mid-sized city in North America. The green roof in the original Lansdowne 2 proposal has been rejected as too expensive, but at least it might have helped mitigate climate change and could be used to provide fresh produce for Ottawa residents experiencing food insecurity, as was done in Fenway Park. And I thank Councillor Kavanagh for bringing forward her motion. Lansdowne 2 requires amendments to our official plan, and it requires us to ignore our green space plan. I take issue with the misleading messaging in the latest update on Lansdowne 2, which states with the, could you go to the next slide, please? Which states that the removal of the third tower, this opens up 27,900 square feet of new public realm space, thus giving the impression that green space will increase in Lansdowne 2, whilst omitting to mention the loss of 58,000 square feet by the grey event center shown in the slide. So let's be clear. By not building the third tower on land between the stadium and the Aberdeen Pavilion, Lansdowne 2 will mean a net loss of green space, 27,000 square feet compared to the existing Lansdowne footprint. Why are city councillors and city staff ignoring our policies that demand new density comes with either more parkland through parkland dedication or cash in lieu? Next slide, please. In correspondence with me, Councillor Carr has highlighted the needs of her Alta Vista community, which has lost the use of many community centres. In addition, she's told me about Herringate Community Centre, which ranks second highest on Ottawa's Neighbourhood Equity Index, shown on this slide. And the more red, the higher the ranking, the higher the disparity. Lansdowne appears at the other end of the index, 182nd on the list of 196. The City of Ottawa is currently being asked to spend a total of 18 million, this is numbers from Councillor Carr, for detailed design so that staff can request council to approve the final procurement. Today's decision is potentially the beginning of much greater taxpayer investments into Lansdowne 2. Charmaine's key message that I received in October, the reflection on Lansdowne, thank you. It states, the partnership with Lansdowne Sports and Entertainment Group is not financially sustainable. Year over year deficits since 2014. In 2012, the payment scheme was described as a waterfall. In 2023, it's called an uplift. I don't understand the finances. Is tax money going up, down, or are we simply being led around and around? Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you, Del, for your presentation, all your work you've done on this, and of course, your intimate knowledge of green space and environment and ecology in that local area. I did want to just ask you, are you aware of how much the city would be paying just to move the well-loved hill that exists there that people toboggan on and sometimes take in a game and go to other businesses on the site? Do you know how much it would cost?
I think today it was mentioned. I apologize, I couldn't recall the number.
It's $8 million just to move that. So that would be a sunk cost in addition to the other sunk costs that we've already renovated and put into the north side stands and the J block, which would be demolished as well. On the berm itself, can you just describe how that is utilized throughout the year? And I don't know if people fully understand that, although I know a lot of people go to Lansdowne here, but how well loved that is by communities right across the city. Can you just describe it a little bit more?
Yeah, certainly personally, when I have attended concerts on Lansdowne on the lawn, it's a very popular spot to sit and listen to and take in the events. Lots of families use the space, children toboggan down the hill in the wintertime. Dog walkers walk their dogs through the park. I think it is having a large area of intact green space is very beneficial to all of the residents of our neighborhood, the renters who might not have their own outdoor space, the homeowners that have maybe car parking on their lawns. And the idea that we are going to have an extra space if the third tower is not going to be built, which apparently I believe from Councillor Tierney's motion that is now back on the, is it back on the table? I'm confused.
There's been a motion put forward that we have to debate. and
Okay,
vote on.
so it is. But even if it wasn't, that small sort of area is shadowed by the arena. It's going to be, I don't know if anybody has had a chance to visit the reality of the trees on Lansdowne. We were shown in the beautiful renderings from the architect, these very mature, majestic green trees. We saw that in Lansdowne 1. We saw it in drawings. We've never seen it in reality. I do thank OSEG for their new planters. That's sort of a step in the sort of trying to make the space green. But if we're calling this a park, I think most people in their what they envision is green space and trees, not high rises and retail.
Thanks very much. And just as a follow-up, are you aware of how we would be subsidizing these towers by not requiring cash in lieu of parkland?
Yeah,
them?
that was something I read in your notes from Lansdowne report, and that was my comment about why are we ignoring policies. If we're adding density, we have policies in the city that should ensure that there is parkland dedication or cash payment in lieu. And my understanding is nothing is happening with this proposal.
That's correct. We'd be also subsidizing without requiring any affordable housing to be built on the site on public land. I'm looking for the number of that would normally be required for cash in lieu of parkland if these buildings were subjected to it, as is every other building in the city. It's in the millions that we'd be foregoing as well.
Yeah.
So thank you for your delegation and for all the work you've done on this file.
Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you very much for your delegation. I just wanted to get your opinion on the motion I put forward in terms of the green roof, and notwithstanding the fact that it doesn't, completely replace what was there, but offers green space. Just wanted to get the opinion from you and the association.
Well, I mean, I haven't spoken with my community association about the question you're just asking, so this is my opinion, just to be clear. I think that green infrastructure is where we do need to invest money as a community. I'm trying to do it on my own property, and I'm sure many of you are too. I think a green roof that is not accessible doesn't really help the community or the people visiting Lansdowne Park. I think a green roof that's accessible, becomes a draw for tourists. It becomes something that residents and members of the community can be proud of. I especially love the idea of using some of that green roof to grow food, as has been done in Fenway Park. That is inspiring. And I think you look at the infrastructure that exists on Lansdowne that we protect to this day, the Aberdeen Pavilion, the horticultural building, they are inspiring buildings. And I don't know that we've built anything on Lansdowne recently that would be protected in 50 years as inspiring, but a green roof might be.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Carr.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your delegation. And I know I did mention when we exchanged about my concerns about my community. So I appreciate you addressing that. It is, this is a big investment that's being made in Lansdowne, and certainly I do get preoccupied by what's happening in my community. But I appreciate your that. I just wanted to ask. I know I think you're the environmental chair for the Glebe Community Association, and I certainly appreciate the loss of green space that can bring. I'm wondering if when talking about keeping the arena, if you've looked at it all, some of the costs and challenges around the environmental footprint of the existing arena. For example, the arena windows and the roofs aren't insulated. There's a lot of exhaust of carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. If you've done any work to, on how that could be remedied and the costs overall in keeping that site.
So I wish my sister were here because she is a green building expert. She lives in Australia, so she couldn't be. I'm not a green building expert, but I do appreciate that there are a balancing act when it comes to green infrastructure and the issues that we have with buildings that are heavily emitting. But you also have to think about the waste that is generated by pulling down a building before the end of its natural life. And what I've heard here today from many different delegates and people around the table is that Lansdowne, actually the Civic Center and the stands, they have more life in them. So I think my concern right now as a taxpayer and as a resident is that we have other needs that need to be addressed in the city, affordable housing and transportation, LRT, that the 18 million that's on the table now for consideration for this current proposal could be better spent in somebody else's ward, like yours, for example, where you have the issue with, unhoused people living in your community center?
It's actually centers, but yeah,
Yeah.
as of yesterday, but yeah, thank you for that. I guess part of my struggle in looking at it from an environmental lens is that we redeveloped the first part of Lansdowne, met a certain lead standard, and the arena and the North Stands and arena don't meet that. So trying to figure out the balance of how we can renovate those to meet environmental standards and meet accessibility standards, which I think are really important when we have an attraction. But I appreciate the dialogue and thank you for your delegation.
You're welcome.
And your ongoing advocacy. I know you're an advocate on other issues as well. I saw you in television this week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the delegation. We'll move next to Diane McIntyre, followed by Katie Burkholder Harris. Go ahead.
Hello, councillors. You're hearing today from many concerned citizens who want Ottawa to be the best it can be and Lansdowne to be a vibrant city asset, rather than a further source of debt for taxpayers to carry for the next 40 years. Many here today have devoted days of volunteer effort to analyze pages of rather opaque financial reports and legal documents. The city's website states that the key benefits of P3s for residents are that they reflect residents' priorities, minimize the impacts on residents' taxes, free up public funds for core services, and for the city, the benefits are listed to be to share the risk, create high-quality infrastructure, promote transparency, accountability, and in-depth cost-benefit analysis. That's on your website. And to enhance competitiveness. We have to question whether this deal has met any of these objectives. Lansdowne 1 was not an open competition, and residents' priorities were not really considered. Looking beyond the financial reports, there are other factors about this proposal which will impact the city's budget and bottom line in the future, which do not seem to be included in any of the calculations. One example is that prior to the Lansdowne 1 development, Bank Street was torn up and rebuilt. It wasn't just rebuilt to provide utilities such as water and sewer, but to reinforce the street so that it could bear the weight of the construction vehicles. I've never seen these costs exposed. Do the city planners have these costs? Were they assigned to Lansdowne? Because that's the reason we had to tear up Bank Street. Prior to Lansdowne 1, several of us went out and counted the trees along Homewood Avenue because we were afraid that the Lansdowne development might damage some of them. Little did we know that they were all going to get mowed down, and the Sylvia Holden Park, which was not part of Lansdowne Park, was lost to the community. It was a valuable green space, a valuable amenity to the neighboring community, provided a quiet breathing space, a play area, habitat for birds and small animals. Land is precious in the city core. Natural spaces cannot be replaced. 40-year-old trees cannot be replaced. Three of us counted over 200 trees that meet the city requirement that they should not be chopped. Plus, it was migrating bird habitat and it was nesting season. I called in Environment Canada, chained my bike to a backhoe. Environment Canada came, they looked at it and they said, "You're right. This cannot be taken down. This is migratory bird nesting season." Over the weekend, somehow in the back rooms of Environment Canada, and perhaps with Mayor Watson present, the decision got changed and the trees got mowed down. We lost 200 trees and we lost the Sylvia Holden Park. Now, some will say you didn't lose the Sylvia Holden Park, and I'll tell you, all they did was move the sign. The Sylvia Holden Park was the full south side of Homewood Avenue. The recent solid waste master plan that the city's come out with projects solid waste is increasing by 31% by 2053, with waste sites already reaching capacity limits. Do these solid waste estimates include what would be generated if the arena is torn down and the contaminated waste is removed from under the existing berm? Mayor Sutcliffe declared October 2023 to be Circular Economy Month, something I celebrate, by the way, Mayor. Let's demonstrate that the city can hit it out of the park, not tearing down what's already at Lansdowne, but instead finding ways to repair, renew, and reuse what's there. There's empty retail space. Perhaps that could be a shelter. Perhaps we could have support systems there. It might contribute to our housing. what we've already got. The only business that I really frequented at Lansdowne Park is now gone, and that's the Bank of Montreal. They've closed the branch. I don't know why. The Ernst & Young report that you've all seen used, I quote, unaudited financial information. That's at page 38. It states that there are many, quote, optimistic assumptions. That's at page 17. And unrealistic retail expectations. That's at page 14. Further, the report states that the city will cover business interruption costs for those retail businesses that will be forced to shut down during the 7-year construction window. Today, I heard that was going to be a 50-50 split with OSEG, but it's a 10-year construction window.
You have about 10 seconds.
I wonder about the rental. Okay, that's too bad because I have a lot more to say, but that's life in the big city. The Lansdowne 1 deal was set up to be skewed in favor of OSEG, not the city and not the taxpayers. We understand OSEG got an 8% return on their money before the waterfall flowed at all. I hope that every member of this committee and council will carefully consider our collective priorities and work for the citizens.
Thank you. That's time. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor. Thank you, Diane, for being here and for your involvement. Now, given that you were involved with the discussions around Lansdowne 1, and now we are here at number 2, what we often hear is that we own the stadium and the land, that it is a public asset. And I'm just wondering, given your involvement in the first iteration of this and now the second, if there's an ownership model that you think the local community is more supportive of.
Well, you're right, Ariel. I've been involved in this for over 40 years. I was at the first consultation, shall we say. I think it was called a charrette. I called it the charade because I was put at a table with 7 developers and none of my opinions were documented. Your question was the ownership. I think that the city should find a way of maintaining the site themselves, and that we shouldn't be looking to a third party to do this. P3s are supposed to help us, but I feel in this case, the city has just had a black hole. So I would very much like everyone to think very carefully if we want to leave the city in the red, unable to pay for other services, or in the black, with the ability to provide reliable transit, affordable housing, and recreational services? Or will it always be a red-black question mark and a financial problem left to the next team on council? As you know, there was no design competition.
You're returning to your presentation now.
Okay, I was trying to still answer the question. There was no design competition. I think we need one now. Are there any other questions? I do have a long history with this site.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. We'll move next to Katie Burkholder-Harris, followed by Kate Reiki, and then
I
Jane.
will spare you my song.
So if you could please come forward if you're one of the next 2 or 3 speakers to get ready.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. I'm speaking today on behalf of the Alliance to End Homelessness Ottawa. We represent 75 agencies in Ottawa in the housing and homelessness sector. In the past year, we've been encouraged by this council's focus on affordable housing and homelessness as a key priority. As part of our Starts with Home campaign leading up to last year's municipal election, 16 councillors endorsed the messages of stop the loss of affordable housing, create more, and preserve the quality. In anticipation of the city's application for the Housing Accelerator Fund, we presented our report, Starts with Home, Scaling Up Nonprofit Housing in Ottawa, to Planning Committee, with recommendations to use scale, zoning enablers, and public land to significantly increase nonprofit housing. For the past few years, I have tried to see a path for private developers to build affordable housing. I've spoken with developers wanting to tackle the housing crisis. And despite good intentions, the numbers simply do not work in this market. And even when there are private market builds with affordable rental, the standard of affordability does not apply to low and even middle income earners. For Ottawa, even households earning up to $82K a year can still only afford to pay $1,700 a month for housing costs, according to CMHC's definition of affordability. The average market rent for a one-bedroom in Ottawa is $2,000 a month, never mind if a household requires more than one bedroom. If we want to scale affordable housing, we need to scale nonprofit housing. Deals with developers for limited term affordable housing agreements of 10 to 15 years are ineffective at best. It's kicking a crisis down the road. The affordability standards within those agreements don't begin to meet the housing needs of our community. Public land is the city's greatest asset to scale desperately needed nonprofit housing. Lansdowne is public land, and as a result, I would urge council to think ambitiously about how we could leverage this asset in the most impactful way possible to address our housing crisis. There are two paths to achieving this. The current proposal could include a mandated nonprofit housing component similar to the Dream LeBreton model with multi-faith housing. The nonprofit units will remain affordable in perpetuity under the ownership of a nonprofit and integrated into an overall build. I suspect we're past that point for this development, but if that's not the approach, unless this type of deliberate nonprofit private partnership is integrated into the proposal, the units in Lansdowne were never going to be truly affordable in the first place. And we need to stop pretending that the private market can deliver the kind of affordability we need. Given this, using the money from the sale of the air rights and investing these in nonprofit housing is a far more efficient use of our scarce resources. However, we need to allocate far more than $3.9 million from the sale towards nonprofit. At minimum, we urge council to put 25% of the total sale towards council's own stated term priority, affordable housing. And I appreciate seeing those motions already on the table. In speaking with nonprofit providers, $3.9 million buys about 10 units of nonprofit housing. It does not enable scale. It barely scrapes the surface, and the city should be getting more out of this deal. A week ago today, the mayor and council called for an emergency shelter crisis task force. I commend the urgency with which council is responding to the crisis on their streets as we face the very real threat of people freezing to death this winter. However, we cannot continue to separate the housing and homelessness crisis from decisions like Lansdowne, where we have a choice to invest in long-term solutions using the city resources we have. Please invest wisely. Please invest in building a city where everyone can afford to live with dignity in a safe, affordable home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We'll go to questions. Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Katie. Nice to see you again. Yeah, I'll admit I'm of two minds because on one hand, I truly believe every development should involve affordable housing, but like you, I've reached the conclusion that trying to eke out small pockets of affordability within private developments is just not going to get us the kind of help that we need to solve homelessness in our city. So if we take Councillor King's motion as an example, he has proposed that 40% of the value of the air rights go to affordable housing. So we think that's about $15 to $20 million, about 15. What could you do with that kind of money? Could you give us an example?
Well, I feel silly for lowballing it to 25%. So go Councillor King. So 15 to 20 million. I mean, when you start to look at the numbers, and we're talking in the context of actually the task force, the last week we've been talking about, Matthew House as an example, with 10 million, they could create 110 new spaces in houses, not necessarily in large scale units, but you start to add that to 15 million to 20 million, and you're looking closer to scales of 100, 200 units. And that's the kind of scale we need to be talking about if we want to actually see changes to our housing.
Yeah, I'll just add that right now the projections is that we're going to have to find warm shelter for at least 250 new people this winter alone. So I'll tell you, that's where my reticence is. I don't think there's a lot of appetite in the public for the city to take on this kind of debt. And my perspective is that if we are going to take on this kind of debt, it should be to solve a real and pressing problem. One more question. I wonder if you could just speak to the economic impact of housing people rather than the status quo within the context of the kind of spending we're doing at Lansdowne.
Sorry, can you say the last part? I didn't quite hear.
Sure. I mean, we often say it's more affordable to house people than to allow them to be homeless. And Councillor King has a really ambitious motion. Councillor Kitts also has a motion. So I wonder if you could speak to how those dollars, if we allocate more to nonprofit housing out of the proceeds of Lansdowne, how they could save the city money.
So we have 475 families who are staying predominantly in hotels right now. And those rooms cost $3,000 a month for one family. When I did the math a couple years ago, it's outdated now, but it's about $12 million a year. Rent subsidies for all of those families for a year would be $3 million. So when you start to look at those cost comparison, it is way cheaper to ensure people are housed and they have dignity. And then I would add, because I don't think we often think about it, but the kind of ripple effects in terms of the economic impact. You know, if somebody is only paying 30% of their income on housing, they're all of a sudden participating in the local economy. They're actually able to live with dignity and shop for groceries and, you know, be in their neighborhoods and buy from stores. And I think we don't, you know, bring that into consideration a lot. People can become full contributing members of our community when they're not so stressed to the point of every dollar going towards survival. So I think just in terms of sheer numbers compared to shelters, absolutely housing is cheaper. And I know Mark McCauley from Salis can talk numbers up the wazoo if you want to discuss the cost of supportive housing even in comparison. You also look at costs in terms of policing and ambulance and emergency services, and the cost of that in contrast to when we house people and provide them safety. The majority of the housing sector, I think the cost is about 80-20. So 20% of people experiencing homelessness use about 80% of the cost. So it's a small number. And in Ottawa, that number of individuals who are chronically homeless is about 400 from my last count. So that kind of money in terms of getting those folks housed versus the amount that we're spending with police calls and interventions, ambulance calls, and the instability that comes from living on the street, it's a pretty significant difference.
Thank you so much. And I encourage my colleagues to support a further investment in affordable housing. 10% can't stand from my perspective. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Katie, for coming out today and reminding us of the message of affordable housing and the need for it. Very much appreciated. By coincidence, I had a meeting last night about transitional housing in my ward. You may have heard about it, which will hopefully, you know, if it goes through, it will save money because it's one building and not motel rooms. So it's going the right direction. But what we really need, and I keep repeating this, is not transitional housing. We need permanent homes for these people. So the affordable housing component was disappointing. It made me sad. 3.8 million. I know what that means in today's dollars in terms of what can be built with OCH. We're working hard to build more. What do you see as in terms of this property? I don't, if you can want to describe for Councillor Wilson's or Councillor King, sorry, motion, how that can work in our favor.
Yeah. So again, I feel ridiculous that I only said 25%, but I mean, I think that kind of money, you know, already council allocates $15 million capital in the budget every year. Were we to look at doubling that, were we to look at adding another 20 million, that's starting to be significant in terms of what that could do for, you know, an Ottawa community housing build or a CCOC build. Or I think we should consider the way that the land trust can leverage collective assets moving forward. But the key point here being scale. We really need to focus on scale moving forward. And to your point, you know, $3.9 million is not scale. And I think so often we have a sector where, you know, agencies are often competing with each other, but we all have the same goal of housing people, but we have, you know, dribs and drabs of funding that doesn't equal scale, and it doesn't actually equal getting enough housing on the table. So I think when you start to look at numbers like 15, 20, 25 million, we're starting, especially with the potential for the Housing Accelerator Fund, we can really use that and actually start to build at scale. 500 units, you know, those sorts of things are possible.
Thank you. And when it's something on our own land, it just feels right that we have to be contributing. Thank you so much for coming out today and reminding us of the importance of affordable housing.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. Katie, thanks for being here and thanks for the work that you do. When you brought us the scaling up housing report, I think it really captured a lot of our imagination, and the key thrust of that report was stacking, right? Really leveraging, and the foundation of the stack is land. Lansdowne Park is a very substantial piece of city land. We are proposing to exploit the value in that by taking a certain percentage of air rights associated with selling or taking a portion of air rights. Is that what you had in mind in the scaling up housing, that the key use, the key benefit of public land would be taking a piece of the sale of that land? Is that what your group intended when you talked about the value of public land to assisting housing?
So I do recall a slide in our presentation to planning that had the face of Brad Pitt on it. And the quote was, the #1 rule of Land Policy Club is don't sell the land. So I would just say that we need to, when possible, and I know Lansdowne's in a different stage, but when possible, it is our greatest asset. So to be leasing public city-owned land to community partner agencies for nonprofit housing in perpetuity, that is the best bang for our buck. It really is. And so I know that we're past that with Lansdowne, but in terms of selling the air rights, the next best step, in my opinion, would certainly be to use as much of that money as possible for nonprofit housing. But to your point, Councillor Leeper, absolutely. Land is our asset. It's our opportunity. And it's the way that we get other levels of government to the table in a serious way.
I'm trying to come to grips with what I feel intuitively, that this large parcel, we've got this giant deal, $400 million worth of money is going to start sloshing around in the system. And we're arguing about whether something is going to be of a value of $2.9 million or $3.9 million to affordable housing, or whether it's going to be $10 million. That doesn't seem to capture the value of what this parcel could be contributing to housing. It just seems very narrow. And that is my frustration around this entire deal, is we've got this key asset that will help us for a couple of years with a few units, and then the asset's gone. And we continue to have the housing problem. I'm glad you're here, and thank you very much for the work that you do.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much. Thanks so much for your delegation and all your work in the city. I know you were saying that the opportunity might have passed for Lansdowne, but that's why we're here. It's why we've got decision makers around the table. And we did put a motion forward today that would see 10% of those units be leased for not-for-profit purposes in perpetuity. And so I take it that would be something that would be desirable for your organization.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the comments that the executive director of Multiface, Suzanne Lee, had commented about the Dream LeBreton partnership was that it was mandated in the RFP that there had to be a nonprofit partnership, not that it was a choice. And I think that's so valuable coming from the city to ensure that it is nonprofit in perpetuity.
The city has said that it's more expensive to develop affordable housing on a site like this because of the location than it would be to develop elsewhere. I just wonder what your response is to that.
I guess I would like to understand the rationale further behind that. I mean, it does strike me as a pretty ideal location. It's a walkable neighborhood. You can get to some beautiful green spaces close to amenities. Like, that strikes me as the ideal spot for affordable housing. But again, I don't have the full rationale for why it would be more difficult in this area.
Yeah, and certainly it would be the developer that would take part in the building of the units as a mandate that council would outline and then lease the space. I do want to speak a little bit about the CMHC's recent analysis of the Ottawa housing market that found there were virtually no affordable units in Ottawa's private market, and that the only units that were close to affordable were the ones that were built before 2018, as they were subject to rent control. Everything built since then is vastly more expensive to rent. Just what are your thoughts about that?
It's true and it's sad. And we have a community that is increasingly struggling to find housing. And I think the one I hear of most increasingly are seniors who can't afford to downsize anymore, who sell their house anticipating they're going to get a home and then they can't afford rent. We can do so much better. We're one of the wealthiest cities in Canada. Like, we have so much opportunity. And I think, you know, what I've seen across the country working nationally is a consistent pattern of the community steps up, they do everything they possibly can, and other levels of government step up too. And so we talk about a shelter crisis. We talk about unprecedented numbers. It doesn't have to be this way. There are solutions. And I know that we're talking about short-term and long-term solutions now, but I just really urge us to think ambitiously about how we do this. Public land, put it all towards nonprofit housing. We're not talking about people who are only very low income right now. We're talking about people who are middle and upper income, using food banks, unable to afford their rent, obviously unable to buy, but beyond that, just basic renting people are not able to do. And it just should not be happening in the nation's capital. We're so much better than that.
In the original Lansdowne proposal, 10% of those units were supposed to be market affordable. And then we also had the land disposal policy of 25%. Both were supposed to be included. Then we obviously had it changed to just 10%. I take it you think both should be included? And then a second just corollary question is market supply enough on its own to meet the housing challenges that we have? I assume you've read Steve Pomeroy's analysis around supercharged demand and the financialization of the housing market. And so I just, on those two pieces, and then I'll wrap up, Mayor.
Yeah, I mean, maybe 15, 20 years ago, I could imagine a world where enough supply, generic any supply, might actually have cut it, but not anymore. The market is predominantly and increasingly owned by investment, right? Investors are really kind of warping the way housing prices function. And as a result, we can build and build and build. But if an investor is the one who owns that, then there's still the ability for the market to bear very high prices. And that's what we're seeing. So I think, again, I'm just so uneasy about any proposals we have where it's a private development deal with, you know, somehow measured against average market rent as the threshold for affordability, because we know that average market rent does not match paychecks any longer. It's not even close to paychecks. And we see that with rising homelessness in significant ways.
Thank you so much for your delegation.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So Councillor Tierney has put I think a legitimate motion on the table to add the third tower back in. And I wonder, I've resisted that third tower on the basis of what I think may be too precious an objection in terms of how that's going to feel in the public realm, right? Crowding the plaza, crowding the public realm. We want Lansdowne to be an attractive place. But one of the offsets, or one of the things that might change my mind on that is if it's put to the service of affordable housing. If that were an OCH tower, for instance, that is mixed market and RGI, okay, you know what, if we can get that and we can make it feasible, I might be interested in that third tower. What is the need? What is your box score that you tell people when you talk about the need? Convince me the need is there.
I think we have over 60,000 households in core housing need in Ottawa. Only 12,000 are on the registry, and we have to remember that the registry is a small amount of who's actually in core housing need. Not everybody signs up to want to interact with the system. And so when I think about that, I think about the fact that we have a lot of need in our community. And that's people who are living in a home. That's not people who are homeless. That's not international students. That's not temporary foreign workers. That is not people sleeping rough. So when you then add those numbers, and I would say we don't at a city level count our violence against women numbers. I talked to a VAW shelter the other day who said they turned away 1,000 women in the past year. We are desperate on the ground. We are desperate. So we need every piece of housing that we can possibly get to take care of our community. I'm pro third tower if we can make it that. If we can make it something that's a strong nonprofit contribution and partnership, go for it. And density only helps community vibrancy. So I don't think it'd be a terrible thing to have more people there, to be honest. But I just think in terms of how much core housing need we have in our community, we need scale and we need nonprofit scale.
Thank you, Katie. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us today. Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Okay, Councillor Johnson, sorry about that.
Oh, that's fine. Thanks for being here, Katie. I was wondering if you could sort of speak to what the relationship would be for nonprofit housing development and property taxes, because, you know, the idea of this third tower as being a way to create better revenue neutrality for the entire project, if we were to put it into affordable housing, we might not see that revenue neutrality. And I also wonder whether the nonprofit allocation, when we were talking about whether or not it would be too expensive, was also relating to the need for a certain percentage of property tax uplift to make this viable. So could you please explain to us sort of in the affordable housing landscape, which actors pay property taxes and at what rate, so that we could have that while we're making our deliberations on this, please?
I'd actually recommend getting Ray Sullivan here. So this is not my bailiwick in terms of how much property tax people will pay, but I do know a lot of our nonprofit providers, the lower the better. And if you can waive property taxes, that's a huge enabler to build affordable housing.
Yeah, thank you. So I sort of know the answer to my own question because I'm an excellent politician. No, I'm kidding. But yes, there are certain nonprofit housing providers like OCH being, you know, arm's length from the city of Ottawa as a corporation that don't have to pay property taxes in the same method as others. And so, you know, again, we have to imagine what demands the city of Ottawa is putting on those on those nonprofit housing providers as we're asking them to engage in the housing crisis. I don't think it's a bad idea, Councillor Leapers, by no means, but I do think that will be some of the arguments that we'll hear moving forward. And again, it sort of shows the dependence of the entirety of the project on property tax uplift, where it's almost all or nothing, would have implications for nonprofit or affordable housing on site, deeply affordable housing. So again, can Lansdowne actually achieve our affordable housing goals in the way that you describe as contrived? It's to be discussed. So thank you.
I understand that. I would just add, I mean, I know it's connected and yet not connected, but the other costs that the city is putting forward on not adding more affordable housing are significant, right? And I know it's not the same pot. I appreciate that, but I do think that's something that always needs to be considered as these sorts of decisions are made. But thank you for your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for being here today. So we're going to move next to Kate Reekie and then Jane Keeler. So if you could get ready to present, that would be great. I just want to provide a quick update on where we're at and where we're going today. So just based on doing a little bit of math, I'm projecting that we're going to go to somewhere around 35 to 40, number 35 to 40 on the list of delegations, somewhere in that range today, with the rest of them being tomorrow. So if you are after number 40 on the list, you will likely not be presenting today. In fact, you almost certainly will not be presenting today. So if you are anywhere before number 40, you will probably be presenting today. But if you're after number 40, you'll be presenting tomorrow. But we might stop a little bit before number 40, depending on how it's going. And again, we will do the delegations up to that number in that range today, and then we will allow for committee members and councillors to ask questions of staff and OSEG based on the delegations. So not based on their presentations in the project, which will be tomorrow, but based on the delegations so far today. All right, so that's the plan. So if you're ready, I'll introduce Kate Reekie. Please go ahead whenever you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that as an Ottawa resident and as a taxpayer, I'm really, really concerned about this plan. I urge this committee to take a sober second look at this. As you know, it was developed by the previous council, and there was not much by way of analysis of alternatives and not much by way of meaningful public consultation. I believe this is a financially risky and unaffordable plan in light of critical yet significantly underfunded priorities like responding to climate change, fixing public transit, and supporting affordable housing. How is it even possible that we're considering spending close to $500 million to subsidize an underperforming private sector partnership when we don't even have enough funds for these basic priorities? What does this say about us and our values? Public funding should go to benefit the people of Ottawa, yet it's really hard for me to see how this proposal benefits anyone other than OSEG and developers. What exactly will Ottawans get for, $500 million? We'll get significantly increased traffic congestion on bank streets, as a lot of this has already been said, but it bears repeating. We'll get reduced accessible green space behind the stadium with more residents and visitors competing for it. We'll get reduced commercial activity during all the construction period, which can be between 5 and 10 years. No one's really going to want to hang out there while the construction is happening. We'll get this luxury residential development or hotel or whatever it ends up being that does nothing to address Ottawa's affordable housing crisis, as we just heard from Katie. And we'll see, from a user perspective, we'll see increased ticket prices, fewer seats for both the stadium and the arena, and no more roof over the north side stands, which doesn't make us feel like a first world country. This project flies in the face of city policies and plans. We've already noted how the official plan of Ottawa prioritizes development close to the LRT, close to public transit, in order to reduce congestion and car transport related emissions. And this proposal does exactly the opposite. And we've heard about the fact that it contravenes the city's affordable housing, land, and funding policy, which directs 25% of the value of city and land sales for residential development to go towards affordable housing. So we've also heard of this. I just want to underline that I think that this is unacceptable. And we've also talked about the parkland dedication, which again, we're contravening the city's own policies. It doesn't make sense. So why are we rushing into this expensive project? I'm just wondering whose agenda is really being served by doing this. The arena and the stadium north side stands, they're certainly not state of the art, but they're perfectly functional and their renovation is not necessary at this time. I want to further underscore that deciding on a future home for the Ottawa 67s really needs to be made in light of the pending decision on the location of the NHL stadium, and with options for co-locating the two explored. And I also think we should be waiting until the Auditor General's report on Lansdowne is out and the findings can be considered. I feel like with the LRT, I want us to learn the lessons from the LRT. And with the LRT, we went forward on phase 2 before properly analyzing phase 1, and we're seeing the consequences today. The financial risk of this proposal has been discussed also. And I think for all of the city's upfront investment, the city's only expected to receive $358 million in waterfall payments, and most of that materializing only after 2047. And that's only if it all goes according to plan. The profitability of Lansdowne relies largely on the success of the retail leasing on site, yet we don't really know what the assumptions are predicting this $1 billion in profits by 2066. So really, I just want to leave you to say it's really not too late to say no to this project. And please don't throw good money after bad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reiki. I'm taking a look to see if members have any questions for you. And I don't see any. Thank you very much for your presentation this afternoon. Jane Keeler will be our next presenter, followed by Alexandra Gruca-McCauley. Is Jane with us? There she is.
Hi.
Hi, Jane. You've got 5 minutes to make a presentation to the committee.
Okay, thank you. I'm a resident of Old Ottawa South, and just so you know, Tim, I want to talk about the process of making large projects, the ethics, and some truth and consequences. The obscurity of highly technical terms in the reports that you folks referenced to councillors I'm talking about at the beginning of this meeting was pretty amazing how difficult it must be to try to understand and translate and challenge some of those documents. So my first suggestion to you after listening is that you should require reports to be written or rewritten in what they call plain English. And I think that I appreciated so much the few examples where some of the proposed amendments, such as the one by Councillor Kavanaugh, were put in plain English, and I understood what it was talking about. So that's my first suggestion. I think it would help everyone. Number two, the process. I feel like the process in Ottawa has developed a standard of doing things upside down and backwards, really. What happens is there's some kind of discussion by people who are interested, by resource people or developers in some back room or possibly tea party, I don't know. And somebody finds a site and some imagination produces a concept to pull it out of the back pocket. I'm not sure how it happens. It's almost miraculous. Gathering the votes up is another level. And that seems to require it within the city governance, some kind of a sudden presentation in a way that requires a rushed decision. And I feel that that's going on here. It's been, excuse me, 10 years since Lansdowne 1 has been put in place. It hasn't been a great success. I think that's shown clearly. I know the pandemic had some effect, but if you drive past today on a busy middle of the afternoon and look at that vast kind of balcony on the front where people can sit and have lunch or a beer, there's rarely more than one table half occupied. I think the retail has not been great, and it certainly wasn't the kind of retail that was promised. Okay. The process, though, of producing a plan for something like this is backwards, because usually the plan is put forth in some detail without ever having consulted the public. In this case, it was clearly a one group proposal put in place by that group. Then after that, there are some public consultations and themes are gathered, themes of concern, but no major changes are seemingly ever announced based on that. Or if they are, they may be not very long later reversed, as we hear might happen with these multiple towers. And there's a constant assurance to the public that any details or any problems with that project can be improved later when it's actually put into practice. This the history of this project, I like to call it OSEG 2.0, was approved in the dying days of the last city council, as Watson was almost like virtually hopping aboard the last LRT train out of town. And he urged a yes from the councillors. You know, it can always be improved later. We got to get going. There's always a rush. And it's as if the ghost of decisions past is still plaguing us all, as if the former mayor was still in the mayor's chair. There are questions of ethics here. There's something false, is my third point, about the idea of saving taxpayers' money by limiting municipal taxes to 2.5%, while at the same time throwing vast amounts of our financial resources into the magic waterfall, and we know where it leads. We all know Mayor Watson claimed complete responsibility without any financial penalty or even any jail time for he and his top managers. Well, I hope you guys are safe from that risk. Please turn this down. Don't take risks on your own reputation, on your own understanding, and don't take risks with the people of Ottawa. We are already stretched beyond our capacity by bad projects. Thank you.
Jane, thank you very much. I'm taking a look to see if members have any questions for you. And I don't see any. Thank you very much for your intervention this afternoon.
Thank you.
We're going to hear from Alexandra Gruca-McCauley next, followed by Robert Brankelbach. Brocklebank.
Alexandra,
Yes, thank you.
welcome. Good morning, afternoon. You've
Good
got
yes, good
5
morning.
minutes. Yeah, it's going to be a long one. 5 minutes.
A news article in 2014 recounted how an OSEG investor concerned about the money-losing prospect of a CFL team recalled thinking, Can we do multiple teams? There was the redevelopment of the park, streams of revenue, getting control of the real estate. Now, in response to OSEG's proposal, the city is recommending another $437.7 million in spending and $331.3 million of 40-year debt on a hope that things will be different next time around. But given the costs and risks, who is going to take control of taxpayers' interests and make a decision that brings the greatest benefit to the residents of Ottawa? Next slide, please. The report presents a less than veiled threat. The city must fund OSEG's plan, or OSEG will choose to leave. Yet with a shocking lack of transparency, a wide range of possible default costs from 407 million all the way down to 118 million are given without disclosing the estimate's key caveat. Depending on the length of time the impacts of the pandemic are experienced. The range estimate repeats almost verbatim from the Lansdowne 2022 annual report, but the qualifier has disappeared. Why? We've learned from the 2023 annual report, and we heard that this morning, that Lansdowne operations are back to pre-pandemic levels. Surely, for a decision this large, we need to see a transparent assessment of not only costs, but also financial gains to the city under a default scenario. Next slide, please. I've completed an analysis, rudimentary, but there's something to work with here, of estimated financial gains in the case of default. By accepting the income and cash flow projections for the 40-year period, 2022 to 2066, provided in document 11, and I've made a number of adjustments, so quite a number, that include the loss of new retail, equity payouts, facilities renovations, and also have adjusted the estimate with the cost estimate provided by the Chief Financial Officer. Under a do-nothing scenario, the total projected financial gain to the city would be $1.05 billion. Next slide, please. Although disregard for the Ottawa taxpayer permeates the report, Lansdowne's property tax uplift is one of the starker examples. Calgary recently tried out a similar Lansdowne-style property tax uplift pilot and decided to reject its use. Why? Well, in Calgary's own words, quote, "The city's budget already considers all of the property taxes that are generated and invests them on a citywide basis. This allows for flexibility on where funds are best allocated in accordance with council priorities." Council priorities. Ottawa has a number of these, but to demolish and rebuild recently renovated, structurally sound, and perfectly adequate sporting facilities at Lansdowne simply is not a defensible priority. I urge you to vote no and take control of $437.7 million for the sake of all Ottawa residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. I know Councillor Menard has a question for you.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, Alexandra, for all your in-depth work on this file. Can you just give me an idea of your background and finances?
I have a Bachelor of Commerce and Finance, and I worked in domestic commercial lending and international commercial lending as well.
Thank you. And on the property tax uplift piece, I don't know if people fully understand it, but essentially, and just correct me if I'm wrong, what we'll be doing is taking money that could potentially go to all wards in the city of Ottawa and allocating it from those buildings just to one project at 75% of the property tax revenue. Is that basically it? Is there more you can add on that?
Well, that is how the proposal has structured it. It's the way it's structured in the proposal is that the property tax uplift is tracked within the closed financial system. So when there's a calculation done as to what will be the city's net equity contribution, which is essentially funding a shortfall from other revenue sources, when that is being tracked, property tax uplift is tracked in there also, and it's netted out. So it's contained as a calculation within the system. And, you know, as you go through this report, you'll see that it is actually identified as one of the funding sources for the debt. So it is, it's not a matter of, oh, you know, we've got more property taxes available to the city. We specifically have a system here, according to the proposal, that's within the closed financial system.
And why did Calgary reject that same type of provision recently?
They, the report went to Calgary in May of this year, I forget the exact date, but anyway, May of this year. And they had 4 reasons for it. They were trying to see whether they could have like a community delineated area where property taxes would be used to help redevelop park space or whatever. So there's some similarity there. But one of the main reasons was because they recognized to kind of tie up property taxes within one little geographic area, which I'll just say it's as a sideline, it's very different from like a brownfield grant program or where, you know, that you actually need to raise money to develop it. But to do that, it takes away the flexibility of funding city priorities. And
So, for example, in Councillor Kitz's ward, there might be a priority that she has that property tax money could no longer go to because it's only going to this one project.
That's right. It's being tracked within the system. And, you know, I'm not going to get into a bookkeeping debate as to what, you know, but the fact is that it's part of the formula for how contributed equity of the city is calculated within the closed waterfall system.
Thank you for that. One of the things that we heard over and over is that OSEG may choose to default on their own, and that they may leave, causing a huge concern and ripple effect. You've contended it's the other way around, that if they left, the city would actually have a huge financial benefit. Why is that?
Well, if we take the assumptions as they are, cash disbursements that would be going to OSEG could come directly to the city. There are all sorts of management, administration, consulting, financing fees that currently go either to OSEG or OSEG-related parties. Part of the assumptions of this calculation is that those fees will simply go to other third-party players. So all of the costs and expenses are there, but we save a tremendous amount of spending. You know, the 419 million plus the 18.6 million, just on a nominal figure basis, that's $696 million of debt repayment. And so those funds, there's a tremendous opportunity cost for those funds too. But the flows can come directly to the city now.
And so, for example, OSEG had paid in over the 9 years an extra $160 million to cover the operational deficits that would occur each year. That's not free money. They're supposed to get the equity back into the waterfall, and they're supposed to make 8% and then 5% on that equity. And in the new deal, they're proposing that the total equity would be reduced, but there'd still be a payback of a large portion of it over time.
Yes.
So if, for example, they were to default, the city wouldn't have to pay back that $160 million.
Well, no,
in the future.
it's in there. The calculation is in there. OSEG would be owed its equity. And, you know, we just take the figure that's in the report, $160.5 million. But the city is owed equity as well. It's owed a return on, not of, but a return on its deemed equity. And also as part of the settlement agreement for refurbishing the the Civic Center roof, that if that loan right now with the partnership, it's guaranteed by the city. But if there's a default, the amount outstanding, which is 16.5 million on the roof loan right now, that would be converted according to the agreement to city equity. So we're netting out, OSEG gets their equity, net out what the city gets, and it's all in there. It's all accounted for in there. Yeah.
That's helpful. I do wonder on the retail podium buyback discussion that's in the report here. They're saying we would sell off the land. The developer would build the tower with the retail podium and the subterranean pieces. This city would then have an option of buying back the retail podium. What's your understanding of the way that would work in terms of a potential land sale or sell off of land? I know you've been asking about this, and what's your understanding of the way it's been set up?
Well, it was a little bit more, there was some clarity this morning with the motion with Councillor Kitt's motion, because the report was a little bit contradictory in how it was being presented. If we are actually talking about a sale of property rights, we're selling the property, we're selling the land, we're selling Lansdowne land. And the way I understand it is a builder will then build the tower, and the city will essentially buy a condo in the tower, except that condo will be the retail podium. So the city they'll own the retail podium condo in that building. City, I don't believe, I mean, that's still to be somewhat clarified, but if we're selling property rights, we're selling property rights, the land.
Right. So then that would be the first piece of public land potentially sold off at the Lansdowne parcel, which we've always talked about.
That's right, because up until this point, we've been talking about air rights. I don't think we're talking, clearly we're not talking about air rights any longer. We're talking about selling land.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get more clarity from staff, and I've certainly asked them, and it seems to be that's what's happening, but we're trying to get exact clarity on that. I guess just given you've literally spent thousands of hours, it seems like, on this file. So what are your greatest concerns for the city? You're obviously a steward of good financial management. I know the way that you've been in the ward. What are your concerns, I guess, overall financially for the city if we move forward with this deal?
Well, one of the bigger concerns is that we have not been presented with options. There are opportunity costs to these funds. We have not been presented with a full costing out of costs and gains that the city could get. It's a tremendous amount of money. It's property taxes that will, in one way or another, be corralled off. And we've been told that for $40 million, we can extend, we can have a good, decent life in those facilities for 40 years. And again, the spending of the 40 million is in that estimate too. So we can renovate the buildings, we can have the site. And then if the city decides down the road that they'd like to develop the land, you're going to have developers tripping over themselves. This is not a derelict piece of land. This is a very attractive piece of land. And then guess what? The city gets the property taxes to use as it likes, with the flexibility that it needs to direct towards city priorities.
Look, thank you very much for all the work you've done on this and your care for the city of Ottawa. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Alexander, we don't have any other questions for you, so thank you very much for your intervention this afternoon. Robert Brocklebank is next, who will be followed by Catherine Knoll. Hey, Robert. We're ready for you. 5 minutes when you're ready.
Others have spoken about finances and transportation. I wish to raise questions about city governance. Put simply, I believe that the city of Ottawa has paid insufficient attention to its role as a regulatory authority and overemphasized its role as investor, or if you prefer, partner, in Lansdowne. I wonder whether the city of Ottawa has organized itself properly to deal with this matter. I wonder whether proper deference has been given to elected representatives on council. I wonder why the applicant in this proposal is the city itself. Let's begin there. It seems to me that the party that is missing in this discussion is the Lansdowne Master Partnership, a body which I understand is incorporated in Manitoba. That organization has been described as unsustainable. And because we hear nothing from the partnership, the city itself has become the applicant, seeking an official plan amendment, a zoning bylaw amendment, an exemption from various responsibilities, such as parkland dedication and allocation of resources for affordable housing. Like it or not, the City of Ottawa is a regulatory authority. It establishes and enforces rules upon residents. A classic problem in governance is regulatory capture. A regulatory agency becomes dominated by the interests it regulates rather than the public interest. A well-known way of dealing with such potential conflicts of interest involves deliberately separating such interests. In big auditing and consulting firms, they have so-called Chinese walls, ethical barriers within a single organization. I've searched through the documentation and failed to find any demonstration that such a technique has been adopted for the city's handling of Lansdowne 2.0. Normal interaction between regulator and applicant has not occurred. Why not? My guess is that when council decided to provide $8 million to elaborate the concept from OSEG, the message to staff was improper but clearly received. Your salary's coming from the funds to further this project. Stop asking questions. Don't waste time thinking about alternatives. Just press ahead with this project. And press ahead they did. When council directed that the Lansdowne project conform to the official plan, what was the response? We have the opposite, a proposal to modify the official plan to conform to the project. Putting aside the understandable resentment at being so flagrantly disobeyed, members of council might well ask why an official plan amendment is required and how it is justified. They will find neither explanation nor cogent justification in the documentation prepared for this meeting. So nothing is allowed to stand in the way of the proposal. Council must rubber stamp it without delay. In the stampede, policies on affordable housing are abandoned. Resources for parkland are not collected, even though the proposal is to shrink the park while introducing more park users. Have we forgotten anything? Maybe exemption from development charges and community benefit charges. Perhaps repealing the law of gravity would facilitate construction. And in the rush to proceed, there are slip-ups. The plan is to sell city land. Is that clear? The idea of a shorter residential tower is ignored in the zoning. A developer could, on an as-of-right basis, build to a height of 138 meters. History is being rewritten with imagination. Now in 2023, we learn that the rehabilitation of Lansdowne a decade ago was short-term, mostly cosmetic improvements. A surprise to anyone who was involved at the time. My conclusion is that the staff report before you is a promotional brochure rather than an analysis. Council should be provided with sound arguments rather than baseless assertions. Moreover, council should ask how we got to this miserable state of affairs. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Right on time. Councillor Menard has some questions for you.
Thanks very much, Chair, and appreciate your delegation. I will just say, Bob, I think there's hundreds of pages of documents. I think I got my binder here, which is just huge. So, I know there's a lot there. I think in one of the documents, they go through the rationale for the OPA. Doesn't mean I fully agree, but I do know some documentation was provided on it in one of the documents. But I do want to ask you, what do you suggest council does now? We're at this state, as you mentioned. Where do we go from here? Given that we're in this state now, we're at committee and council in 8 days. So what is your recommendation to the committee?
I'm happy to answer your question. First, I have documentation too. But what do I think should be done? Let me draw an analogy. All across this city, in hospitals, there are patients who are lying there with "do not resuscitate" written on their medical record. DNR, it's called in medical terms. What it means is, do not engage in heroic activity in order to create a semblance of life among for someone who is already, for all practical purposes, dead. And in the case of Lansdowne, let's think about it. What we're doing is truly heroic. This is the equivalent of hooking them up because neither your lungs, nor your heart, nor your liver are working. No, what we're going to do is we're going to pour 430, $500 million into a corpse to try to pretend that it's alive. So I suggest it's time to take a pause and say, moment for heroic action.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No other questions? Mr. Brocklebank, thank you. We'll move next to Catherine Knoll, followed by Paul Jenkins and Toby Sanger. So if you can be ready to go if you're second or third. Catherine Knoll, whenever you're ready.
Sorry, just needed to unmute myself. Good afternoon, Mayor and councillors. My name is Catherine Knoll, and I'm the organizer and market manager of 613 Flea. Since 2015, I've organized the twice a month 150 vendor, not-for-profit 613 Flea Marketplace at Lansdowne Park. This free to attend community event shines a spotlight on Ottawa's creative community, artisans and creators, along with Ottawa's sustainable community, antique dealers and vintage clothing vendors. The market's an important income source for local artisans and vendors. It also helps generate revenue for surrounding businesses. 613 Flea is one of the events that adds to Ottawa's vibrant social fabric and helps make this city a great place to visit and live. Other than the farmers market, 613 Flea rents the Aberdeen Pavilion more often than any other event. The market attracts about 5,000 people each day, and with 21 markets this year, we will draw approximately 100,000 people to the site. And yet, I suspect that some people in this room have never heard of 613 Flea before. And if that's the case, I'm happy that they've discovered something new about Lansdowne Park. And that's part of the reason I wanted to speak to you today, so all of us can discover new things and how they might benefit Lansdowne Park. We as a city have thus far made a very grave error with regards to Lansdowne 2.0 proposal. We have limited the discussions to take it or leave it. It's a discussion that's forced everyone into battle-hardened positions of yes or no. The process, by its very design, has excluded any new ideas from being brought to the table. Yes, there's been public consultations, but the consultations have been limited to only commenting on this one proposal. Why would we bring just one idea to the table? Why would we not all come together, seek out new and innovative ideas, and see what all the options are before we make any decisions? And by the way, new and innovative ideas and the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal need not be mutually exclusive. Now I'd like to talk a bit about my take on the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal with regards to small and medium-sized events. I've managed events at Ottawa Shaw Centre, as well as the Toronto Convention Centre and the Enercare Centre at Exhibition Place. Like Lansdowne Park, Exhibition Place is a multi-use facility. It functions very well for events because it's serviced by public transit that includes buses, streetcars, and the GO train, where Lansdowne is serviced by bus alone. There's also ample parking for each event building at Exhibition Place, whereas there's only limited parking that's shared by all event buildings at Lansdowne. As an event manager, this has me worried. I have a very real concern that the site will become unworkable, certainly for smaller events. For example, at one of our market days this year, when other events were running on site, a representative of OSEG, through our city contact, requested that we ask people on our social media to stop coming by car because there was no more parking and Bank Street was backed up. Telling customers to stop coming is not good for any event. And while it's laudable to encourage people to come by public transit, I can tell you that as an event manager, that until such time that public transit is much more efficient and convenient to Lansdowne Park than it is today, the reality is that parking is still essential for any successful event. With virtually no new public parking spaces planned and with no new transportation plan, what would happen if we add a new event center to the site? I believe that smaller community events like 613 Flea, which are so often overlooked in mega projects like Lansdowne 2.0, may be pushed aside to make room for larger events at the OSEG-run facilities. For these reasons, I implore the mayor and all the councillors to simply take a breath on this file, to delay the vote on this file, to go out into the community and the wider world to see what exceptionally clever ideas are out there, to discover all the new ways of looking at Lansdowne Park. To plow ahead thinking that our only choice is a yes or no vote on this one proposal is just short-sighted and unwise. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Thank you, Catherine, for all of your work on the site. You are one of the reasons why so many people go to Lansdowne, and you represent 150 small businesses, not-for-profits, farmers, others that come to that site. And I can't thank you enough for all the work that you've done to make it as vibrant an urban village as you can. I guess the question that I have for you is, there's a few of them. One of them is the horticulture building. One of the proposals in here is that we would tear down the brand new created 2014 J block with small businesses in it and the Good Life, and move the Good Life into the horticulture building. I wonder your perspective on that. And I also wonder if you know how much the horticulture building brings in for the city of Ottawa on an annual basis.
We haven't used the horticulture building since 2015. We pretty well grew out of it. I think, yeah, we did one event there, I think for Christmas of 2016, but we pretty well grew out of that facility fairly quickly. It could only have a maximum of possibly about 50 vendors. And we typically have 150 vendors when we're inside and a similar number when we're outside.
Sorry, if you could just comment on the Aberdeen Pavilion. My apologies. I do want to mention the horticulture building, but the Aberdeen Pavilion and your use there.
Sorry, Sean, just our use there in terms of.
Yeah, well, just how do you operate right now within the site?
Okay.
At the pavilion, what's your current, concern with the proposal as you operate at this present time?
The biggest concern for us is transit. It's really our only concern because right now when bigger events are happening on site, we either are locked out of those dates or or our customers can't get to the site. We've had comments from customers saying, I love your event, but I can't, I drove down, I couldn't access the site, the parking was full. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen with some regularity. And we're drawing from, just talking to people as they come in the door. We are drawing people from all corners of the city. It's not really a local event. Certainly, the local communities are huge supporters, but we are a bigger event than that when we're getting those numbers through the door each time.
Well, thank you. And thanks again for all the work that those 150 businesses do on the site. I will just say my understanding, and if you used to be in Hort, that's good enough for me, but the 2050, I guess the amount that Hort brings in is about $300,000 or more every single year for the city as well. So it is a concern where those other businesses may move, what we end up using if there's 10 years of construction on the site, and how it affects your own small businesses. So just want to thank you again for coming and bringing a small business perspective to this debate.
Thank you. And we are very concerned about the 10 years of construction too, in terms of whether or not we will be able to even use the outside facility, because we typically try to run our summer events out on Aberdeen Square. And one last comment on the Aberdeen Pavilion. It is such a beautiful building to be in on a sunny day. And one of the things for sure that we're concerned about is the potential of that third tower casting shadows over the Aberdeen Pavilion. Our vendors love the building. Customers walk into the event, look around, and they're always excited to be there and love the space.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Catherine, for coming out today. I just wanted to applaud you on how you've built up 613 Flea. I've attended many times, and it sounds like it's a sellout occasion on pretty much every second week and special occasions, which is great. My understanding is city staff do a tremendous job in supporting your efforts doing that. And I just want to get some feedback on that because, it is a pretty popular event. And when you come out and speak about parking, that's opposite to some of the things we've heard here today. So I guess there is that market as well for your market. So maybe you could speak to that as well about how well city staff have been supporting you in your efforts and maybe just touch base on who the need users are that need the parking. Is it more seniors, I assume?
No, I mean, I think just basically we have a pretty mixed crowd that comes through the door. Your first comment was city staff. City staff is awesome. We've got a great relationship with all the folks that we deal with at the city. But parking is an issue on that site. And, event managers typically spend a lot of time and money to make people aware of their events. And then we have to get people to the site. So telling people to come to Lansdowne Park is a great option, but we know that people coming from a distance will come by car. And in the wintertime, even more people come by car. And as you mentioned, seniors, they're coming by vehicles as well. So if a facility has inadequate parking for their facilities and is serviced only by bus, it's going to definitely restrict, how effective your event is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure, I think the farmers market as well is quite successful down there too. So there's a lot of really good highlights and we would hate to see a lot of that. So I'm going to stop there, Mr. Mayor, but I do have questions to staff about your experience, the farmers market, what we're charging them, what we're charging you guys to be able to supply and help you out. You get take tables and chairs from us and the facilities and things like that, I assume. And I just want to make sure you're having a good experience. I haven't heard anything negative yet.
We pay, everybody who rents the Aberdeen facility pays the same rent per day. And we rent tables and chairs from Lansdowne Park.
Okay, great. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Catherine, thank you for your presentation. And I almost wish you had spoken much earlier in the day when we were all, more fresh of mind, because I think that the perspective that you bring to this conversation is one that we haven't focused on much yet. The impact of this on the really small businesses that, in my opinion, are a key component to making this kind of area, this kind of public realm area thrive. Because there's something that you said in your presentation that certainly resonates with me. And I fully see the value in augmenting the site for, the experience of our massive entities there, like the event centers and the stadium. But it is key for Lansdowne to thrive, that these small retailers, the farmers market, crafts, flea market thrive as well. And you said that your fear was that in the current plan, the site will become unworkable, especially for small events. And I seem to recall you discussing publicly earlier that you were extrapolating a possible avenue where all of those who do come to 613 Flea will eventually see so many obstacles that they would stop coming. So am I fear mongering to assume that if where you see this going, if according to how you project it, that you could project such an impact on 613 Flea and all those business that you could see like an end to that almost?
Well, if people can't effectively get to the site, so we're going to be, this plan as it currently stands is going to increase a huge amount of traffic to the site, whether it's the 3 towers, which is one issue. Secondly is the new event center. And thirdly is this revamped stadium and new event, well, the event center, sorry. And as a result, I just think that, you know, these smaller events are going to get pushed out because right now we don't really, you know, we don't usually run on a day that there's a football game, for example. So if a football game's on and it's on at 2:00 in the afternoon, we can't run that day. So we get pushed aside, and, you know, we get our dates, you know, since 2015, we've kind of, as bigger events have come on site, we kind of get pushed aside to what other dates they don't want. So that's the other effect that it has. So, I mean, yes, I am concerned about transportation to the site and access to the site as we increase the density on that site. So the more dense, the more traffic, and the more difficult it is going to be for multiple events to run at the same time.
Thank you, because I absolutely do want the site to be the rich, diverse, multifaceted experience it can be. I don't want it to be for lack of a better term, a sterile environment that caters only to one audience and not a rich multitude of audiences. If you were to, and I can understand the call for some kind of pause as we take a peek at this, because it sounds like on one side we're trying to craft, how can we make this site as dense as it can for the sake of housing? And then on another side, there's a question of how can this be the greatest public realm / park gathering place it can be? I don't know if it can be both, but for your own concerns in terms of you trying to advocate for the vitality of this site as a marketplace, is your greatest concern about if you could make one modification to what's currently on the table or with the motions that have been brought now, is the addition of the third tower, is that your greatest concern to how you see the vitality of 613, or is there any other specific element?
No, the third tower is, to me, a negative for sure, looming over the Aberdeen Pavilion. But no, the biggest issue for us is transportation, access to the site, especially when there's multiple events going on.
All right, thank you, Catherine. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Luloff.
Thank you so much for your delegation. 613 is pretty awesome, and you're great at keeping people up to date on the happenings and the vendors and what's going on. So I really, really appreciate it. It's a really fun event to take your family to, especially when there's not something else going on the site. I totally take your point that it's very difficult to make it down there, especially, you know, if you're coming in from the suburbs and you're bringing young children with you. Do you have any innovative ideas as to how we might be able to increase the ability to get to the site, you know, whether that's infrastructure changes or services that might help to make the site a little bit more viable for people that are coming in from outside the downtown core?
Yeah, I think Sean Menard brought up some with his motion earlier today. The way basically the big events work, as you know, is they coordinate with OC Transpo to bring, you know, a whole slew of buses in at the beginning of the event, and at the end of the event, they take them away, you know, take everybody back out of the core. But for us, first of all, that's not an affordable option. And secondly, people kind of show up at our event over a period of a number of hours. They might stay for 15 minutes. They might stay for 2 hours. So our issue, what Sean mentioned earlier with shuttle buses, is definitely a viable option. I mean, if there's somewhere for people to park off site and come in by shuttle, sure, that's a great option. I think somebody else brought up the issue of, you know, cheaper transit once you get to the core. So maybe people could park somewhere and jump on a bus. But the reality is they do need some way to actually get to the site. And that's probably the most critical thing.
Do you think that really is is that the only solution that we should be looking for? Probably not. I can imagine. Any other suggestions? Should we be encouraging, you know, the National Capital Commission to not be closing down the QED so that people can actually get into the back of the site and make use of things like parking? Yeah,
absolutely. Okay. That's a big problem.
It's making it difficult for people to get there.
Yeah, definitely.
Do you think that being able to run public transit or shuttle buses on the QED would be helpful as well, so that we have a second access to the site?
Sure, I hadn't thought of that, but sure.
Okay, Thank you very much, Catherine. I really appreciate all the work that you do, getting people down to Lansdowne and supporting local vendors. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We're going to go next to Paul Jenkins and then Toby Sanger and Rod Patterson. So if you're one of those three people, please get ready. We'll go next to Paul Jenkins. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time and for undertaking this consultation. My objective today is to try to talk to the economics of Lansdowne 2.0. Mr. Mayor, you are quoted as saying Lansdowne 2.0 is not spending, it's an investment. And the two questions I wish to pose are, is it a good investment and is it the right investment? You've received many excellent briefs from concerned citizens who delved into the numbers. And I don't propose to go through any of those in any detail. But I must say, from my review of the various documents and those prepared by staff, the economic case for Lansdowne 2.0, I do not believe has been adequately made. These are truly extraordinary times, and on virtually every score, key assumptions, cost estimates, estimates of revenue streams, there is considerable uncertainty and thus a wide confidence band around the calculations related to this project. So let's just take the interest rate assumption of 4.25% on debt financing. The Bank of Canada's short-term policy rate, and it's an overnight rate, is currently at 5%. If we look out over the planning horizon for this project, I think it's reasonable to say that that rate could come down to around 4%. But if you add a risk premium, a term premium, and an inflation premium, you'll be looking at municipal financing rates significantly above what has been assumed. Secondly, take the retail revenue assumptions. You've heard quite a bit today about those and the risks around those. And I was particularly struck with the pro forma projections that we saw earlier today and just how much of the revenue stream is reliant on those retail assumptions. So these are just two, as I see it, high-risk assumptions associated with this project. So if the question is, are the risks balanced? I would have to say that no, they are not. We can only answer my second question, is it the right investment, if we compare Lansdowne 2.0 to other possible priority investments. In other words, essentially a cost benefit that compares priority projects. Now, the choice set here is not just this project compared with other capital projects. We're talking about taxpayers' dollars, which under Lansdowne 2.0 would go to finance one-off upfront costs and to service the debt, and that these dollars would be available for any other number of potential priority projects. Now, you are better placed than I am as to exactly what those other priorities for Ottawa might be. However, another important question, I believe, is to ask in weighing alternative investments is whether or not they provide a catalyst to economic growth from the initial investment outwards. And I think at a time of economic transformation, and we're talking here about post-COVID, we're talking here about climate change, digital revolution, and a changing world order, just to name a few, how best to promote economic growth is, I believe, a question every public policymaker must ask in making critical decisions as to the use of taxpayers' money. I would like to conclude on a point of governance. And I don't wish to overstate this, but looking at the world beyond Ottawa, I believe that we all recognize the existential threat our democracies are facing. Part of that certainly comes from autocratic sources, but some of it comes from within as a result of mistrust of our democratic institutions. And it is critically important that we collectively work to build trust in those institutions. And that's certainly something that was very important to me during my career. As representatives of the citizens of Ottawa, you play a critically important role in this. And my concern is that considerable trust has been lost around LRT. And the last thing we need is a decision on Lansdowne 2.0 that doesn't carry the trust of our fellow citizens. And you can do that. And to gain trust, we need openness and transparency on this decision. That in turn means appropriate due diligence and analysis on the business case, on risks and contingencies, on the sustainability of city finances.
That's time.
And on a comparison with other potential priority investments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. I'm very glad to see you here today. I'm over here. Hello. Hi. I was wondering, based on you didn't want to speak too much about the financial implications of the project because others had gone over it before, but I would like your view, given your experience and depth of understanding and your work in think tanks, to be able to help us understand the implications of property tax uplift, the tax financing that's being used in this project, because I believe there are other members of even the same institute that are proponents of this type of financing. So could you help us to understand the risks and perhaps the opportunities of that financing?
Yeah, I'm not an expert on many of these specific questions that you're asking. My main point is that when you look at these assumptions, you've got to look at them from the point of view as to whether these risks are really balanced or not. I can't pronounce as to whether a particular component is necessarily a good estimate, but I think one of the issues that you really need to ensure you get staff to address is whether or not these risks are indeed balanced. And as I look at these risks and the sources of revenue, some of this from the uplift, are not balanced. And that's what concerns me. And if you think about a base case scenario for any type of project, you have to be convinced that the risks around those are balanced. And as I look at the financials and the assumptions, including the one that you're referring to, it seems to me you're really looking at a potential worst case scenario that these risks indeed are not properly balanced.
Thank you for those comments. I am interested in speaking more with staff about the complexity of the deal, because one of the LRT inquiry's recommendations was to simplify, complex infrastructure
Absolutely.
projects. And we do have, many, as you say, many revenue assumptions, as well as many asset classes that we'll end up owning at the same time. So I'll look forward to asking those questions.
I mean, the only other thing I could add here, perhaps of some relevance, is I don't know what the staff's basic presumption has been around this interest rate assumption, but I think it is really important for all of us to understand that the world of close to zero interest rates that we had seen for around 15 years before this latest run-up of interest rates is behind us. Economies cannot operate on zero interest rates. I mean, essentially, interest rates need to be at an appropriate level to encourage savings, and then likewise at an appropriate level to ensure those people that want to borrow those savings make the right decisions where there's a return on investment. And so this is a new world that we're in, and I think we need to all recognize that.
Thank you for those comments. When I was driving home yesterday, or was it yesterday? I don't know. These have been quite the long days, but driving home from City Hall, they were talking about the potential of a recession on the radio. And I think we have headlines from our Premier Doug Ford today saying that we are heading into some pretty deep economic times, and we do have the ask on the table for him to help fund this project. So trying to reconcile all of those externalities right now is giving me pause. So thank you.
Yeah, it's very, I mean, and I want to be clear, I'm not here to forecast interest rates. I'm really here to highlight what I consider to be the risks associated with the project as it currently stands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jenkins. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll go next to Toby Sanger, and then Rod Patterson, and then Randy Ambrosi. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor and councillors. I just, for those who don't know him, Paul Jenkins was second in command at the Bank of Canada, so you should heed what he has to say about these things. And I also just want to note, well, I'm a local resident and an economist with experience in municipal finance and P3s. I seem to be one of many independent economists here who've got some critical ideas or serious concerns about this proposal. This is the third time OSEG has come to the City of Ottawa asking for hundreds of millions of dollars. If approved, we will have sunk another $500 million into the project on top of the 200 million plus already. This amounts to $500 for each and every resident of the city. Think about this. So for a typical family of four, $2,000. The city was supposed to receive money back through the waterfall. It hasn't received a cent back from this and now doesn't expect to. As the EY due diligence reports notes, this may not be the last time. The city may find themselves committed to further investment, quote. They claim Lansdowne is a resounding success. Why are they then coming back a third time for a public bailout? OSEG has also falsely claimed in an email sent out that the facility is at the end of its life and threatened that if we don't bail them out again, it will put an end to sports, entertainment, and cultural activities that take place at Lansdowne. This is a falsehood, a hollow threats, and nobody should fall for them a third time. The report states the facility is functionally obsolete. But what does this mean? It means it has operational and financial inefficiencies, energy and sustainability efficiencies, and is generally non-compliant with current building codes, like a lot of older buildings, and is aesthetically inconsistent with the rest of Lansdowne site. It does not mean that it is obsolete or anywhere close to the end of its life. The engineering study commissioned by the City of Ottawa found that it could last for another 30 plus years until 2054 at a cost of just 25 million over that period, less than a 10th or a 20th of the cost of this proposal. Instead, they propose to demolish a perfectly good, architecturally attractive arena and replace it with an ugly eyesore bunker of an arena with far fewer seats, making sports less accessible and reducing green space by 40,000 square feet. They're planning to substantially hike ticket prices, but expect higher attendance and much higher revenues. I say dream on, especially when there would be much better NHL arena close by in the Breton Flats. Except for the millions made in real estate, which is what this is really about, this will be a financial bust again, and they'll come looking for a bailout again and again. This proposal engages in a lot of creative accounting to show how the city will recoup this money. But the reality is these aren't real additional revenues. Virtually all of the revenues here, property taxes, tickets, surcharges, and the rest, will come at the expense of money that would otherwise be spent in the city. When friends come to visit from Montreal and Toronto, they are shocked by the level of poverty and homelessness in the city. They're not shocked by the aesthetic nonconformity of our sports arenas. Even Ottawa residents that I know don't want to go downtown because of this. We have over 100,000 living in poverty, over 7,000 homeless, over 400,000 visits to food banks in Ottawa last year, and an average waiting list for public housing of over 5 years. And yet this proposal calls for taking $500 million from these other priorities, or $500 from each resident of the city to bail out the billionaires. It works out to an average of 20 million for each of the 24 wards of the city. Don't tell me that there are no other projects or priorities that you or your residents need funding for. Is no more funding needed in your ward for community services, for parks, recreation, transit, affordable housing, environmental protection, libraries, or social services? If you vote to approve this and for a budget that doesn't fully address every single one of these other needs, you are saying that you would rather bail out the billionaires than fund these other priorities. We have a climate crisis, a crisis of poverty, homelessness, an affordability crisis, but as far as I'm aware, we don't have a billionaire liquidity crisis or a sports stadium aesthetic nonconformity crisis. I'm an economist. I usually deal with dispassionate economic and financial analysis, but I have to emphasize this proposal is not just profoundly financially and economically unsound, it is also profoundly immoral. It effectively involves taking $500 from each of your residents and
That's
from
time,
every
sir.
pressing priority to blow $500 million on bailouts for billionaires.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Troster.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Toby. Nice to see you again. So you and I used to work in the union movement together, where I know that I know a lot of my work and a lot of your work was focused on bringing services in-house that were previously privatized, like water services. But my question, here's where I find it difficult, and I'm really interested to hear your answer, is the stadium is something we already own publicly, but we're not in the, as a city, we're in the business of providing water services and clearing snow and doing all sorts of infrastructure things. We're not in the business of running a stadium. So we do have a partner in this regard. I'm just curious to hear from your perspective, if we took a different path, what do you think public ownership of a stadium should look like? What action would you like us to take? Should this go back to staff to say, give us something else?
Well, I think there's a very good example to this, and we have threats that they're going to leave, that the sports teams are going to leave. There's a great example to this. 100 years ago, in 1923, the recently established Green Bay Packers were about to go bankrupt, and so the owners. That's a Packers fan, are you? No. So the owners went to the public. This is not directly publicly owned, but they went to the citizens of Green Bay to look for more funding. They issued 1,000 shares at $5 a piece and established a community-owned football team. Since then, they've had 5 more public stock issuances, with the latest just 2 years ago, which generated $36 million US. Despite having the smallest size market in the NFL, a population of only 100,000, the community-owned Green Bay Packers are the most successful team in NFL history, winning more championships and more games than any other team. A big part of this is no doubt because the community feels invested in this, and literally solidly invested in it. When the team isn't doing well, the fans make it known. So instead of having a wealthy owner who threatens to pull up stakes every time they want more money, they go out to the public, and I think it's a great example to have. It's a population that's a tenth the size of Ottawa. It's the most successful team in NFL history.
Do they also own their stadium?
Yeah, the corporation owns their stadium. So you have the public actually owning the stadium. And it's in a community. If they can do it in Green Bay, population 100,000, we can do that here as well.
Thanks very much.
Sorry, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Toby, thanks for being here. You were a chief economist for the government of Yukon. You were a principal advisor to the previous Ontario Minister of Finance. You've got experience, obviously, working in municipal finance and on public and private procurement. So just on this type of a deal, the recommendation to us is what? Is it go back and relook at this plan, look at what a traditional procurement could look like? And I guess if we were to go to a traditional procurement, what would that look like? How would that function for us as a city?
Well, this the partnership here is a public-private partnership, and I think a lot of members, both of the public and also members of council, have had problems getting information on this. There's a threat to leave. I mean, of course, I live close to Lansdowne. I'm a 67s fan. I've gone to countless games there. I love the accessibility of it. And frankly, a lot of the elements of Lansdowne that I like, that have worked out well, are the public elements. The parts that have failed are the private, or that haven't done well, are the private elements. The big box stores, the commercial side. I imagine that the real estate side did very well. I mean, they had to have made millions of dollars in this. And I mean, if you're going out, yes, go for a traditional procurement, but I don't think that we're at that state right now. I think we're at the state where we can easily fix up the stadium and arena instead of just decreasing the number of seats, reducing, getting rid of the roof over the north stands. I don't. It just amazes me that we'd be going in that direction and expect higher revenues. People have also talked about accessibility issues here. Financial accessibility is a big part of it. I see this proposal as having a whole lot of luxury suites. The site will be less accessible for a whole lot of disabled people and there are a lot of people in wheelchairs who go to the games. I don't see much of a. I think the actual proposal will be much less accessible than the current arena.
Okay, thanks. And yeah, just from a sports fans perspective, I guess there's fewer seats, so it means fewer tickets. The green berm would be gone. The north side stands roof would be gone, and I guess those are the key elements people love a lot about it right now. So, you know, I guess the benefits that we've heard back from it is there'd be some more accessible washrooms, and there'd be new kind of, you know, like they've done on the south side with that standing area. I do like going to that standing area, but is that, I guess, worth it for a sports fan, right? Is the trade-off there going to be something that makes sense given all the other, you know, I think positives that currently exist in that stadium, in that historic 67s arena, which, as you say, can be fixed up and maintained for the next 40 years, which engineering reports have said over and over and over again, and have given the exact dollar figures to do it. So look, thanks for your delegation. And if you want to add any more, please feel free to.
There's other questions.
Okay.
So,
yeah.
Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I'm glad we've heard from you this afternoon, because I think there are some fundamental discussions that are kind of swirling around this in the general public, and certainly in my mind as well. Toby, you are not suggesting that municipalities in Canada should not own stadiums that can be used by private sector enterprises to make money.
No, absolutely not.
It is perfectly appropriate for the city of Ottawa to own a stadium that we can lease to professional sports franchises, to boat shows, to concerts, all the things that you need a stadium to do in the entertainment ecosystem.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
The big leagues, like the National Hockey League, I would expect them to build their own arenas. I expect National Football League teams to build their own stadiums with as little public help as possible. CFL ball teams can't afford to build stadiums, I presume.
That's the assumption. But as we've had that discussion here before, often sports teams come to the public for funding to build and subsidies. I mean, the current arena for the Senators had some implicit funding there and some explicit funding, so they've often come for money. I think that that there should be some ownership on that, I mean, what I was suggesting there in terms of owning the team, you could have a community-owned team that rents a stadium as well.
Yep. Yeah, and the future ownership of the team, I mean, I'm assuming that the Red Blacks will be successfully operated by OSEG until such time as they're not, and then community ownership would be something I'd be enthusiastic about looking at. Although I do think that OSEG has done a good job with the team thus far. I wish Crum had held on to the ball a little bit differently this season, but anyways. But the clean path, I think, that you're suggesting for moving forward is that our rebuild of that municipally owned stadium, which I think most residents of Ottawa would agree is something we should own and operate in a Canadian city, would be divorced from a shopping mall proposal and condo proposal, that we would look at the stadium in isolation, revamp it if need be, replace it if need be, with a very clean borrowing capital, a very clean capital program to accomplish that. Is that basically what I'm hearing today?
Absolutely, and I didn't get into the finances of this, but the projections for retail revenue from this, with the addition now it's been a shifting goalposts on this with proposal for to bring back the third tower, but the expectation that you're going to get $1 billion in retail in net income on the retail side from adding just another 10,000 square feet, I think is fantastical. It's highly unlikely. And to count that as revenue, most of the spending there is coming from Ottawa residents who would be spending money elsewhere. Some of it might be incremental, but most of the revenue that's counted in this is not incremental revenues. So it's not revenue neutral, as we know, or it doesn't come anywhere close to that.
Would it cost any less, though, if we were to determine to rebuild the north side stands and just go it alone without any sort of partnership around any of the other components? I guess we wouldn't be borrowing to build new retail space, for example.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the figures are in the report about how much the different the different elements are, but I find it. People have also talked about the environmental aspects of it, and yes, the Civic Center is not built to current standards, but there'd be a lot more damage done by taking down a facility that was just recently revamped and built 8 years ago. And replacing it, pouring a whole lot of concrete. I mean, it'll be way worse for the environment just on terms of greenhouse gas emissions and in a whole lot of other areas. It'll be a lot worse for the environment. I think that the best thing to do in terms of the environment is to take a more holistic approach and look at the energy use and other aspects, both of the construction of it and also the operations of it, and then and replacing it at the end of its life in that way. Okay. I'm totally in favor of more development at Lansdowne, not NIMBY-ish at all. In fact, I would love it if there was a lot of affordable housing there.
Okay.
And I actually built I built a house in Old Ottawa South a number of years ago. As a result, I'd rent out 2 units at a deeply affordable rate. Probably about half the market rate. If I can do that as a little homeowner like myself, why can't the city also do that as well?
Okay. No, I appreciate your answers. I think the clean path forward that you're suggesting is that we would simply renovate the stadium we already own, renovate the arena we already own, and I guess take our chances that the sports teams, the events will continue to want to rent those spaces, and leave that as our only obligation.
Sure. I mean, these public-private partnerships are supposed to involve shifting risk to the private partner, but we haven't seen much of that, and they always pull out threats, these veiled threats about leaving, and spending what will be close to probably $500 million, because there are a number of different hidden costs that are not included in that. For instance, business interruption costs and others, which the city would bear, as well as any construction cost overruns. So there's a high level of risk, as Mr. Jenkins emphasized. There's massive costs involved in that. And as far as I'm concerned, it's a question of priorities there as well. And there's much more. There's tons of risk that the city will continue to bear. We're not shifting that risk to the private sector partner, and if it's run by the city, there should be a lot more transparency involved.
Thanks, Toby. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Toby. You made a good segue because I was going to ask you about affordable housing and what you think of that on this site. That has been dismissed, as you know, and it's going to just be given a fraction of the money for our affordable housing account for the city. I just wanted, and with this idea of a third tower, what if that was affordable housing? I just wanted to get your take on it from your experience.
I'm a YIMBY. I would love to have, yes, in my backyard. I think it's really important that we build affordable housing all through the city. And it would be great to have it there. I don't think that then means that we need to destroy the current facility, but there are other places where affordable housing could be built on that site or close by. Totally in favor of that, and the fact that the city would be breaking its own rules in terms of reducing the percentage that's provided for affordable housing is disturbing.
So you see, there's spaces there. We're not okay. If you take off the table the idea of the third tower again, but you see opportunity still. Wouldn't take away from anything. Sure, I think that there's great opportunities to build more affordable housing there, but you know, we don't need to undertake a $500 million project that will involve destroying perfectly good arena and other facilities in order to do that. Okay, no, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Mr. Sanger, just before you go, you brought up the Green Bay Packers as an example. Did you? Who did you say owns Lambeau Field? You said the team owns Lambeau Field, I believe.
I believe. I'm not entirely sure about that. But okay. Yeah, are you a Packers fan?
It seems that the city of Green Bay owns Lambeau Field.
Okay,
just to be clear.
Okay, but the team, the team has paid for some in the past has paid for some stadium upgrades there. Or Green Bay Packers Limited has paid for a stadium upgrade.
Yeah, I looked it up and it's paid for some upgrades, but
yeah,
there was a municipal sales tax that was created to pay for $295 million in US in renovations to the stadium in 2001.
Yeah,
and the original field itself was paid for by municipal taxpayers. Just to be clear about that.
Yeah.
And the other thing I would say is, do you think it's a fair comparison to compare the Red Blacks to the Green Bay Packers as a CFL team?
Well, the Green Bay Packers aren't doing too well this season, so and neither are the Red Blacks.
Aaron Rodgers doesn't play for either of them, but
yeah,
leaving that aside, I don't dispute that the Green Bay Packers are a financial success despite being community owned, but they also have $4 billion a year in television revenue from a major American network, which the Red Blacks don't get.
Yeah.
So I think there's more perhaps at play there. But anyway,
Mayor,
I appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
Just one last question. Actually, Toby, are you aware that that Saskatchewan, Edmonton, and Winnipeg CFL teams are community owned in the CFL? And I guess a good example of CFL teams that are community owned, if we're talking about apples to apples.
And certainly the Rough Riders have got very strong community support.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We'll go next to Rod Patterson and then to Randy Ambrosi, and then after that, Aaron Benjamin. Mr. Patterson.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to say, Mr. Mayor and the councillors, you have an incredible amount of patience, and I hope an incredible amount of capacity to inhale and breathe through all of this material. I'm not going to focus on the accounting, the uplift, et cetera. I'm simply going to say you've seen a lot of charts, you've seen a lot of slides, you've seen a tremendous number of analyses from many different perspectives. It's all wonderful information for you to move forward with a very difficult decision. What I'm going to spend a couple of minutes on is to speak from my heart about Lansdowne. I've been coming to Lansdowne for many years, perhaps more than I care to. I've seen all of those players play in Lansdowne that are on that East End wall, with one exception, who was actually retired the year I was born. Sadly, part of my Lansdowne experience has also been watching that facility deteriorate while previous councils went in circles and circles and circles without making any decisions until it was much too late. Still, I did slog through the muddy, barren parking lot to get to the 67s games, but then again, that was the only thing that was at Lansdowne once we didn't move forward on keeping it up to date. Lansdowne Live, Lansdowne 1.0 was announced. From a personal perspective, my wife and I decided right away that's where we wanted to be. So we bought a unit here at Lansdowne in 2012, moved in 2015 when the Rideau Tower was completed. And I have to say, it's the best decision we've ever made in our lives. Was Lansdowne 1.0 perfect? Absolutely not. Were many good decisions made? For sure. Were some so-so decisions made? Obviously. Were some bad decisions made? Probably. And I think we've heard that one of those decisions that was not so good was not dealing with the arena and the north side stands at that time. Instead of getting into the bits and bytes about the finances of it, I'll give you the experience of going there. You walk up the ramp on the north side of Lansdowne. When you get to the top, there's a really nice scoreboard, etc. Sitting there. You can't see it because of the line of porta potties that have to be there, because the washrooms and all the rest of the facilities just don't cut it. So you turn down and you go and perhaps try to get a beer or a hot dog or a piece of pizza, but on your left, you have a forest of more porta potties. This is absolutely not what a gem in our city should be like. So obviously you have a very, very difficult challenge in front of you to figure out where do we go with that. And the proposal in front of you is certainly has some flaws, but I think one of the concerns that we've talked about over the years is green space. There's still a lot of green space. Definitely we need to do something that'll give a shot in the arm to all of the merchants along Bank Street, because once again, we have many, many black shut down blank storefront windows. Traffic is a very serious issue. And I know Mr. Menard has put forward a couple of proposals that I think need to be looked at right away, because they will also apply as a setting for moving forward with 2.0, whatever it turns out to be. Someone recently mentioned that we should be looking at other cities. I've been to events in many other cities where ingress and egress is very easy. It's because the cities cooperated with traffic flow, with adjusting street lights, with adjusting stop signals, etc., to move people in and out very quickly. We've got some tremendous facilities that are outside the sporting arena, outside the commercial, the Great Lawn, the Horticulture Building, the Aberdeen Pavilion. These are, in my opinion, and I do see them 365 days a year, are dramatically underused. And I think the city programming could be improved to make that more of a destination area. I think we've heard proposals on that. Once again, I think from Mr. Menard, band shells, better washroom facilities, etc. I think that's inherent in moving forward. Construction. We've heard up to 10 years. Well, I can certainly say as a resident here, construction is going to hurt, but I also ascribe to the no pain, no gain. And I think it's very important that
sorry, sir, that's time.
We move forward. So I will simply close by imploring you to not go around in a circle, continue forward on a future path, and come up with a very sound, solid decision for all of us here in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. I don't think there are any questions, so we'll move to the next presentation, which is Randy Ambrosi from the Canadian Football League, followed by Aaron Benjamin, who I see is ready to go, and then Alex Cullen. Mr. Ambrosi, if you're ready. We're just having some technical difficulties. Should we go to the next presentation while we're sorting that out?
While I live in Southern Ontario, I find myself in your beautiful city many times every year. And when I'm there, I can't help but root for the home team. Red Blacks fans are some of the most passionate I've encountered, and they deserve nothing less than a top-tier fan experience. The Red Blacks aren't just a team, they're a pillar of Ottawa and by extension, the CFL. CFL football excites Canadians, young and old. It provides opportunities at each game for Canadians to take pride in their team, their hometown community, and their heritage. Football is cemented in the fabric of Canadian history, our economy, and our culture. Today, I stand before you to reassure you that the CFL isn't just surviving, it's thriving. We are not a fleeting chapter in Canada's sports history. We've been a defining one for 67 years and counting. So let's talk about some numbers for a moment. Our league-wide ratings in the 25 to 54 demographic have skyrocketed by 33% year over year. We've captured over 8.8 million unique viewers who have been glued to our CFL broadcasts on TSN, with another 1.9 million on RDS. And our Game Zone platform, specifically created for fan engagement, has grown by a phenomenal 179% this year. These aren't just numbers, they prove that our vibrant and diverse league is growing and capturing new fans. These fantastic numbers aren't a fluke. They have been earned through hard work and significant investments made by our owners. Beyond investing capital in our business, our owners, the strongest ownership group in the CFL history, have also made investments in partnerships like the one we have with Genius Sports, a worldwide leader in sports technology. Throughout my career, I've had the privilege of experiencing the electric atmosphere in stadiums across our league. And I can tell you without reservation and energy that the energy and excitement at TD Place is second to none. As a gate-driven league, the fans are truly the heartbeat of the CFL. They entrust us with their hard-earned money to deliver an exciting product with a positive fan experience. In Ottawa, based on whether you sit on the modern south side or on the aging north side, there is a great disparity in your fan experience. The openness and expansive concourse, freedom of movement, and modern amenities make game days on the south side enjoyable and experiential. In stark contrast, the north has no open areas for gathering. It's dark and narrow concourses, outdated amenities causing long lineups at washrooms and concession stands, and a ridiculous amount of porta potties. The reality is that the north side of the stadium is not up to modern sports standards. The fans that support the teams and other events in your otherwise beautiful stadium truly deserve better. Drawing parallels, the new stadiums in Winnipeg and Saskatchewan have not only redefined fan experiences, but they have also brought tangible economic benefits to the city. They become more than just venues. They're community hubs, economic catalysts, and symbols of pride throughout their population. Plain and simple, the CFL has an impact on people, and it's important to people. You may not be aware, but there isn't a single CFL team that plays in a privately owned stadium. The teams predominantly play in municipally owned stadiums, a university, or some other form of publicly owned facility. The teams rely on their venue partners to provide modern facilities in which to deliver an exciting, competitive, and entertaining sports experience for their local fans. Today, I stand before you to ask the City of Ottawa to finish what you started at Lansdowne. Invest in the north side stands as you did in the south side, and ensure that the Red Blacks can continue to thrive for years to come and contribute in a meaningful way to your great city. Let's gaze into the future. The CFL is on the cusp of an exciting phase. We're not just looking at maintaining our current teams, we're actively exploring expansion. This isn't about adding new teams, it's about expanding our family, our reach, and our impact to more Canadians. With expansions comes the promise of more games, more events, and more opportunities for a city like Ottawa to shine on the national stage. When we want to expand, we want our nation's capital to be represented as a driving force of sports culture in our country. But it's not just about new teams. We're also investing in grassroots program, nurturing young talent, and ensuring that future generations of players is well equipped to take the league to even greater heights. Our expansion plans are complemented by our foster.
Mr. Ambrosi, I'm sorry to interrupt, but that's time.
Okay, well, I just close by saying I have a great passion for what you're doing in Ottawa. I have a great passion for OSEG and your ownership group, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Great, thank you. Let's begin with Councillor Menard. We're going to committee members first.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Ambrosi, for being here. And obviously, at times, the CFL has had trouble establishing itself in Ottawa. So it's obviously a good thing to see it back. And you're a CFL subject matter expert, of course. And I've met you previously, actually. And it was a pleasure to meet you. I was hoping to get a bit more information about ownership in the CFL. Specifically, you mentioned, I think, Saskatchewan and Edmonton. I wanted to talk about those two and Winnipeg. They are all community owned, as I understand it. Could you just speak to that type of ownership structure, how it's working out in those cities, and if those types of franchises are viable?
Well, we have several different types of ownership structure in the league. We have a number of private owners. We have a group, what I would call kind of corporate owners that are multi-team owners, like Maple Leaf Sports and Entertainment in Toronto, Calgary Sports and Entertainment in Calgary, and the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group in Ottawa. And then we have 3 community structures. Look, all 3 have at various times served us incredibly well. And today, as I said earlier in my comments, Councillor Menard, today I believe we've got the strongest ownership group in league history. I think we have benefited from having a diverse type of ownership groups, and at various times those ownership structures have worked better and worse, in our league's long and storied history. Look, I can tell you this, that I truly believe in the ownership group in Ottawa. I believe passionately in John Ruddy and Roger Greenberg. I watch what they've done with the OSEG Foundation. I just attended a dinner there about a month and a half ago to see what they've done and what they're giving back to the community. I think that the Canadian Football League punches well above its weight in its contributions to community, and I believe this ownership group in Ottawa certainly contributes to punching above our weight.
Thank you very much, and certainly, we're definitely nice people to chat with for sure. I do like chatting with them, but I think at the end of the day, we're talking about a lot of taxpayer money here, and that's the thing that we're dealing with, is whether or not to put this into a stadium that, it's not the best stadium in the country or in North America, but it gets the job done. And that's what we have to weigh to say, well, is it getting the job done enough versus the priorities that we've got as a council in our strategic plan? So I do appreciate your commentary and your insight into those community ownership models. So thank you again for your presentation today.
Thank you.
Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Mayor. Commissioner, does the CFL impose stadium standards on teams or owners that they must uphold? You identified a number of concerns that you have with the condition or the experience that fans go through at the stadium, but what power, if any, do you have to ensure that teams meet basic expectations from the league?
Councillor, it's nice to see you again. Look, we do not have specific minimum standards that we enforce, but rather, we work in a very collaborative environment where the 9 owners and the league working in what I would say is a high functioning partnership. What I can tell you by observation is this: that in many ways, our strongest teams are the ones that play in the best facilities. Like, we live in a very competitive world for sports and entertainment dollars amongst fans and people looking to be entertained. And today, cities like Winnipeg with a brand new Investors Group field, in Saskatchewan with the brand new Mosaic Stadium, are two of our highest performing teams. Why? Because the fan experience is just that phenomenal. Where we struggle, and the teams report to each other very openly, where we're struggling is in some cases where the facilities aren't great. You know, because again, you're talking about sports fans who get to choose where they spend their money. They get to choose where they spend their time. And as one of your colleagues pointed out in a previous to one of the previous delegates, you know, things like open spaces, open concourses, you know, conveniences that people have come to expect of their sports and entertainment experiences are becoming increasingly important. And I see that across the league, and I'm talking not just in the CFL, but I'm talking to sports leagues around North America and around the world, and they're all experiencing the same thing. So again, while we don't enforce a specific minimum threshold, what we do is we talk a lot about what's working and what's not. Modern, exciting, open, you know, stadiums are really delivering great value, and ones that are less so tend to struggle more, again, because there's such a fierce competition for sports and entertainment dollars.
All right. Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate your answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Leeper.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Ambrosi. Good to see you again. In the CFL, how much of an owner's profit, where there is profit, is attributable to broadcast revenues, and how much to the attendance?
Well, Councilor Leeper, nice to see you again. And what I can report is that we are called a gate-driven league for one, you know, principal reason, and that is because the single biggest revenue stream that each team possesses is its gate revenue, and that makes this considerably different than other sports leagues. The number that we were talking about the NFL. Each NFL team receives approximately $250 million in broadcast revenue per year.
Sorry, each team?
Each team. $250 million for each team. I can promise you this: we are not delivering, and I wish I could say that I was delivering anywhere in that neighborhood to my teams in the league, but I'm not. But again, we are what's called a gate-driven league. The single biggest revenue line for each of our teams is their gate revenue, which is one of the reasons that makes this conversation with all of you. And I hope I'm having the conversation in the most respectful and responsible way that I can. I'm just trying to, you know, clarify my observations and those of somebody that's running a sports league. The facility matters a great deal, and I believe there is an opportunity to do something special in Ottawa. And again, I thank you for your time.
Thanks. What is the ownership? How many of the owners are profitable right now in the league?
Well, we don't disclose the profit and loss of each of our teams. Look, one of the things that I shared in my remarks is the investments that our owners are making. One of the things I am most proud of is what John Ruddy and Roger Greenberg have been part of, and that is making significant investments in our own future. One of the things we've done, I would say, in the last 5 years, and we really seized the moment and seized the opportunity when COVID hit and hurt so many people so badly, is rather than tucking in our tails, we made significant investments in our own future. And that right now, our owners are facing some headwinds because they have invested heavily in our future, in new marketing platforms and new technologies, invested in this new relationship with Genius Sports, to name a few. But we believe that is setting the table for greater long-term success. And again, you know, while the owners don't like creating their own headwinds, they've done so because they believe in the future of the league, as I do.
And the last time we spoke, and this is my last question, Mr. Ambrosi, the last time we spoke, I put a question to you about the league 30 years from now in Canada. Given the strength of immigration to our country and maybe different tastes in the sports that people want to watch, and a fractured media environment in which people are able to pick and choose which TV packages they want, what leagues they want to watch. How do you know, what are you doing to ensure that 30 years from now, Canadian football is still a part of this country's fabric versus cricket or versus soccer or various sports that may come from the global south that are driving immigration trends and population trends in Canada?
Yeah, Councillor, that's a great question and one that I'm happy to answer. Look, I'll start by saying football is one of the most popular sports in North America, if not, you'd argue the most popular sport in North America right now. I'd add that flag football is going to be part of the Olympics in 2028. I think what we're doing to protect that future and to create a brighter future is investing in youth. The growth of flag football, our league invests millions of dollars in amateur football every year to get more kids involved in our game, to get more kids playing flag football, to get more kids on the school, in the schoolyard and at the local parks, throwing a football around. One of the greatest things about the game of football is you have to play it on a team. You can't throw a football against the wall and play it by yourself. The shape of the ball does not allow for you to play football by yourself. But one of the great features of the game is that it is so fundamentally inclusive. Whether you're tall or less tall, whether you're wide or less wide, whether you're fast or slow, whether you're big or strong, what you have is an ability to play on a football team and make a contribution. It's one of the reasons why the game is so unique and special. And I think that and for many other reasons, football has an incredibly bright future in not just in North America, but specifically in Canada, and that the CFL has a bright future because of it.
Yeah, Commissioner, thank you. We just need to get Taylor Swift to date a CFL player. Thanks, Commissioner.
Well, Councillor, if you can arrange for that, I'll give you my number.
Is that in the strategic plan?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Part of the secret plan.
Yeah. Thank you, Councillor or Chair Leeper. Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Mr. Ambrosi. Nice to meet you.
It's nice to meet you.
You have a pretty cool job. I don't think I've never spoken to a commissioner of a professional sports league. I made eye contact with Gary Bettman, but I had a haunting feeling in my body for a while after that. Yeah, I know. So, sir, so to be clear, I've been on the record that I have, serious concerns with the project as a whole. But should it go forward, I have a strong interest in ensuring that the asset, that the project is the best that it can be. And so I want to talk about an aspect of it, because you were saying, sir, that in your understanding, there's a clear marked difference in the fan experience between the South Side stands and the North Side stands. You described it as a great disparity in fan experience, and you described that pretty clearly, so I can certainly understand. In the current proposal, there would be a great disparity in the fan experience for the North stands between what is currently present and what is on the table, and that's the fact that there is currently a roof, and in the current proposal, there would not be a roof. And that has been a concern that I've had. So I've spoken to season ticket holders, casual ticket buyers, and the vast majority have either conveyed their surprise that there would not be a roof or their serious concern that there would not be a roof. And so I suppose what I want to ask you, in your experience, knowing the kinds of temperatures and weather that Ottawa gets, if this is a historic opportunity to invest in the asset and to make it the best possible asset that it could be, in your opinion, would it be wise to ensure that to protect the long-term viability of the asset for the fan experience, would it be wise to ensure that there is a roof on those North stands?
Councillor Devine, it's a great question, and I don't know that I am perfectly equipped to give architectural guidance to City Council. But what I can tell you is this: that when I look around the league and I see Winnipeg, for example, with beautiful Investors Group Field, and they have had many sellouts this year, and they're expecting a huge crowd for the West Final, if not a sellout. And it does not have a covered seats for all fans. Look at beautiful Mosaic Stadium in Saskatchewan. Many consider it to be one of the crown jewels in Canadian sports. Does not have covered seats for all fans. I think that's one of the beauties of sports stadiums and the way they're now being considered, and why I believe this proposal is interesting, because what it's going to do is give sports fans a choice for what kind of experience they want. Some might choose the new north side without a cover. Some might choose the south side that has a cover. Some like standing room. Candidly, in my youth, standing room had a very different definition. Today, what we're finding is younger people are gathering and they're standing, and the bar rail, as I believe it's called in Ottawa, is an incredibly popular area. It's not covered. So I think ultimately, Councillor, my genuine, sincere answer is that I think as long as you give sports fans a choice, as long as they can choose the experience that's right for them, you're going to make it work. What I do know is that there is a raising expectation of levels of comfort and convenience that are taking over the world of sports and entertainment. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so passionate in support of the proposal.
Thank you. And I agree with you that there is a high demand for levels of comfort, and only you're the expert, but only because you were talking about the stark difference of experience between north and south stands. If there is a high demand for levels of comfort, I'm only assuming that having a roof to protect you during the elements would provide that level of comfort that perhaps a lot of fans would be missing if it wasn't there. But thank you for your presentation, sir.
Thank you. And if I could just say thank you to all of you for giving me an opportunity to address council today. And Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for sharing a few moments with me.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for making time. Okay, we will go next to Aaron Benjamin from the Canadian Live Music Association, followed by Alex Cullen and Jake Cole. So please be ready if you're coming up. Aaron, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Council members, my name is Aaron Benjamin. I'm the president and CEO of the Canadian Live Music Association, and I am also a board member of the Ottawa Board of Trade. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak and your endurance today. As reported just a couple of days ago in the Globe and Mail, the concert business is booming. Over 650 million tickets have been sold worldwide in 2023. It's estimated that the size of the global live music industry will increase by 6.9% or $7.4 billion by 2027. And 33% of that growth will originate in North America. Targeted development strategies that attract concert goers are actively being developed and deployed in cities across Canada and around the world to leverage this remarkable growth and momentum we're seeing in the live entertainment space. In order for Ottawa to benefit directly from this growth, to effectively compete in the global entertainment environment, we need the infrastructure to attract and accommodate these world-class events, because if we don't just lose the economic impact from a few concerts. We don't just sacrifice the years of hard work we've invested in becoming a viable music city. We all but eliminate one of the most important incentives we know drive decisions people and companies make on where to live, where to invest, where to visit. We heard Michael Crockett allude to music tourism, also big business. How big? Music tourism spending in the UK in 2022, and I'll remind you, we were very much still in the pandemic during that time, was $8.6 billion. Taylor Swift, yes, her 6 SoFi Stadium dates alone contributed $320 million to Los Angeles's GDP. LA, not California, the city of LA. In fact, music tourism in all of its shapes and sizes has a compounded annual growth rate right now of 9%, and by 2033 is projected to have a market value of 14 billion US dollars. So these are a lot of numbers. And of course, it's not only about the bottom line, but if we don't build it, other cities will leverage all of the potential that we might leave on the table. And the people who live here will leave Ottawa to access the kind of entertainment experiences we should not just be capable of delivering, but excel at with pride. In part because the economic impact, the job creation, the increased consumer spending all pay major dividends back into the community, as has been documented in study after study of cities around the world that are investing in music. Because live music has power. It fosters a sense of connection and community. It creates bonds between people who share the same musical experience. And above all, it promotes empathy and understanding among different cultures and groups. The live music sector's influence on the social and cultural fabric of communities is undeniable. The pandemic emphasized the value of these shared experiences, and it showed us how they directly impact our mental health and our quality of life. In fact, just today on CBC's The Current, we heard that just listening to music can reduce physical pain. In 2018, the City of Ottawa partnered with the Ottawa Music Industry Coalition and created the Ottawa Music Strategy, which recognized music's value as an economic engine and catalyst for growth. That strategy includes 2 key goals: to make music an undeniable part of the Ottawa brand, and to see live music venues anchor Ottawa's thriving music scene and nightlife economy. And that's why the size of the proposed event center is key. If you look across Ottawa, we have the NAC up to 2,000 guests, the CTC 7,000 and up. The gap, which was identified in the Ottawa Music Strategy report, is a lack of high-quality mid-sized venues in the accessible downtown core. So from the industry's perspective, this proposal makes perfect sense. Ottawa is a very strategic stop for mid-size arena shows between the Quebec and Windsor corridor. While TD Place has been able to bring fantastic concerts and shows to both the arena and stadium, its ability to attract artists with increasingly complex sound, lighting, and other advanced production requirements, which is now the norm, is becoming more and more limited. So we should get serious about making music an undeniable part of our city's brand and set Ottawa up for success with a strategic competitive advantage by leveraging live music. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A little disappointed you didn't sing that, but that's okay.
I was tempted.
Thank you. Councillor Luloff.
Aaron, it's wonderful to have you again. Thank you so much for being such a loud voice for live music in the city. I always appreciate when you come out and delegate to us. I'm not sure if you were here earlier, if you've kept up with the same level of endurance as everybody here. I moved a direction that hasn't been adopted yet. It won't be until we get into directions and whatnot. To direct staff to work with groups like yours and with local promoters like Spectrasonic at using some of the commercial space that's been allocated within the Lansdowne 2.0 project to address the mid-size venue gap. And when I say mid-size venue, I'm speaking primarily about mid-size venue for local acts, or for local acts to support up-and-coming touring acts. So the kind of 500 to 700, so somewhere larger than the Rainbow or the Bronson Center, but not quite the size of the arena. Is that something that your organization would support?
The venue ladder, so it's we're referring to from small, medium to large size venues, is critical in the development of an artist's career and audience development from a community perspective. So we're always looking at opportunities to ensure that what we believe is that a healthy live music ecology includes venues of all sizes.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I find it's been difficult over the last few years, with the loss of the Bronson Center has been amazing. I'm very much looking forward to tomorrow when Spectre Sonic has brought both Monine and Sparta. So I'll be, living in the early 2000s tomorrow evening, and very excited about it. But having more venues like that, and perhaps even a little bit larger, I think is crucial to ensuring that we develop our artists here at home and ensure that we can bring ones from across Canada, the United States, and the world to inspire more people to pick up music. I appreciate your thoughts on how music brings people together, how good it is for mental health. You are an incredible voice for the community, and I appreciate you being here today. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I appreciate that. And you raise an excellent point about if you take a look at the activity from Redbird Live to the Bronson Center and beyond, the level of live music activity in this city has accelerated. And I want to thank and acknowledge Councillor Leeper for all of your hard work on the music strategy and beyond. I mean, it's palpable. You can feel it. Ottawa is on the map right now. That's why we're so excited about the potential of this project, because that mid-sized venue is going to be very important in filling a lot of gaps from our perspective and really rounding out Ottawa as the viable music city I believe it can be.
Your excitement is palpable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Luloff. Councillor Leeper.
So the mid-sized venue is important. But if I could channel my Sean Menard here, wouldn't it be more important to put that in, say, the Breton Flats as part of a redeveloped arena there because of the transit accessibility? Like, should we focus on Lansdowne as that venue when it is more difficult to reach by consistently good transit?
I think I'm better positioned to sort of comment on the viability of multiple venues in one market. And we believe that, as we've seen in many markets that are similar size of Ottawa, that this city can accommodate additional venues. So especially they might have different flexibility, they might have different offerings for different types of performance or presentation. Look, I formerly lived in Hintonburg. I've recently moved to Nepean. Now Councillor Devine is stuck with me, but I tell you, I wherever there's great music, I will go and get myself to. Obviously, I'm passionate about attending shows, but where there's a will, there's a way. And I know that this city is very hard at work on resolving some transportation issues. And I'm sure that if we get to the finish line on this, that will be part of the solution making we'll enjoy.
I know Councillor Menard has put a number of motions on the table with respect to trying to make the transportation considerations easier back and forth to Lansdowne. And I tend to agree with you that, multiple venues would be good, but I think the success of a mid-sized venue at Lansdowne is going to be dependent on the city doing the work of improving transportation back and forth there. So, Aaron, thanks for everything you do.
Thank you, Councillor.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. Councillor Tierney.
Great. Thank you very much for coming out, Aaron. And I share similar concerns on the transportation. Of course, Nickelback, big venue. You have smaller venues. I had to say Nickelback just for Jeff because he loves when I do that. But I think we are missing that middle, especially during the winter season where we can get away with it with festivals outside during, the non-winter months. So I want to thank you for coming up and being so passionate about that today.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you all.
Let's move next to Alex Cullen, followed by Jake Cole and Robert Claiborne. Alex Cullen, go ahead whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, councillors. It's been a long day. I'm familiar with these long days, but this is what we get paid for, isn't it? I'm here to tell you that the Lansdowne 2.0 proposal is a very good deal for Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, a private for-profit business. It is not, in my view, a good deal for taxpayers at $419 million, $437 million when you add in the parking. And that is the issue before you. Is it the appropriate use of that quantum of money for this purpose? I bring a unique perspective to this discussion because back in the 1990s, I served on the pre-amalgamation City of Ottawa, which had management of Lansdowne Park. I was also part of the council that dealt with Lansdowne 1.0. So back in the day, when the City of Ottawa managed Lansdowne Park, it had the stadium, it had the arena, it had the Aberdeen Pavilion. It had other buildings there. It derived revenues from shows, concerts, conventions, sporting events, the X, And we did all this, charged back for operating expenses, did not make money. Did not make money as we don't make money with community centers, swimming pools, libraries. This was a civic facility. Unfortunately, by the time 2007 rolled around, the Rough Riders had gone, the X had gone, and we were facing this desert of asphalt and a falling apart Southside stands. Well, we weren't frozen by this. There was other issues to do. We were about to start an international design competition to revitalize this jewel on the Rideau Canal. But we got a unsolicited support proposal coming from Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group, and they came to us and said, look, you fix the stands, which we did for $135 million. Give us the keys for the stadium, for the arena. Allow us to put in retail, 360,000 square feet of retail and a condo tower, and we can run this place and you'll make money. It's not happened. Okay? It's not happened. So you have to ask yourself, what are we doing now with this amount of money, especially when you have all these other issues facing council? And you're familiar with this as every taxpayer in town is. LRT. You've already had a long-term view of the future of OC Transpo and LRT. You know that next year you're facing $145 million in additional costs simply to get the system running. You have an ambitious target of 151,000 homes to build. That's a lot of money. You have as well the challenge of waste management. A new garbage dump is going to cost hundreds of millions of dollars. So you have to ask yourself, is this the right thing to do? Certainly, OSEG thinks it's the right thing to do. They want a better stadium. Well, that's a nice to have. The other challenges you face aren't nice to haves. They're must deal with. But this is a nice to have. I go to Ottawa Red Blacks games. They play my favorite team. I take my grandsons there. I've been on the north side. I have not suffered for the want of a hot dog, a drink, or a bathroom. It may not be the world's greatest compared to, say, Hamilton, although if I compare it to Montreal, it's pretty similar, but is functional. So what are the priorities here? And I would say to you, for this amount of money, and you've heard a lot from the public on this, this is not the appropriate path to pursue. A couple of smaller points I want to make at this juncture. One is we've heard about affordable housing, and affordable housing is on public land is a very attractive ideal. If you don't have the federal provincial subsidies to provide rent geared to income, it's a dream. If you don't have those subsidies to subsidize the rents, to deal with the people who are on the waiting list, you don't have it. So contribute money to the fund is just an extra cost to the project. There was some discussion about the Queen Elizabeth Drive. Surely everybody knows the NCC closes the Queen Elizabeth Drive when there's a major sporting event. I mean, come on. Going forward, what is the thing to do with this site? Well, you maintain it. You set up a reserve fund for the day that you will have to replace it, and you start contributing to it. And you hold a design competition. You maintain the partnership with OSEG, but you have a design competition to deal with the rest of the site. So you have something in front of you here that's an enormous amount of money. And I would say to you that supporting a private for-profit business is not the way to spend this huge amount of money. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Collin, for your presentation. I'm wondering about what you heard today. I don't know if you were listening the entire time or not, but
I have.
It appears that for the first time in 175 years, there may be a public portion of Lansdowne that is sold off, not just the air rights, but the land itself. And I'm trying to get clarity and get as clear as I can an answer from staff, but it's been 175 years. It's been in public ownership. So did you see the same thing I did too?
The city has actually issued a statement about that today, saying the land is not going to be, there will be no land sold off. So and we can clarify that offline, but it's not, there won't be any land sold to the private sector as a result of this. So
yeah,
just to be, the city has put out a statement about that already.
Yeah, I mean,
well, just to clarify between subterranean rights and air rights. Air rights, I understand, but subterranean rights, I mean, that's land. But we'll look forward to the wording of that statement. It certainly sounded like that today.
Yeah, they've changed the air rights and subterranean to property rights, and it has to do with that retail podium buyback. So I just, I want to make sure we get absolute clarity that if we do sell that portion and the city purchases back, say a condo unit there, that the land is still ours and that there's no land that's sold off to the private sector after, 175 years of public ownership. So I'm trying to get clarity. Alex, I guess just in terms of a question of what do we do now? I've been asking this to a lot of delegates. What is your advice to council on a go forward basis at this point?
Well, I think you need to renegotiate this Lansdowne 2.0 because OSEG was, unlike Lansdowne 1, it's going to be paying $500,000 a year in rent. I think you can reduce that to simply covering the operating costs, covering the life cycle costs, and call that a day. So you want to maintain some relationship with OSEG so that you do have a tenant. I mean, the Red Blacks only play there 9 times a year, well, plus the exhibition games and maybe some playoffs. But there's the whole other element of what's going on at Lansdowne Park. The other part is to create that reserve fund. I mean, the EY says it's going to last for 30, 40 years. This is the North Side stands. So you have 30, 40 years to create a reserve fund, put in some contributions for the day that that particular item needs replacing. And bear in mind that when that was first built, it had a provincial contribution. So you don't take this thing down until you land that provincial contribution. And just the Hail Mary of, well, we might get $20 to $50 million. If you don't have that commitment, you can't move forward. So you need to go and negotiate that part. And that requires, quite frankly, sitting down, doing a redesign. The retail component is there, but you don't want to sell off, you don't want to give away more of public property to subsidize a private for-profit business. If it's not succeeding, well, then let others step up to the plate. But it's not up to taxpayers to subsidize the bottom line of OSEG.
Okay, thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen. We're going to go next to Jake Cole and then Robert Claiborne and then Mike Morial. Just before we go any further, I'll just update people that since we will be continuing tomorrow, that our start time tomorrow will be 8:30 a.m. We will start at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow to hear as many delegations as early as possible tomorrow and leave us time for the rest of the meeting. So that's our start time for tomorrow for the delegates that will start. We'll pick up wherever we leave off today. Jake Cole, whenever you're ready, please go ahead. Jake Cole, are you there? Okay, I see you now.
I am, yes.
Go ahead.
Sorry about that.
And again, if Robert Claiborne could be prepared to go, please, and Mike Morial, so we're not wasting any time. Go ahead, Mr. Cole.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all. I have one issue to bring up with you and only one issue. Does anyone have an idea of the air quality implications of this proposed project? I think the city should start to pay more attention to air quality, particularly with respect to the new proposed development at Lansdowne. I believe that the proposal currently under consideration for that location will significantly increase the level of air pollution in and around the area, and I've not seen any indication that this concern is being addressed or even considered or on anyone's radar at all. In my mind, it should be. Has anyone come up with a plan to reduce the air pollution during and after the completion of the project? Does anyone know how serious the problem of air pollution is in Canada? A recent Health Canada report tells us that about 15,000 people die prematurely every year in Canada from air pollution. Is that serious? Well, it turns out that that number, 15,000, is about the same number of people who died from COVID-19 in 2020. I think we'd all agree that COVID-19 was pretty serious. Well, air quality is right in the same ballpark if we want to look at the number of deaths it causes. Using that same report, which is a Health Canada piece, by the way, it's not something that was made up by Yahoo. It was made up by Health Canada. Using that same report, one can tell that about 300 people died prematurely in Ottawa from air pollution. I would hate to think that this project going up, if it did go up, if it does go up, would contribute to that 300 number in any way. As far as I'm concerned, it could. Why listen to me? I'm the former Environment Director of Canadian Coast Guard. I'm the former Canada's representative on renewable energy projects with the International Energy Agency. I was the former national manager of Canada's R2000 program, Healthy and Energy Efficient Housing. And I'm the former co-chair of Prevent Cancer Now. It turns out, working with Sierra Club Canada Foundation, that I led a project to measure air quality across the city. So I have some knowledge in the subject. I found very little attention is being paid to this subject or any other by the government authorities or anybody else for that matter. There are air pollution hotspots currently all across the city where air pollution levels are unsafe, exceeding both Canadian and international standards. I happened to measure air pollution along Bank Street in front of the Lansdowne site just by chance during the summer, and found that air pollution along that area was actually higher than the safe ranges that are considered by World Health Organization, for example. And that was just on an ordinary, everyday day. There wasn't a time when there was a big event happening or anything else. I cannot think that the air could be any better as a result of this project in the area. I can only think that it would get worse. It would get worse during the construction phase itself, for sure. And I can say that with some authority because we did measure air quality around some of the LRT stations that were being built, and the air quality in those areas and in the neighboring areas around them was exceptionally bad, to the point where people shouldn't be living in that area during that time. Of course, as you probably are aware, very little did happen with the LRT stations in terms of air quality, but it should have. Unless there's a significant effort to reduce the assumed increase in generated air pollution, there will almost certainly be a marked and measurable increase in premature deaths and related illnesses for those people living, working, playing, or learning in the area and its surroundings. Will there be any compensation offered those people who have gone from what would considerably be a reasonable level of air pollution to a much worse one, and one that would last for considerable time? In fact, it may last as long as the operation is in operation, at least in the configuration that's there. I've heard some talk about air rights being sold off. I can't help but ask, what about the rights of the people who live nearby or who come to the site at various times? What about their right to clean air that's healthy for them? Are you going to take away that right when you sell the air rights to another party in this situation? I think you need to think about that. I think air quality needs to be put on the table with all the other considerations that you've been talking about today, because it's not going to get better with the project. It can only get worse. And unless some mitigation efforts are taken, I'm afraid that you're going to be leaving people who live nearby, again, who play and learn nearby, with air quality that is worse than the one they had before. Something to think about.
Thank you, sir. I don't see any questions. So, Mr. Cole, I'll thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much. We'll move next to Robert Claiborne, followed by Mike Morial and Mark Saunders. So, Mr. Claiborne, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Your Worship and councillors. It's been many years since I last spoke to you. My name is Robert Claiborne. I'm an architect and one of the architects involved in the design of Lansdowne Park 12 years ago. I also live in Ottawa in the Glebe. I'm joining you this afternoon from Calgary to share some of my insights about this significant proposal in front of you. If Lansdowne Park is first and foremost an asset for all the people of Ottawa, then shouldn't all decisions be guided by this premise? The 40 acres of Lansdowne Park is an urban asset and has been since 1847. My comments today are mainly focused on the arena as proposed. Now, before I go forward, I want to go backward and remind all of us about the ideas that made up the Lansdowne Park development 12 years ago. When the design team that I was part of presented the master plan to you, it was presented as a collaborative, thoughtful, and complete composition for the entire site. It was a proposal for a generation. Additional growth was not expected. Many people worked on the design: landscape architects, artists, heritage consultants, and of course, architects and engineers, to name a few. A brief overview of that plan is important to remember. The heritage buildings were to be respected. The stadium was to be redesigned with renovations to the north stands, and a fully new south stands was to be designed to be fully functional and also attractive to the Queen Elizabeth driveway and the Rideau Canal. Retail, mixed use, and residential programs were added to the master plan to complete the overall development. Open space was to be privileged, and green space would be created in Lansdowne Park for the first time. The stadium design, both the north renovations and the new south, including the wooden bell, were my main design contributions to the project. And by the way, Alex just mentioned the stadium in Hamilton, Ticats Stadium. I was also the lead design architect on that project as well. This stadium at Lansdowne was designed to be integrated with the park, not separate from it. The park was the product of an international design competition that was won by PFS, Phillips Fairfax Smallenberg, out of Vancouver. The berm that surrounds the stadium along Queen Elizabeth Drive and at the east end of the stadium was a public space that merged and blended the stadium and the park in what was referred to at the time as the front lawn. The berm at the east end of the stadium, where the arena is proposed, was a public space for enjoyment throughout the year, from watching a football game or a soccer match while seated under a tree to tobogganing in the winter. It was crowned with an award-winning artwork called Moving Surfaces from one of Canada's most respected public space artists, Jill Anhold. Her work was done in composition with the park and the stadium and the flow of the wooden veil around the south stands, and his location and presence on the top of the berm is not happenstance. Now, some words on the arena. Its location and articulation are concerns for a few reasons. It removes the berm in the public space and relocates the artwork to a position without meaning. I wonder, and I ask all of you, has the artist been consulted on this move? Another concern is that the arena in this location will certainly be visible from Queen Elizabeth driveway. I'll touch more on that significance in just a moment. Finally, the arena in this location precludes you from ever hosting another Grey Cup game, as the east end of the stadium is the overflow space for the stands, the temporary stands needed for this event. I do seriously suggest you reconsider the location of the arena. Now, as I mentioned, more on heritage. The horticulture building, as you remember, was moved to an exact mirrored location vis-a-vis the Aberdeen Pavilion. This was done at considerable expense with the intent of buffering the views from the driveway and the canal. The design intent was to have only heritage buildings visible from the driveway. New buildings would always be placed behind the old. And by heritage, we meant the horticulture building, the Aberdeen Pavilion, and the stadium with its south stands and wooden veil. Placing the arena and the residential towers in the middle of the site will certainly be a disruption to the respect of the heritage buildings. Finally, regarding growth in the site, I would share with you that from my experience, our cities grow best when they grow symbiotically. That means that as density increases, buildings evolve from 1 and 3 stories to 5 and 7, not leaping to 25 or 40 or more. And now finally, just as our shared history of Lansdowne Park was not inevitable, nor is our shared future, I ask you to consider the proposal in front of you for all the people of Ottawa. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And Mr. Claiborne, I'm not sure if my colleagues caught who you are, but you were one of the primary architects on Lansdowne 1.0. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And you're the lead architect now for a major, I guess, event center in Calgary. Is that correct?
You could say that, yes.
So
I'm in Calgary today for that project.
Well, thanks so much. I don't think, councillors, we could have a more intimate understanding of Lansdowne 1.0 and what's been proposed here than the architect on with us right now. And obviously, clearly, you're saying to us that there's a lot of concern with the new design. With regard to the berm, that berm, as I understand it, would cost $8 million to move. We would move the piece of artwork further to the east. I don't know if the original artist has been contacted, but just on the overall design of the site, how would you design this site? What would be, given your expertise here in 1.0, what would you do given the situation we're in to redesign the site as it stands in terms of another option?
Well, it's an incredibly wonderful question to ask, Councillor. I could certainly propose to you that there's always another solution. I spend my life dealing with pretty complicated design problems, and every time you think you have a solution there, I guarantee all of you there is another solution. I would propose to you, because an event center, an arena has a pretty long span, 140, 160, maybe a little bit more for 5,500 seats. That's a long span, and that comes with an expense. But I can tell you the amount of money you're spending on the arena and also at the same time destroying the park and the public space for the people of Ottawa. You could invest that money in putting the arena in a new location nested under a new north stands. I agree the north stands are in serious need of renovation. I agree that the arena is in serious need of either renovations or replacement, but I can assure you the two could still be nested together. I'd be happy to, well, it's not really my purview, but I could show you how that could be done. It takes a long span, absolutely, but it can be done.
And could housing theoretically be built above the arena if it was rebuilt relatively in its place?
Of course, I would just call your attention to look at Hell's Kitchen in New York, where they've built entire cities on top of the train stations. Of course, this can all be done. This is a matter of the wherewithal of you. You're the ones that sit there running the city. It's really upon you to ask for more.
Yeah, and I agree. I mean, I think this is part of it, is that we've really been provided with kind of one option and sort of a take it or leave it here. At this point, there's been some adjustments throughout, but it's been one option, one proposal, and we often get stuck with this at this council. So sounds like there needs to be a lot more thought about what the designs could look like here and have more input than just one proposal for us. So I think your expertise is really appreciated, and your delegation, I hope, will have impact with colleagues here, given your experience on Lansdowne 1.0. Thank you, Mayor.
Councillor Johnson.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much for being here. I'm really curious about this idea of a design competition. I think there are many, like for myself, I'm not opposed to the idea of debt for the city of Ottawa. I think debt is a financing tool. I'm not opposed necessarily to a private-public partnership in this instance, because I believe OSEG has, commercial expertise that the city doesn't have, and I have absolutely no interest in learning about. So I appreciate that there are elements of this that we want to preserve, but of course we do want to increase the value of our investment for the taxpayer. And I do think the concerns about design are real. Could you describe to us how we might be able, is a design competition, could we preserve certain aspects of the relationship? Could we provide conditions whereby we were expecting a certain amount of density? Could we talk about, certain tiers of cost containment? Could we, talk about accessibility? Could we talk about all of those things? Could we talk about the risk of what it looks like to bundle all of those assets together? Because of course, the complexity of having the arena underneath the stands, underneath housing, is not lost on me. Maybe that's not the best decision, even though you're saying it's possible. Is it not within the realm of possibility that we could still ask for all of this within the parameters of what's being put in front of us and still try and be open? Because I am concerned about the idea that we are entering into a 2.0 on a 1.0, that in a relationship that might not meet the criteria of what's being demanded of us for procurement from the LRT inquiry. There are certain foundational aspects of this relationship that I'm not sure would pass the smell test now. So to create more openness at this stage, I think would alleviate a lot of these concerns. And I'm not sure that we're entertaining the alternative decisions. It's very binary here, and I don't like living like that. So could you describe to me how a design competition could work as I've described it, or perhaps not work?
Yes, Councillor. I've spent my life doing design competitions all over the world. They can work. You're a little bit far in the process to take a step back and have a design competition, but I can tell you the best time to do it is before you built something. So yeah, you might really think through what your requirements are, what your program is for this site. And all of you would need to come to an agreement on that. There are There are people in this country who manage design competitions. Happy to share names with you later if you would like that. They do it extremely well. I did the Art Gallery of Nova Scotia last year under design competition. They do these frequently and they control the process quite wonderfully. You should be prepared to pay a small stipend to your design teams. You should have a few design teams, and I guarantee you will get some ideas which will be radically different from what you're currently looking at. And then all of you can make the decision what's really the best way forward for yourself.
Thank you for that. I mean, I know that with debt servicing, there's certain limitations for what we can put on debt and what we can't, and perhaps we can ask staff later on what the implications are there. But certainly when we are looking at debt, we want to ensure that we're getting the greatest possible value out of that debt for the most amount of people. And I don't see why, if we can imagine that OSEG is one of the, they provide the expertise that they do on managing a sports and entertainment group, that we might not also open the doors for what kind of private interest or private expertise we could get from the design world to make sure that this really is a world-class facility. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I don't see any other questions. Mr. Claiborne, thank you very much for joining us today. We'll go next to Mike Morial of the Canadian Elite Basketball League, followed by Mark Saunders and then Dean Stressman. Mr. Morial. All right, Mr. Morial, we're adding you now.
I'm sorry, is everybody here?
Yeah,
my
we can hear you.
apologies.
Go
Sorry
right
about
ahead,
that.
sir. Go right
I'm
ahead.
in my car. My apologies, but just trying to make this work. My name is Mike Morielli. I'm the commissioner and co-founder of the CBL, and I'm talking to all of you today about my experience, or the team, the Ottawa Blackjacks experience in Ottawa, which has been incredible in terms of the reception we've got. But specific to this particular discussion, obviously, there are some concerns from us as a leaseholder playing in that venue because of the venue itself. Most notably, there is in our leaks in the building, and knowing the Canadian summers, the time in which we play, obviously heavy rainfalls happen more than we'd like them to, which have resulted in some serious incidents of water dripping onto the court. This has happened both in practices and in games. And the reason why that's important is we don't play hockey, we don't play on ice. If a drop of water hits the ice, that's fine, it freezes and we play on. Playing a high level professional basketball, any sort of moisture on the court is catastrophic. The people at OSEG know the way I feel about the incidents in which those things have occurred. They've done their best to rectify it. But you can imagine from a league's position to my position, when games are disrupted because of issues with the venue that lead to more complications with host broadcasters and so on and so forth, the amount of issues that could come out of it. First and foremost, a player safety issue. In the last 2 years, we've had 14 players go to the NBA. I would hate to have a potential NBA player, any player of that, for that matter, to come into a situation where they are playing in a venue that at any given moment they could slip and fall because the venue is not up to the standards that it should be. That doesn't exist or doesn't pertain just to leaking roofs. Of course, there's subpar facilities all around in terms of the locker rooms and change rooms, office space, etc. It is a situation that's unfortunate. It's a situation that we obviously are trying to find a solution for. And there's not many solutions, as you can understand, when it comes to venues in cities. In the case of Ottawa, there's really one other option, and that option is not conducive to us. And it's important that we maintain our commitment to Ottawa and have a place to play that's safe and into the future. Now, I've heard previously, I've been on and off this call all day about, trying to renovate that building. I would say that is probably not a great way to do it if you're a tenant like myself, because what happens when you renovate? Where do the teams go? Where do they relocate? How does that work with the fan base? How does that work with the business? That would be, not a great decision. I know personally we held our CBL championship weekend to great success in Ottawa in 2022. We have a commitment to come back to Ottawa, but until a new arena or an arena is completed or there's a viable option, we just cannot make that commitment to come back. We just can't risk such a high profile event to have any sort of issues related to venue concerns that are out of our control. Our relationship with OSEG is tremendous. They've been great in accommodating us and helping us, but we are playing in a limited facility from a fan perspective, from a player perspective, from the ability to bring high-level events and entertainment to the building, of which we have many of those in our partnerships with other leagues and other federations that we'd like to bring to the Ottawa market, but are reluctant to do so because of the state of that facility at this time. So we did experience something similar in Hamilton with the renovations of First Ontario Centre. Eventually, we had to relocate our team from Hamilton permanently and move that team to Brampton to a facility in a situation that was better. And we're still in a situation in Hamilton as a Hamiltonian, as a Hamilton resident, where there's nothing's happened to that building and renovations still need to take place. So I think there are some serious concerns here from our perspective as a league, as a team in Ottawa, that we need a place to play, and we need a safe place to play, not only for the athletes but also for our fan base.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you for your delegation. Any questions? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll let you get on your way. Thank you for joining us today. Next is Mark Saunders, followed by Dean Stressman and Joanne Polak. Mark Saunders, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Hi, great. Thank you very much. And thanks everyone for having me here today. And thanks for your service. My name is Mark Saunders, and I'm the Director of Fun here at Saunders Farm. And with my wife, we own this agritourism destination just outside of Munster. We host day camps and field trips and other kinds of things throughout the year. And our big Halloween festival that ended 2 days ago, thankfully. We are a little bit worn down from it all. We also own and operate Saunders Cider, a beverage company that we started during the pandemic. And we employ about 350 Ottawa residents seasonally. With impeccable timing, in January of 2020, we decided to expand our business to Lansdowne. We knew there were Ottawa residents that couldn't get to the farm, as our area is obviously in rural Ottawa, poorly serviced by public transit. We reached out to OSEG, and they enthusiastically embraced our idea of building a downtown seasonal haunt. So with working with OSEG and the City of Ottawa and other organizations, we built a Halloween-themed experience called the Sawmill Haunt, to entertain downtown residents and tourists in October. Since opening the Sawmill, we've entertained over 40,000 visitors and employed more than 40 actors and event staff each year. The Sawmill Lansdowne has generated more than $2 million in economic activity. We also attend the Ottawa Christmas Market at Lansdowne, and that too has expanded our business and then given our employees more opportunities. We support Lansdowne 2.0. We believe that with improved and rejuvenated facilities, Lansdowne 2.0 will offer even more opportunities for businesses like ours to grow and to expand. In my opinion, investing in world-class facilities is a good idea, and world-class facilities can attract world-class events. I know from our own experience that facilities need to be maintained and upgraded over time, and the longer you wait, the more expensive it gets. It'll never be more quote unquote affordable to upgrade Lansdowne now. Any more waiting it will just be more and more expensive, kicking it down the road. In regards to the housing component, I understand that our city is growing and we need to build homes to support this growth. Most importantly, we need to build these homes in urban areas where we don't take up more farmland. As a farmer, we're seeing it, we're outside the urban boundary, but we're seeing the best farmland in the region eaten up on a regular basis by urban sprawl. And we feel that if there's opportunities to build housing in areas that are already serviced by the city, that's the best way to sustain our growth, as well as allow farmers to continue to prosper. And just very briefly and lastly, I just will say, as a taxpayer, I would like to see the city invest in community spaces like Lansdowne 2.0 that have a chance at minimum to sustain themselves, and ideally turn a profit, which in turn will be able to support other city services. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. This isn't so much a question as it is a comment that I was able to attend the Sawmill event this Halloween. And just on behalf of College Ward, I'd like to thank you for what I am certain is gainful employment for many Algonquin College theater grads in the boogity boo of your event. So thank you for that employment opportunity.
We appreciate that. We do have a lot of students working for us, and it's and we're right in between the other two universities in the city as well. And that's been a real benefit for students to come and have some gainful employment in the field they want to be in.
Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Mayor, and thank you for coming out, Mr. Saunders. I wanted to just say how incredibly popular Sawmill is at Lansdowne, and it's been great since you've been coming there. My understanding, the event is just kind of south of the court behind Aberdeen Pavilion, right? It's in that area.
Yes, correct. We were in the Great Field for a while for the first year, and then after much discussion, decided to move on to the tarmac area and protect the green space for the local residents there.
Okay, well, that is appreciated. And I do want to take this opportunity to just mention that that's the public realm. And I know our city staff do a lot of work there on the public realm and do an excellent job from the public standpoint of booking those spaces. Sometimes people get confused about which is OSEG operated and which is the public realm operated. And just want to say, you know, how appreciative I am of the public employees here at the city that book those events, and to have yourself there as well is a huge benefit for a lot of the people on that site. So thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation. Much appreciated. We'll go next to Dean Stressman, and then Joanne Polak, and then Richard Moon. So Dean Stressman, if you're ready to go. Okay, we might be having some technical difficulties with Mr. Stressman, so we'll come back to him. But Joanne Polak, if you'd like to come forward and present. You've been very patient. I've seen you sitting there for hours. Thank you. Welcome.
It's been fascinating. Hello, everyone. My name is Joanne Polak. I'm a Briar Green resident. I'm here to respectfully ask the city to accept the staff recommendations as they pertain to Lansdowne Park. I want to begin by being very upfront with regards to my personal interest in Lansdowne, because it is personal to me. You see, I love Lansdowne Park. I love Lansdowne Park. I've loved it for decades. I love everything about it. It means the world to me. It's been one of the most important places in my life. Let me explain. In the late 1980s and early 1990s, I was general manager of the Ottawa Rough Riders of the Canadian Football League. You young people are going, what? I was the first female general manager in professional sports in North America. I know if my mom heard me, she'd go, oh, stop talking like that. It's pompous and boastful, but I don't care. It's something I am extremely proud of and an important part of my presentation today. For 3 difficult years, Lansdowne Park was my office. It was my safe space. It was my place where I felt nothing but love and support from the sports fans and the people of Ottawa. It was a place where I was given an opportunity no other woman had, and I felt the full weight of that responsibility every single day. So I spent a lot of time dealing with the stress and decompressing by wandering aimlessly throughout Lansdowne. And I saw it all. I know every single inch of Lansdowne Park before Lansdowne 1.0. I know every inch. I saw the glory, which I believed was there, and I saw the potential, but I also saw the waste. I wish I could take you all back to those days and walk with me from Bank Street to Queen Elizabeth Driveway. I would give you the Joanne Polak tour, rats and all. There was so much potential, but I never thought I would see change in my lifetime. It actually broke my heart. I left football in January of 1992, but football and Lansdowne never left me. So now fast forward 23 years. The Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group invited this old gal to a preview of the new Lansdowne complex in advance of the football season. So the high fencing, if you all remember, there was big high fencing. It was all sort of blacked out. So I had no idea what was going on back there. So I had no idea what I was about to see. I parked underground, which in itself to me was a complete surprise. And then I took the stairs up to street level. And what I saw when I opened the door and walked out into the daylight absolutely took my breath away. I remember what I saw and I remember how I felt. The transformation from dilapidated asphalt wasteland to world-class urban oasis blew my mind. Clearly, I still get emotional thinking about that moment. It was like I was teleported to a different city, not my hometown. The boulevards, the buildings, the open spaces, green. The only time I'd seen green is when the Saskatchewan Roughriders came to town. And it was spectacular. What the Ottawa Sports and Entertainment Group and the City of Ottawa had done to transform the place I loved into a world-class people-first complex overwhelmed me. I'm so grateful to OSEG, and I'm so grateful to the City of Ottawa for giving us that gift. I know some people are complaining about it. I'm like, what's there to complain about? It's awesome. But I'm so grateful for you giving us that gift. I will never take it for granted how far this partnership has taken us. I trust them. I absolutely trust them. And I trust the City of Ottawa. And I strongly believe that the plan that they are now proposing has the very best interests of the people of Ottawa at heart. Today, I ask the City of Ottawa to accept the staff recommendations as they pertain to Lansdowne by investing in their infrastructure and replacing the arena and the north side stands, and of course, increasing much needed housing density on site. Thank you for listening to me. I'm going to say it again. I love Lansdowne Park, but I know you all do too. Thank you.
Thank you. I, of course, am not too young to remember when you were the general manager of the Ottawa Roughriders. Okay, no questions? Joanne, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you for coming. Thanks for your patience. So we'll go back to Dean Stressman, who is online. I think ready to go. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, I guess, Mayor Sutcliffe and councillors. My name is Dean Straisman. I'm the owner of Sunset Grill, located at Lansdowne Park for just about 8 years now. I'm here today to fully endorse the city staff report recommending the construction of the new residential towers, the new North Stadium, and a modern event center at Lansdowne. I want to start by expressing my deep appreciation for Lansdowne. Lansdowne has been a cornerstone of our community's history, a place where countless memories have been made. It is a place where we chose to open our business, our family business, one of which that I have started with my wife and 2 daughters. It's not just a stadium or a park or a shopping center. It's all of those things, but what's more important, it's a community, one that holds a special place in my heart. I have so many special memories, like in 2016 when the Red Blacks won the Grey Cup. People would lined up outside of our restaurant to see the trophy placed on our counter to celebrate, and our business was overflowing. Such moments of joy and camaraderie are what makes our business so special. We are also so privileged to have some of our fellow business owners, staff, and condo residents as regular customers, as well as Red Blacks and 67s who come by regularly to support us. Their presence adds to the richness of our experience here and shows togetherness as a vibrant community. Well, we've all experienced how the site comes alive on event days. Events have been incredible for us to watch and incredible to drive traffic to the area. But let's not forget, we all face real challenges. Non-event days are difficult, especially as we continue to recover post-COVID. The perspective of more housing and increasingly the density in this area excites us, because not only it means helping us to address the housing crisis, it's adding to this community, but it means adding more customers and more foot traffic. That means more opportunities for local businesses like mine to recover and a chance to thrive. I mentioned how this is a community and how we all work well to support each other. We also have, besides our restaurant, we also run a concession in the north side stands during special events and large events. Unfortunately, we have felt the shortcomings of this venue firsthand. It's crumbling, it's not accessible, and it's not inclusive in its space that it should be. Not to mention the countless shows and concerts that must pass us up because the venue isn't up to standards. We believe these issues need to be addressed because arenas and stadiums are more than just buildings. They are the engine of economic growth that we can revitalize our region and the heart and soul of our community, a place where people can come together to celebrate, connect, and create memories. Lansdowne has been a gathering place for generations, and I truly believe this redevelopment project will reaffirm its status as a place where people can come together and where we can be proud of for generations to come. I implore you to accept the staff recommendations and support this city building redevelopment proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I don't see any hands up, so we'll let you go. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, next we will go to Richard Moon and then Mike Ulahen and Erica Gray after that. Richard Moon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, for this opportunity to speak, and good evening, colleagues. I have to applaud all of you for your endurance. I'm also thrilled that I came in under the wire tonight so that I wouldn't have to be here so early in the morning.
You made the cut.
I'd made the cut. Thank you. So good evening again. So I'm here on behalf of Reimagine Ottawa. We're a small volunteer organization that advocates for city planning and development that is transparent and encourages genuine public consultation. I want to be clear, we are not against development. I'd like to just spend a moment on that one word, consultation. These last 7 hours have been an absolute shot in the arm in terms of the commentary, detailed, informed, in-depth, thoughtful, unbelievably engaged, and yet some sobering. In retrospect, if only we had this kind of engagement prior to this proposal, and I have to be perfectly honest, the consultation was one way. It was a sales job. So let me state, lions hunt and developers develop. We know that, but you are our city officials that can put that into check if necessary, and to shepherd the highest level of standard of governance in planning, city planning and development. So what I'd like to say here is that this is the most bizarre, convoluted, confusing, and complicated arrangement and proposal I've ever seen. It's just so unbelievably complex. And I have a very strong feeling that most of you feel the same way. My heart goes out to you in terms of having to be able to understand this and really get down to what is absolutely important. I would like to say that it was positive to see that the newly developed requirements provide park space equitably for for residents in that 2022 official plan on the new Parks and Rec Master Plan, which stated the down core and inner urban transects will continue to be the most part deficient. And it sets back 2 hectares per 1,000 inhabitants as a standard. But Lansdowne 2 proposes the removal of park space from a priority area identified by city staff and will add parking space and recreation and adding up to 2,400 people. Now, is this not countering policy? Next, transportation. Well, I'm going to keep it short because we've heard a lot about transportation. But again, don't we have a very sensible city policy of hubs at transit stations? Is this being ignored? And basically what I'd like to say is that let's not put the cart before the horse. I'm going to ask you councillors from the suburban and rural wards, what would bring your constituents to drive to Lansdowne when they have all the retail amenities they need? Do you expect them to be counted in the needed 4 million visitors per year quoted for success? Correction. The visitor projection is now to be 5 million for success. Then what about plans? And again, I welcome the 2 interventions from Mr. Cushman and Mr. Freeman. What about the plans for a new senator's rink? Wouldn't such a decision alleviate the need for a rink at Lansdowne for the 67s, drastically changing this current proposal? The overall picture: the city has serious priorities, and this optional expenditure should be thoroughly considered, knowing that we need to deal with the priorities of this city. And again, let me just quickly identify them. The
10
LRT,
seconds, sir.
suburban rural wards are struggling, ambulance services, landfill development, low-income housing. Please vote with your conscience in terms of what the city needs as a priority. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it. We will go next to Mike Houlihan, followed by Erica Gray.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, councillors. I appreciate the time. Mike Houlihan. Mark, you got very close on the pronunciation. I appreciate that. I'm a current partner with Halpenny Insurance Brokers in Ottawa, and I just want to come here and express our company's support for this project, Lansdowne 2.0, Lansdowne Partnership. Our company has been operating in Ottawa for well over 100 years. We're a partner-owned corporation. We're quite proud to state that we're one of the largest independent insurance brokers operating in Eastern Ontario. And over the last few years, we've had great growth with our company, which we're working in a traditional industry like ourselves, not so easy to grow in the industry, and we pride ourselves on delivering top-notch customer service. And I just want to say that we strongly believe that this partnership will benefit the city. And we, if you'd like to move to the next slide there, I just would like to point out that we strongly feel the project overall will bring many employment opportunities and growth for businesses like ourselves operating in the city. We pride ourselves on catering to majority of commercial account business, and many of our industry segments fall within construction, contracting, architects, engineers. All these jobs will benefit tremendously from the size and scope of the Lansdowne 2.0 project. And then after project commences such as this, you have to think of the restaurant operations, the hospitality, the retail. These are all businesses that thrive after such a project, and we feel this overall project will benefit the city greatly and be beneficial to ourselves at Halpenny as far as business growth. Not only will the business growth be a great portion of the project, we at Halpenny, we pride ourselves on local, having employees domiciled in the Ottawa area. Admittedly, it's been more difficult to secure the types of employees that we need that have insurance, financial skills and capabilities. In Canada, there are many hubs such as Toronto and Montreal that admittedly many of the underwriting community are domiciled in those cities. And in the current environment with work at home, we've admittedly have had to hire outside of our core just to find the capabilities. And we feel a project like Lansdowne 2.0 brings such a project that it benefits the work, live, and play type atmosphere. And personally, I can attest, I've been in the Ottawa area for 18 plus years now, but I grew up, was born and raised in the Toronto area. And my wife and I, when we came here, we had 2 dogs. Now we have 3 kids, and we're not leaving anytime soon. Just we love the area, and Lansdowne 1.0 had a lot to do with that as well. We felt the area just built on, and we're quite proud to bring people outside of the city to Lansdowne and have them go through, check out a Red Blacks game or a 67s game. So we personally quite enjoy the overall experience. And that leads to my third point on the slide here, where I just want to say the travel and entertainment is immense, and Lansdowne 2.0 will just build on what's already at the site. And in our industry, it's very important because we deal with insurance companies that operate globally. And we cater to and pride on bringing counterparts from the insurance industry into Ottawa. And in entertainment, sports events, these are all attractions that these foreign individuals love to come and take part in our city. So we really are enthusiastic about the project.
That's time, unfortunately. Sorry.
Thank you. That's okay.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you very much for your presentation today. So am I to understand then that if we were to build Lansdowne, it's the position of Halpenny that you would be able to have a lot more clients?
It would help, of course, it would build on growth overall for business, and as businesses thrive in Ottawa, that's beneficial for our business, because we are a full-fledged insurance brokerage. We'll do home and auto personal lines, but admittedly we're more tailored to approximately 75-80% commercial business. So yes, we strongly believe that our firm, as well as other like firms in Ottawa, would benefit from growth of commercial interests from such a project, which has economic impact, and with that increases jobs, and for us, we would see that translating into growth in our clientele.
Okay, yeah, most certainly. And I would imagine that in fact there would be lots of companies that would grow from the investment of public money. But again, we're trying to make sure that the site itself also has the value for those public dollars that we're interested in. I do know a little bit about, I think, could you explain sort of what impacts the climate change disasters have had on finding insurance underwriters? I understand there's a pretty big relationship between the magnitude of climate disasters that we're seeing and that sort of competitiveness as well.
Sorry, may I just jump in to ask a bit, like, we need to stay on track and
Sure. Yeah, I guess I just mean to say that again, we're looking at externalities about the, the types of things that we can see within this project that I don't believe that Lansdowne is going to be the key driver for. And so we can create competitiveness anywhere, but there are great pressures on many different industries that we can't control for in this project.
Okay.
So that was my point.
Okay.
I can simply answer that that of course we're all seeing climate impacts, and the insurance industry overall it's a global industry. Many of the insurers that operate in it are global in nature. So the weather events that are happening globally, be it wildfires, flood events, typhoons, hurricanes, yes, it does impact the industry. But we're a very mature industry. I wouldn't say that that it's a direct impact on the talent in the industry. But what I can tell you is, like many industries, I think you see it from, be it trucking, restaurants, general economy. There is a gap in talent and technical abilities. The pandemic, COVID-19, probably sped up a lot of retirements. So industry has suffered generally, and we're not alone in that. And we do find that there's been a gap of knowledge that have left through retirements, succession. And as we look for talent to fill those positions, the live, work, play, the dynamics of building and attracting talent into the city, we feel will strongly benefit our just pool of candidates that would come into the industry, like others as well. But let's be honest, the financial hubs in Canada, no one would say that would be Ottawa, and we rely on the talent that are in the big city centers, in the banking and insurance industries. So I know I went on a little bit. I hope that somewhat helps with the question.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other questions. Mr. Oleman, thank you. Olahan, sorry, Mr. Olahan, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
So we have two presentations left before we stop delegations for the day. Erica Gray and then Colin Morrison, and then we will open it up to questions to staff and to OSEG based on the delegations that we've heard today, specifically based on the delegations. Erica Gray, when you're ready, please go ahead.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today as it pertains to Lansdowne 2.0. My name is Erica. I'm a PhD candidate at the University of Ottawa in sport management. I am currently a TD Place part-time staff, and I have worked at TD Place for the past year and 11 months. Working at TD Place has been an integral part of not only my personal development, but also my development as a researcher and a practitioner. When businesses started to hire people again in 2022, I had learned that the guest services department was hiring part-time staff for their upcoming Red Black season. Being in the world of sport, a lot of students dream of working for OSEG, whom operates TD Place. So I decided to take a chance on this opportunity to work somewhere where I would get to work with like-minded people. I initially applied to work with the guest services team to further develop my understanding of the industry I will prepare my students for, and to enhance my professional development as a researcher, practitioner, and educator. I first started in my role as an usher and ticket scanner. I then had the opportunity to further grow my skills, being promoted to team leader, info booth attendant, staffing team lead, and more recently, I've had the opportunity to be a supervisor. I've learned customer service, leadership, and decision-making skills, all of which I will take with me throughout my career. More recently, in the Department of Community Relations, I have been hired as the Community Relations Assistant, where I have the opportunity to impact the community and work with various community partners. Being an employee at this workplace quickly became a way for me to also develop personally and be social again, following the isolation I am sure many of my other colleagues experienced during COVID. I have met friends and made networking connections that I will all have for the rest of my life. I have found a place where I belong and feel included. But not only do I feel this way, I know my colleagues feel this way. There was supposed to be a slide, but we have had incredibly fun times together, and there were some examples on the slide. There it is. Working at a variety of events, such as concerts, Christmas market, staff socials, and international sport events. In addition to the amazing journey I have had at TD Place, I wanted to share some things I have observed while working at TD Place that could be and will be improved upon the completion of Lansdowne 2.0. I have consistently witnessed the aging facilities, both as an employee and as a fan. Unfortunately, due to time, the facilities are failing to deliver on a quality fan experience. At TD Place, a quality fan experience is a priority for us. When the weather is not on our sides, there are buckets throughout the arena and concourse because of the prevalent leaking. A number of our events have been affected by this, such as our Blackjacks games, which we heard today, and the World Men's Curling event that was close to being jeopardized due to leaks that could impacted their ice conditions. The inadequate city infrastructure is increasingly impeding Lansdowne's ability to attract and retain events and sports teams. Along with a quality fan experience, we strive to be the #1 venue in not only Ottawa, but in the world that can accommodate people with accessibility needs. Through our AODA team, there is a lack of accessibility for fans in the current facilities. With such limited AODA seating, the fans don't have options in terms of where they sit and with who they sit. For example, many fans want to sit with a group of friends and family, but due to the inaccessibility of the venue, they can only sit with one other person. The bathrooms aren't accessible. There is only one elevator in the arena. There is no elevator on the north side stands, and as such, fans with limitations, they can't sit there. There is one accessible entrance and minimal accessible parking spots. These limitations affect our ability to deliver on a positive fan experience for people with accessibility concerns. Lansdowne 2.0 would change these concerns and help OSEG employees deliver on a quality fan experience to provide the best hospitality not only in Ottawa, but in the world. When I'm not working a shift at TD Place, you can often find me in Lansdowne enjoying the restaurants, the concerts. The Arkells was an amazing concert. And if council invests their assets and approves the staff report for Lansdowne 2.0, the addition of new residential units would be helpful to add more density on site, increasing the number of people who will also enjoy Lansdowne 2.0. Overall, TD Place provides the venue and platform to change lives, to build connections, to foster and promote learning experiences for not only students, but retirees, volunteers, full-time staff, fans, players, and members of our community. The examples I've provided have only occurred in just 2 departments, despite there being multiple departments and job positions that TD Place provides. Specifically, TD Place provides 4,000 opportunities to employees to engage and grow. OSEG is one of the largest youth employers in the city, and with youth unemployment almost 2 times that of adult unemployment, it's a site that is important to the students and young people that often get their first jobs at TD Place. I was motivated to speak to you today based on the positive and impactful experience that I've had during my time at TD Place, and I hope to continue this positive and impactful experience upon the completion of Lansdowne 2.0.
Thank you very much. Thank you for choosing to participate in this meeting today and for waiting until the end of the day or almost the end of the day to make your presentation. Thank you so much. Okay, let's go to Colin Morrison, who is also online, I believe.
Good evening, Mayor Sutcliffe, members of the committees, city staff. My name is Colin Morrison. I'm General Manager of the Embassy Hotel and Suites and Cooper's Creative Kitchen, located just across the street from City Hall. I serve as Chair of the Tourism Development Council, a group of Ottawa business leaders responsible for the oversight of the municipal accommodation tax earmarked for tourism development. I also serve as past chair of both Ottawa Tourism and the Ottawa Gatineau Hotel Association. Additionally, my family and I live in Old Ottawa South and are regular visitors to and patrons of both Lansdowne and TD Place. My hotel is the official off-port home of the Ottawa Blackjacks. We have partnered with the Canadian Elite Basketball League and Ottawa's professional basketball team from the very start. The Blackjacks bring additional vibrancy to the sports scene in Ottawa, In my opinion, the Blackjacks provide one of the best value sports entertainment products in the city. Last year, a week before the CEBL's championship weekend at TD Place, a playoff game had to be delayed because the roof of TD Place was leaking. Water was pouring from the roof of the stadium onto the basketball floor and onto my logo on that floor. The water presented a danger not only to the athletes, but also to the wood floor that was to be used for the championships. As a sponsor, a fan, and a citizen, it was embarrassing. How can the nation's capital not have an indoor sports facility that keeps the elements out? This is just one example of where Lansdowne is today. Deferred maintenance, structural deterioration, inefficient environmental systems, and the end of the serviceable life of the facility are upon us. We are beyond the point of diminishing return. Worse, the condition of our facilities are putting the city in jeopardy of losing much of the sport and event business that we have enjoyed in the past. I have to question whether CEBL or the new Professional Women's Hockey League will continue in Ottawa, given the condition of our facilities. The sport and event hosting brings in millions of dollars to our city annually. This revenue comes in the form of accommodation, food and beverage, ticket sales, facility fees, shopping, transportation, and other tourist activity, much of which is focused on our downtown core, which desperately needs the business. In my view, city funds are to be used to maintain and improve assets of the city, and when no longer viable, to replace those assets. These infrastructure investments bring benefit to the city and its citizens. That in itself provides return on investment to the city. Any future benefit by way of taxes or revenue sharing is windfall. Lansdowne 2.0 represents a significant opportunity for Ottawa to revitalize and further transform a decaying asset into a vibrant and dynamic hub. This project envisions mixed-use development that includes residential, commercial, and recreational spaces, which can bring new life to the heart of our city. It will create jobs, stimulate economic growth, and make Ottawa even more attractive to residents, businesses, and tourists alike. Lansdowne 2.0 will further the sense of pride and identity for our city. It will be a landmark, a symbol of the city's vision and ambition. A renewed Lansdowne Park will become a gathering place for friends and family, a destination for tourists, a source of civic pride for Ottawa residents. In conclusion, Lansdowne 2.0 is a project that embodies the best aspects of urban planning, sustainability, community engagement, and cultural enrichment. It represents forward-looking vision for our city and promises a better, greener, and more vibrant future. Let's come together and support this exciting endeavor and make Ottawa even a better place to live, work, play, and visit. Thank you for allowing me this time today and to present my support of Lansdowne 2.0.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Councillor Menard.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Morrison, for being here. I go to Cooper's here and there and really appreciate your wonderful staff there. So thanks to all of them for the great job that they do. I'm wondering, sir, if you know who is responsible for the maintenance of the areas that you spoke about in the stadium and the arena.
Really, at the end of the day, no, I don't. And frankly, I don't care. I look at it as an asset of the city. It is owned by the city. And we get embarrassed by that asset or the condition of that asset. And in this case, it was on national television where the delay happened at the playoff game.
Yeah, no, and I think those things need to be fixed for sure. And I'll let you respond after this, but I'll just clarify. So the city does own Lansdowne, but OSEG is leasing the facilities. That lease has been extended to 40 years at a nominal fee, $1 a year. OSEG is responsible for operating and maintaining the asset per the life cycle plan to avoid the degradation that you're speaking about over that period. That is the deal.
And fair enough. I would say that degradation has happened over the last 50 years of use as well. Yes, this structure, and I was there this morning and was listening from 9:30 on. The structure is at the end of its serviceable life. Will it stand? It will stand without question. But is it viable in its current state? I would say no.
Okay, and I'll just clarify that the engineering reports that we've received indicate the opposite, that it is serviceable for the next 30 to 40 years with a maintenance plan that has been outlined by Morrison Hirschfeld and by a number of other architects in that, but we have to obviously invest in that maintenance to keep it going. So I'll just clarify
let's keep it to questions.
It's not end of life, Mayor.
Let's keep it to questions and
sure,
not debating the delegates, please.
Sure, thank you. I guess I'll just say appreciate the delegate being here, but it's important that we have facts on the table, and to say that facility is end of life is an incorrect. It's not correct. That's not a fact. That facility is not end of life. Well, it is safe and usable. Let's make sure we got the facts.
Again, we're not having a debate right now. We're asking questions of delegates. So there will be plenty of time for us to have discussion and debate. That's why we're here for several days, but this isn't the time to have the discussion and the debate. You can ask questions of staff if you like after we're finished with this delegation, but we're not here to debate the delegates. Councillor Tierney.
Thank you very much, Colin, for coming out today. And I just want to thank you. You were in the gallery a while ago. You sat here as a trooper all day. Can you race me over a basket of chicken fingers and some fries there? I'd appreciate them fading off. But I want to thank you for coming out. I thought we got right to the end and it just started slipping off the rails there. So thanks for providing your sage and honest response today. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Dudas.
Yes, Colin, I think you had mentioned that you're involved with the tourism sector as well. You're very familiar with that through your business. And you mentioned your sponsor. You have your logo at Lansdowne. How important is it for you to see that this project is undertaken? I mean, you mentioned how you would like to see it revitalized. Are you inclined as a sponsor to continue sponsoring a facility that is leaking, that is having issues, even if it still remains usable? I mean, how invested are you in that? And, what opportunities do you think we're missing on the tourism side of things by not seeing a city asset reinvested in?
There's a couple of different levels to that question. I'll answer my personal business first. My relationship with the Blackjacks was as an original sponsor. They were a grassroots organization that was coming in to try something that was new, frankly, across Canada. And Ottawa was one of the cities that they were in. I was there to help support them, to provide in-kind services to them. In full disclosure, I housed their players for the period of their season. It's something that is an expensive thing for the team to take on, and I can do it at a reasonable opportunity cost, and therefore it's not a tremendous amount of out of pocket. However, there is out of pocket involved. My logo is on the floor. And to have the venue present the way that it does, and in this case on national television, which was an opportunity for my logo to be on national television. Well, I guess it was, but it was underwater. So it was not the image that I was looking for. So would I continue in the venue? It really is dependent on where things go. If we can ensure that the product will be there for a period of time in its now current state, perhaps. But certainly I would prefer if the rain was not falling indoors. As far as tourism is concerned, I do know that there are a number of potential groups that we have bid on as Ottawa Tourism I do serve as past chair, and I am familiar with a lot of what goes on within that organization, that have been apprehensive and that remain apprehensive about committing something that is going to be 2 or 3 years down the road, which is generally the length of time that we look at those types of activities booking or securing space. And they're hesitant because they don't know what the condition of the facility will be and whether it will meet their needs 2 or 3 years down the road. I don't think that that is sustainable on a longer term. This was something that was originally discussed in 2021. We're now in 2023. We know that this project won't be fully complete for 10 years, perhaps more. That makes it a challenging decision for someone who is, or an organization who is going to bring in people from, it could be across Canada, it could be North America, or it could be throughout the world, into an area and make that commitment, not knowing what's going to happen. So in that regard, I feel their pain. As much as we want to sell to them, it's challenging. And when they have assurances that things are going to be put in place, they have greater confidence in doing that. And we've seen that with the Shaw Center, and certainly we would see that with Lansdowne 2.0.
Thank you very much, Colin. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Morrison, thank you very much for your presentation. Much appreciated. Thank you for your
Thank you.
patience today. You're the person who waited the absolute longest of every delegate. So thank you.
It's my pleasure. Take care.
All right, we are now going to move to any questions arising from the delegates' presentations today. If councillors or committee members have questions that they want to ask of staff or OSEG based on what they heard from the delegations, to clarify anything that you heard. We heard a lot of information today. Now is your opportunity. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. I just want to make sure I understand the intent of this. I've got a number of notes from presentations that delegates made. For example, Richard Wagner early this morning spoke to the uncertainty of interest rates moving forward. Is that something that you'd like to, I'm looking for the staff's response to. Sure. Is that on board? Okay,
Yeah,
so I've got a couple of those.
Yeah, so not on the presentations by OSEG and the staff earlier. We could do that tomorrow, but on the anything arising out of the delegations today that you want to clarify or find out more about.
Okay, so and it'd be useful to have a number of these before tomorrow's delegation. So I've got a couple of points, and I'll hop off if people are looking to ask questions.
So,
Richard,
Councillor Leeper, sorry, if you don't mind, since it's 6:52. I'm going to ask,
motion.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Councillor Kitts to move a motion to go past 7 o'clock, please.
Everyone's favorite motion. Be it resolved that the meeting time be extended past 7 p.m. pursuant to subsection 8(1)(c) of procedure bylaw number 2022-410.
Is the motion carried? Thank you. Okay, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Leeper, go ahead.
Okay, I'll pose the questions and then I won't need to pose them tomorrow. Richard Wagner said he's concerned about the certainty around interest rates moving forward and what that might do to our debt servicing costs. Does staff have a response to that?
So the 4.25% that we quoted was a projection based on advice that we received from experts in the field. We spoke to banks. EY provided input to it. We spoke to our own treasury team to look at what we thought the interest rates would be in 2029. Nobody can project that number, but we know that over the last 20 years, if you go back 50 years, interest rates tend to gravitate around the 5%. And so we knew it wasn't going to go significantly high. If you want to project something, you don't project the highest worst case scenario. You project something that's somewhere in the middle. And so the 4.25%, because we are a city, we're issuing a debenture, we get much better preferential rates. We also are AA credit rating, AAA, Moody's. And so it was very reasonable to estimate that in 2029, the interest rates would be 4.25%. We also have time between now and 2029 to issue whenever we want. So if all of a sudden interest rates get at a really good rate, we would issue at that point in time. So we also have that flexibility.
Okay, I've misdescribed that to Richard Wagner. I think that was Paul Jenkins' point. I'm only going to ask a couple others. Carolyn McKenzie has a really good point on the parking as part of the project, the parking costs and how those fit into this project. They're being treated separately. We're trying to figure out how does that fit within what we're going to borrow, and why is it being carved out the way it is in staff's presentation so far?
So we did exactly the same thing on the library. The parking is separate because it has to be self-sufficient. It is self-funding. It is funded from parking revenues, not from taxpayers. And so when we looked at putting in a city-owned parking lot, we had to measure it against what the revenues would be for putting in that parking lot. Now, we are hoping that with the cost of construction, it'll actually go down and it won't be a net cost to the city. But any city parking that goes in has to be, sorry, I've got a cough drop in my hand. Any city parking has to be funded from parking revenue and parking reserves. So it's not part of the project itself. We did exactly the same thing on the library project. In that one, though, it was neutral because at the time, the cost of construction was more reasonable.
Good. And I've got just one other question. Robert Claiborne made note that the removing some seating out of the north side stands, putting the arena, sorry, that's it. Putting the arena space in the east side of the field eliminates the potential to hold a Grey Cup there. I'm sure we can ask this of OSEG tomorrow, but do staff have a response to that?
Yes, we've spoken with OSEG about that. That has come up through this this work that we've undertaken, and they would reinstate for stands, temporary stands. Now they would also have to compete for a Grey Cup, so they didn't indicate, you know, would they win that bid with the temporary stands. But for the Red Black season, they would have temporary stands to augment the loss of stands during construction.
Okay, I'll have more questions for OSEG for that when we get to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Leeper. Councillor Menard.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And, you know, I'd be happy to go at the end of delegations and ask these, but if we're going to ask them now, I'm going to do that as it's the opportunity to, but I'm open if other colleagues want to wait till the very end of delegations. So just to say that. There were questions from some delegations about other options being presented. And I'm just wondering to staff, why were there not more options presented, particularly since council did pass a motion at the beginning of the term that options would be presented in these types of large citywide reports?
Through our due diligence, we went through many different iterations of options in terms of providing a roof over the north side stands, options on the green roof capabilities over the event center. And we looked at multiple different options in terms of the towers. So options were reviewed and were presented through the report, and staff ultimately landed on the recommendations before you.
Okay, just to follow on that, I guess what I mean is people like delegations like Robert Claiborne had brought up the fact that there could be things like design competitions or other you know, pretty major design choices that would be nice to have been presented to the public earlier on. So I think we're in a situation now where we've got I guess a divisive proposal in front of us. And I think that's more what I'm getting to is, why did staff only take the OSEG proposal and not open it up to other potential proposals?
In 2021, council endorsed the replacement of the city facilities. And then in 2022, council approved in principle the concept plan and asked staff to go forward and do the due diligence on the concept plan that showed the event center as a standalone, the new north side stands, the retail podium, and the overbuild. So that is why staff is reporting back on these items.
Yeah, and I guess it's the point throughout public consultations that people were concerned about that direction and did ask for more more options. Delegations have repeatedly told us today that we should take more time to make sure that we can get this right, hear about other potential options and come back with a more unified plan. What is the rush for right now? If there is no stadium emergency, what is the rush for today?
So I would say it's a financial and not emergency. It's a financial sustainability issue. And we've been working on this since 2018. It was identified in 2018 that it was a financial sustainability issue. And we've been working on that issue for 5 years now. And so it's not necessarily the building itself. It's how do we make the building more financially sustainable?
Okay, and just staff believe that we should have ideally more unity and support across council, the public for these things coming forward. Wouldn't that be a better situation if we went back and made sure that there was more unity of support across the city in bringing something forward, just given the reaction we've seen to date?
I'll start with that one. Mr. Mayor, certainly, yeah, we would like to see a unanimous position on Lansdowne. I don't know that delaying and going back out again and spending another 2 to 5 years would improve our position in terms of that. So staff are very comfortable with the direction that we were given and the due diligence that we undertook, and are, solid behind our recommendations.
Thank you for that. I guess I know I never expect unanimous vote, but more unity would be helpful, I think, for everyone around the table. We are proceeding without the AG's direction. A few delegations had brought up the Auditor General. What benefit does staff think the Auditor General could have brought to this report and will bring in the future?
Thank you, Mayor, for the questions. I think at this point, it's a little bit too early to answer that question. We have seen the benefit in past in terms of what the Auditor General has brought with respect to agile audits. In past ones, I think of the electric bus, where we have incorporated those into future plans and recommendations. And what we have said with respect to this report is we will take the recommendations of the Auditor General and we will weave those into the future of Lansdowne as they come. And we've talked about off-ramps in the future. There's lots of decisions to be made. They will come forward to council in the future for consideration.
Okay, thank you. No, that's appreciated. I do think there is obviously a need for that analysis now. Just the independence of that office is important. I wanted to ask about one of the delegations with regard to the property tax uplift and the struggle that I have with that concept, because at the end of the day, it's debt we're taking on with some portion of property taxes paying that off. Whether those units were built on site or around the area over time, the property taxes that are going in to pay for the debt is the debt that the city of Ottawa has, and the uplift that we're saying we're getting from those buildings, that is essentially, and otherwise would have gone to citywide revenues for use in the citywide expenditures that we have. So you say $5 million is all we're spending as taxpayers annually to service the debt, but there is a big chunk of that above 5 million that is the property tax uplift piece, which is again paying off the debt through property taxes, whether it's from the units on site or not. This is debt we're paying off with property taxes, and that money would otherwise be used for general revenues. And so I guess the clarification that I'm looking for on that is, Why is that a relevant source of funding that you're saying is not property tax money annually? And why couldn't we do that on every project, build housing above police stations, build housing near parks, and that housing at 75% would pay for those amenities?
So that property tax uplift would not be available for any other services unless you rip out an arena. It cannot be built unless you rip out an arena. There's a cost associated with building that, and it's our city asset that we're renewing. And we had a slide that identified the net surplus that comes from this site, from the property tax uplift. And that is going to citywide services. That 25% is going to citywide services. It's only costing 43% of city services, and the 18% is going to an asset renewal. And so that slide identified exactly this cost to service this site, the property tax uplift directly attributable to ripping out an arena associated with this particular asset. No other asset that we build has that nuance.
Yeah, I think the principle at the end of the day is we're taking on debt, property taxes are paying for it, whether you're taking it from the units here or taking it from the other stuff on site, those property taxes are paying off that debt. It's a movement of those taxes around, I guess, with the units on site that we're doing. And that's at the end of the day, it's an obligation that the city has to the debt that we would take on. I did want to raise one of the points as well that was being made about OSEG leaving. And I just want to clarify on one piece because I'm not sure if I got an answer from the delegation on it. Has OSEG said they're going to leave the deal if we don't approve this?
No, not to my knowledge. They have not stated that.
Okay. And do they have legal obligations to stay in the deal to fulfill the obligations that were originally set out in the Lansdowne partnership agreements?
Mayor, as noted, that matrix, that web of agreements does set out the city's obligations, and it sets out the partnership's obligations and the individual members of those partnerships' legal obligations. So again, subject to events as they transpire, both parties, and as long as those agreements are in place, those obligations remain. What's being proposed is a renegotiation of those given intervening events.
Okay, no, that's helpful. If
so,
sorry, you want me to?
Yeah, do you mind if that's time, but you can get back in line if you choose to. Councillor Troster.
Thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you so much to city staff for staying late with us so we can try to understand this very challenging financial arrangement. So it seems some of the concerns about the current site or the current facility, the things I heard the most were about accessibility and about lack of bathroom access. Was it costed to simply fix those things? Like, did anyone come up with a price tag for what it would cost to do some accessibility retrofits and build a standalone public bathroom?
No, those costs were not costed.
Okay. My other question is about the government funding that we're assuming or that we're hoping we'll get as part of this deal. If we don't, how will we fill that financial hole if we don't meet the projections of revenue from other levels of government?
So we project that we'd have sufficient in our capital reserves, but we are hoping to ask for more than the $20 million. We are hoping to advocate to senior levels of government between $20 and $50 million and point to other stadiums in the province and across the country where senior levels of government have supported it.
So you have recent precedents of similar investments? Okay. And can you just explain to me one more time, because I really don't understand, why are we paying for the parking for the residential tower?
So the arena was going to leave a hole underneath the north side stands. And we needed to also make sure that we maximize the amount of air rights revenue that we could get from the residential tower. By adding parking, it actually depletes the air rights revenue because there's a cost associated with it. So if we could offer it to the residential tower, we've already got the space there. We could build it. It would be city-owned parking. We would lease it to the residential tower as a matter of business to get that money to help to fund that parking underneath the north side stands. So it was a complicated analysis of all the moving parts. This made the most business sense for the space underneath the north side stands.
But we would still be taking a loss on parking spots.
Potentially. So this is based on current market. Like when we did the library, building parking spaces was break even. Now with the current market, we found out through the due diligence process that actually building a parking space, you can't get that money back through revenue. Hopefully in 2 to 3 years, when we actually build it, maybe the market and the lease, the revenue leases that you can generate from parking spaces will equalize and it'll be a break even again. At this point in time, we were very conservative in our estimates to say we couldn't break even, but it also made sense on the other side to maximize the amount of air rights that we could get.
Mr. Mayor, if I could also add that for that question, the parking under the north side stands also for the city to retain it means that the city retains that subterranean property rights under the stands. So if those were to be sold, then it becomes a more complex project where now someone else owns underneath our stadium. So part of the process and the due diligence was to make this project less complex in creating a parcel that a developer could build on separate from the north side stands.
Okay, thank you. It's still confusing, but I think I understand a little bit more. Okay, last question. Earlier this year, we passed a motion that I put forward asking that consultation and partnership with independent concert promoters be considered for any venue that receives monetary support from the city. And I know there've been some conversation about Live Nation running the shows in the potential event center. I'm just wondering what access to that space would other music promoters have in the city, or would they have any access? Sure, thanks.
So Councilor, I really was paying attention. Are you talking about the event center itself?
Yeah, I'm talking about the event center,
Yeah.
assuming that that concerts are being booked there. Would they be booked only by Live Nation? Or
No, it's anybody, any promoter, anybody, you could rent the event center and put on a show or a theatrical event or whatever. So it's open to everybody.
Okay, and Councillor Luwaloff in his direction was speaking about maybe carving out another mid-sized venue on site. And it would be the same with that mid-sized venue.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I think Councillor Luloff was talking about potentially in the retail space, having a music club of some sort, which we've kind of been looking at as well. Same thing, right? It's a venue that's open to anybody to come and play, right?
Okay. And would you be willing to consider some sort of, I mean, I think the concern is the room can be really expensive. It is prime real estate, but if we want to encourage smaller acts or independent promoters, have you put any thought to, I've heard similar criticism about the fact that the retail are generally big spaces, very large corporations. And I've heard the same thing about music. So I'm just wondering if you put any thought to how we can encourage some of the indie promoters or the up and coming Ottawa talent to be able to access those spaces.
Yeah, so we haven't. We kind of haven't got to the place where we figured out, if a music club is going to work. I think that would come next if it's something that works. And I would love to see, we've been talking about this for 10 years. I'd love to see something at Lansdowne that supports the arts, more supports music in Ottawa. I grew up going to Barrymore's, and we're missing venues like that in our city. We went down to see History in Toronto that they built, which is kind of in the House of Blues vein, and they're awesome, right? And particularly these districts, they're really good for destination-based experiential stuff like music. So I don't know that we've got it all figured out, but I hope by the time we get this built in 4 or 5 years, I hope music can be part of it.
Thank you. Yes, I represent Somerset Ward, where we've lost a lot of small music venues. And I know the community is really asking for something like that. Thank you.
Awesome.
Thank you, Councillor Troster. Councillor Brockington?
Mayor, I have questions. I'll park till tomorrow, but one, I'm just going to follow up on following Councillor Troster, and that is the amount of financial support we are embedding in the equation coming from other levels of government. And I don't understand why we're asking for such a small amount of money when the projected costs of the stadium, we can pitch what our long-term desire is to see for the stadium, the types of events that we'd like to host here outside of what we traditionally are offering at Lansdowne. Why we would ask for such a small amount of provincial and or federal funding to contribute to this, I don't get it. So if staff could just explain why, when we're looking at transit projects, when we expect, phase 3 to be fully funded by provincial and federal governments, I have no idea how stadiums across the country are financed, even if they're ultimately owned by the municipality. There's got to be ways for particularly smaller municipalities to fund or finance these large capital projects. So why not aim for as high as we can and get as much as we can? So that's the only thing I'm following up on tonight, Mayor, and if staff could elaborate, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, just to clarify, the 20 million was a conservative estimate, so we weren't relying and hanging our entire funding strategy on getting 50 million from another level of government. So what we put in the funding strategy is 20 million. In the report, we do say we would ask between 20 and 50. And if council would like us to ask for more, we can do that too. But it was just suggested it would be an ask between 20 and 50 million dollars.
I'm just worried that whoever signs the check has already heard that Ottawa wants 20 million and not 100 million or 200 million, which is probably what we should publicly be stating, but budgeting for a gap of 20 or 25 million that we may have to make up if that doesn't come through. But I think there's a strong argument here with other levels of government to help finance this project should it go through, and whatever tax, not relief, but we can lessen the burden on the local taxpayer. That should be the ultimate goal. Thank you.
Councillor Brockington, just to speak to that, to be clear, no ask has been made, obviously, and this proposal is not an ask to other levels of government. And I think that the challenge obviously is if we may decide to ask for $100 million from other levels of government, but if we put $100 million as the number in this budget, then people would say it's not realistic and can't be achieved. So we had to put a conservative number in this document, right? So, but we can ask for much more. I just wanted to ask just a direct question to the city manager about the suggestion that at somehow this deal, there was some secret deal to sell off a portion of the land. So as I understand it, the city of Ottawa owns all of the land at Lansdowne Park right now. And if this deal goes ahead, we will own all of the land at Lansdowne Park. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. The city owns the land and will continue to own the land unless council directs us otherwise.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions? Are we? Okay. All right, we will recess then until 8:30 tomorrow morning, when we will resume the delegations, and then we will have time for more questions from committee members and councillors. Thank you, everyone. It's been a long day, and it will also be a long day tomorrow, but I appreciate everyone's patience. Thank you very much.